Well, it's a quite muggy day today. 27 degrees, the top temperature, dropping down to round about 15 degrees overnight. Partly cloudy, still a chance of some showers. We certainly had those this morning. If we look ahead to Friday and Saturday, top temperature 31 with thunder and lightning tomorrow, dropping down to 18 overnight. For the race, Saturday 26 and cloudy, Sunday 25, less cloud. That's the weather from 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along. I just wanted to breathe in and to let that piece of music have its own little moment in the sun. Kerry Cobb, who is on the buttons back in our main broadcast centre back in London, and I just talking on the text beforehand about how emotional that piece of music is, and of course, we've used it here at Le Mans for such a long time. And when that fires out just before the race, particularly on Saturday, and I do get a bit of goosebumps going on. That's a couple of days away at the moment. It is Thursday afternoon, just after 2 o'clock, Central European summertime. Kerry's 10th year out of 20 that we've done this as Radio Show Limited. This is our 20th Le Mans 24 hours, hence the hashtag this year, 20RLM24. And this is my 36th, but that pales into insignificance compared to Paul, who's been here every year bar 2 since 1923, he tells me. I think he's in the corner at the moment. Paul Truswell will be joining us in a little while. This is our lunchtime live as we get ready for an afternoon and evening that will set the grid for the 93rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The Grand Prix d'Endurance is what some of the locals around here call it as well. The original long-distance race, perhaps, is a good way of putting it. 1923, when some of the good burgers of Le Mans decided it would be a good idea, instead of having the point-to-point road races that were common in Europe at that time, to actually go around in a big circle. It wasn't the track that we used today. It's much longer, actually, and it was a bit further to the north of the town. But on that sort of idea, 100 years ago, 100 and odd years ago, we have finally got to what we are going to look at the weekend. I've got a couple of other voices to come in. Trusses will be joining us in a wee while. First of all, let's say good afternoon, first of all, to Peter Mackay, who's off to my right, geographically, not necessarily politically. Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon. Let's step away from that discussion. Pull the handbrake on that one. That's for sure. No, absolutely delighted to be part of the Radio Le Mans team for this 93rd running of the great race. And I can't remember a time where it's been as wide as open as this in all categories. Certainly in Hypercar, there are a few characters that are consistent at the front, but which one is going to come out on top on Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock, that's just impossible to say right now. And Indeed, in LMGT3, there's a lot of different manufacturers that could be in the mix. Actually, yesterday in night practice, we saw Lexus 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Great to see Lexus getting that performance out of the car, because we've seen the Lexus RCF be really successful in the United States in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, winning championships there, lots of the main big races. So the car is good. The car is strong. It's got a great engine. It should be good here at Le Mans, and great to see it running up the sharp end.
And that car, of course, is one of the older homologations now for GT3. Ryan Marine, for this early part of the show, is the third voice. Have you calmed down yet from seeing your dad qualify for a race at Le Mans? 4:36.425 was his best lap.
Only slightly, and then the apprehension starts to go back up again when you think about the fact that he'll be racing here in less than 24 hours' time, and that is an incredible thing to get
How's
to say.
he doing?
He is having the time of his life, I think it's safe to say, and yes, there's more lap time to be found, but quite frankly, that's not the mission here this week. He's here to have a ball and have a once-of-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's been great to this point.
And your mum's well looked after too, because that Ford Drivers Club hospitality is amazing. I never thought I'd have salmon sashimi for breakfast.
Where do you think I've been from since we started? I had some interviews to do with the GT3 drivers, which lasted about 45 minutes after you'd gone, and I couldn't drag myself away. Now, that said, there's a lot of people in there I know, particularly the guys from Forge Line Wheels. Hello to Nicky and Steve, who I haven't seen in a million years. I saw Jensen Olsen's dad, Jason. Some of the Aussies who I know as well. Tim Wall, I had a great chat with Tim Wall. And afterwards, remind me to tell you the story about the number 47 on the side of his car. Let's talk about what we saw yesterday, gentlemen, and what we've got in store for today. That's the point of this. We've got the Porsche Sprint Challenge out on the circuit at the moment, so those are the cars that you can probably hear behind us. I like to have a little bit of engine noise of cars going past. It has a little bit of the atmospherics, as we're here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, situated in the ever busier TV compound at the end of the Bugatti circuit. We know the cars that are going into Hypercar, Ryan, and Peter was right to highlight in Le Mans GT3 the Acodus Lexus. That car's pretty long in the tooth now. There's not much more to drag out of that car against cars that are far fresher, much newer homologation, people still getting used to some of them. That's actually a pretty damn fine performance, albeit over one lap.
It's, if my recollection is correct, the first race for that car was the 2017 Rolex 24 at Daytona, which was my first Rolex 24. So wow. I've kind of been tracking that car since the very beginning. It's been through a few tweaks. I think it's safe to say never a full-on Evo, but it did get a little help in the early years to bring it into competitive form. And once they got it there, at least over at IMSA, it has always been competitive. Now, the Acodus ASP team, so strong for so many years in GT racing with Mercedes, primarily in SRO racing, they make the move to ACO racing and make the move to the Lexus. And it did take them a while. Last year it was a struggle from time to time, really most of the season. But this year, not just here at Le Mans, but actually over the bulk of the World Endurance Championship to this point, that car has been something to contend with, and there's no reason to count them out this weekend.
They got one of the two cars in the Hyperpole, but it was all about the number 46 WRT BMW. Now 46, for anybody who follows anything other than four-wheel racing, and by that I mean two-wheel racing, means one thing: Valentino Rossi. I mean, he is such a global superstar that even Silverstone named a corner after him. That would be the Valle corner, coming down onto the front straight. Interestingly, they named that after him before he was even famous. So that, you know, the BRDC and Silverstone were well ahead of the curve.
Visionaries.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember when you pushed me for a pick for the win?
Yeah, you said that, Carl.
So I'm really sorry, guys. It's gone well so far, but sorry about that.
It's all downhill from here, mate.
No, I think they've got a great shout because Ahmed Al-Harti has proven in that qualifying session, which was mandated that you had to use a bronze driver for LMGT3. he proved in that session that certainly over one lap, he's the quickest of the bunch in the car that they're driving. But then you look at Valentino Rossi as a silver graded driver. He's proven that he can run with a grade above that. He's proven it at Bathurst and to a certain degree here at Le Mans too, and in the World Endurance Championship. So amongst the other silver drivers, of which every car in LMGT3 has to have one, Valentino Rossi is a very competitive driver. And then Kelvin van der Linde, we needn't even introduce him. Not an issue. The least issue that the team will ever have, a proper superstar driver.
He is the epitome of what Hugh Chamberlain, much missed at this time of the possibly the archetypal British privateer entrant at this race. He would have loved van der Linde because he was wont to just point at someone in overalls and say in the way that only Hugh could, "You, driver, drive." And that would have been van der Linde. He would have loved him. He wouldn't have been bothered about his name, and he wouldn't have liked the fact that it was long because that was more price on the sticker. But it would have been, "You, driver, drive," and he would have known. He would have just sent him. Second place for Harter Racing and their Aston Martin, Ian James, Matteo Drudi and Zach Robichon. Now we see those guys quite a lot in the US, Ryan, so we know that those guys are well matched. We know that Ian James is in the form of his life in terms of being a bronze driver. And despite everything else he's taken on with Harter Racing, with the Valkyrie programme, he's loving his driving. And he pops up in driving an AMG in Creventic Racing. He's living his best life.
With as much responsibility as he has on his plate running this team, oddly enough, maybe the most stress-free time in his life is when he could just focus on one thing, and that's driving one of the Aston Martin Vantages from the team around the track. And to have a bronze driver of his level of experience, you think about what he's driven over the years, the races he's won, championships he's contended for, and he is the alleged weak link of the lineup, right? You're in pretty good stead if that's the case.
We haven't mentioned a Porsche yet. We've got the Manthey first form in. That's the Hardwick Parrott Richard Leeds car. The Codis we have mentioned. Typical Porsche, typical Manthey, just getting on with their business.
Yeah, because the car is now well established. The 992 has been with us now. This will be its third season of running. And Manthey, who used to, of course, run the Porsche Works GT team in the Pro category. But you still have to get in and drive the car. And I was super impressed yesterday with Ryan Hardwick, how he did. You know, how much his performance has progressed and improved year on year. And he's worked so hard at his motor racing. He's kind of stepped out the comfort zone a bit to come and race more in Europe and in the World Endurance Championship, rather more so than staying in IMSA. That would be the easy thing for him to do. But he's pushed himself. He's gone out to the international level, and he's been rewarded with, he won the ELMS Championship in 2023. And the pace he showed yesterday in that pretty tense qualifying session, I was really impressed with Ryan Hardwick there in that first form car.
We're moving through the Hyperpole for LMP2. We don't have time to do everybody in all the classes. We would run out of time very quickly. I've just been talking to the guys from Proton, Stefano Gattuso, Gianmarco Leverato and Dennis Olsen. Dennis Olsen is absolutely loving it at the moment. He was on fine form when I had a little chat with him recently over at Ford. Stefano Gattuso did the qualifying yesterday and did a really good job. Said he really enjoyed it. He feels there's a little more to come out of the car. Zigo Sport Tempesta, Peter, we've seen those guys recently doing well in a variety of different machinery, but that is a team I think you ignore at your peril.
Definitely, they've been. I think they've been the front-running invitational entry. I think would be fair to say they're not a regular WEC team. They've been the front-running car. On that point of Stefano Gattuso for Proton competition, he is a really sneaky bronze because he's 41 years old, but
he is not.
He is 41 years old.
He doesn't look it.
No, he's just recently turned 41.
But he doesn't look 40 either.
He won races in the Italian F3 Championship back in 2004 against guys like Tony Vilander and Davide Rigon.
Yeah.
Now, and he's a bronze-graded driver. That, in this category where you have to have a bronze, that is a huge benefit, I would say.
And on that subject of Stefano, there is a team running a Mustang in SRO America this year that needed a bronze to come in and help guide them. It's an all-AM lineup, and they went to Ford and said, hey, do you have anybody in mind? And they said, oh, yeah, Stefano's your guy. They sent him specifically to Sebring last month because he could bring experience with the car and his experience behind the wheel, and that team unlocked something when he turned up.
Yeah, he's obviously a thinking driver. The other car didn't get in, the 77. That's the old Ben car. Ben Barker, Ben took, and it's Bernardo Souza, but he's now been by the team. Now they're now calling him Benardo. So he's a lovely bloke. He's done everything from karting upwards, but they won't be in it. 2 United Autosport McLarens in Hypercar. I think they'd be pleased with that. They might have wanted a little more, but this is a car that is still relatively new to the championship and to GT3 racing. They're still working on getting the best out of that, maybe.
I think there's a case to be made. This is a big anniversary for McLaren, too, so they'll be thinking about that, wanting to fly the flag as well as possible. And it seems like when you go around that group, there's a great deal of confidence that even maybe they weren't at the very pointy end in that qualifying session, but come the end of 24 hours, it does feel like they have a sense that they will be there when it matters most.
And I think also the United Autosports cars, they have 2 true bronzes in the true spirit of that. Two business people who race, as excuse me, as part of their hobby, but they race here with to win just as hard as anybody else. But they don't make their living from racing. James Cottingham owns DK Engineering, which if you're into your cars, go into DK Engineering and just the cars that they have for sale and have sold in the past are amazing.
I can talk cars with James forever, and he knows the history of the cars. Actually, be a good guy to get on when we're doing some of the classic stuff.
For sure.
Because he knows everything about that. 2 Vista AF Corsa Ferraris as well. You kind of expect that, Peter?
They're so well established in the World Endurance Championship and here at Le Mans, Amato Ferrari's squad, and Thomas Fleur, who unfortunately had a crash in the race last year, he'll be back once again here at Le Mans to try and set that right this year. And as we know, the Ferrari 296 GT3, just like all of its predecessors, is a really strong package to have here. One
of the AMGs is the 61 Iron Lynx, 3 brand new chassis for that, as Johnny Palmer found out for us earlier in the week. They've been given special Le Mans chassis numbers from AMG, Stefan Wendel and the rest of the team, going all out with Iron Lynx to make sure that they are celebrating and honouring the win in '89, which of course was the last time that Mercedes won here, and they haven't been here for such a long time, to the point where they've sampled the colour of that AEG Sauber Run car from '89, and that is exactly the same paint shade. That is incredible.
It is stunning to look at. Unfortunately, I fear one of those 3 brand new chassis might be a write-off. They had the big crash yesterday, and the team wouldn't confirm it to me, but it was thinly veiled that they were kind of building up a spare car.
That would have been it in the old days, you weren't allowed to swap chassis, and then it was relaxed so long as everybody else said you could. Although Mercedes have done that in the past. Here with their GTP cars, their prototype cars, they swapped the chassis plate on a car some years ago. I think it's okay that we can talk about that now.
Statute of limitations is up on that one.
Yeah, and that's that, and that I think is a perfect way to signify how important it is to have Mercedes back, because they did leave under a cloud in the late 90s, and a lot of people wondered if they'd ever come back, because corporately it was embarrassing for them, and it was luckily nobody was more seriously injured than they already were. But I think one thing as well is Martin Berry, this is his Le Mans debut. He's never been here before to compete in the big race, and he has won races in Michelin Le Mans Cup, but to get there and to get into that very hotly contested Hyperpole session into the top 12 in LMGT3, that was mighty impressive. A good way to celebrate his birthday, which was on Monday.
Fantastic. TF Sport are in there with a Corvette as well, which is kind of correct. Before I let you go, Ryan, and we swap you out for Trussers, there's some big names that didn't make it. Iron Lynx have had a tough week with that car being bent. Iron Dames, not the same people anymore. They've had to swap out Sarah Bovey for Michi Gatting because the car got dropped on Michi's foot. But there, as I said, there are some names in that bottom part which are now locked in. So from the top, after the top Hyperpole cars, they are locked into their grid positions now. Nothing can change.
I think you have to start with the championship leaders in LMGT3, which is the sister TF Sport car. One made it through. Tom Van Rompuy did a great job in qualifying. Ben Keating was furious after that qualifying session and did not wait around in the pit lane for any microphones to be put in his face. He made a quick
down
beeline.
at the end.
I was. And then, to add insult to injury, they had a gearbox fluid leak in the night practice session, and I don't believe that car got out. If it did, it was very late in the going. I'm told they did not. And so that is extra damage for them to try and overcome. It's been a frustrating weekend on that side of the garage, but on the other side, the celebration was immense when Van Rompuy did advance through to Hyperpole.
We'll swap you out for Paul, if you don't mind right now. The other BMW didn't make it, the Bent car. And Yasser Shaheen has been actually pretty good in that car. Winner last year for Porsche. Won on his first time out in Abu Dhabi in that car. This is that car's debut here because it is an evolution. So it's not the same spec as the car from last year.
Yeah, that's right. They were looking just more little changes all the way through the car, and one of the big things was trying to get the tire wear down. It was tire wear that was the issue, if you like, that with the previous version of it. It is a relatively light Evo kit. You can apply that Evo kit to to an existing chassis. So much like you could with the Aston Martin when they put their new Evo kit for their V8 Vantage. So it's I think it seems to be going well. I mean, it's certainly a win at Bathurst, a win at Dubai. Pretty good way to start off the life of the M4 GT3 Evo. Yeah,
Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Bathurst. First three major events of the year, all taken. Red flag, by the way, in the first of the Porsche Sprint Challenge races. Victor Blugion is leading. When the red flag came out, there's been an incident down at the first part of the Porsche curves and through towards karting there. I think the 888 car is involved, which is the Lejeune Racing Stefan Perrin. Stefan coming back into racing after a nasty incident in the pit lane at Barcelona when he got knocked over a year and a half, 2 years ago. That car doesn't seem to be moving, but there's one or two that haven't come back from there. You're listening to Lunchtime live from Le Mans, from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1. We will be broadcasting the whole race live for you in North America on the Sirius XM platform, Sirius 136 XM 202 for the race. We'll start with Countdown to Green. No breaks on that, as we always broadcast across. Paul Truswell has joined us. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good
Happily
afternoon,
fed
John.
and watered and ready for today's excitement?
Yes, it's a funny thing, Le Mans week, because it actually seems to go past very, very quickly. But when you get a little bit of downtime, you always kind of have to make the most of it.
Yes, absolutely true.
I didn't mean to be lingering in the background there. I just wanted to make sure that I knew what you were talking about.
Yes.
So that when I came in, I wasn't going to repeat anything that any of you have said before.
No, that's all right.
So I wasn't lingering and I wasn't being pushy. I was just trying to,
LMP2, Paul, has been a phenomenal servant as a category, and particularly this Orica 07 with the Gibson engine. We're still waiting for the announcement of what the replacement will be. It's had a couple of false starts and false dawns, but you cannot underestimate what this package has done, the drivers and the teams that have been able to prove themselves to get into the highest class or to establish themselves at the highest level of racing that have come out of this class.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it follows on from Group C Junior or Group C2 as it then became as the inverted commas baby prototype class. And it does exactly what you've just described. It provides opportunities for teams and drivers to fulfill their dream, in many cases, to be at Le Mans, to race in the 24 hours. Never mind about the various support races that we get nowadays, but the 24 hours is the big one. That's the one you want to compete in. But there's more depth to the class than that, because it's actually giving experience to LMP2 teams who can then use that experience to move into the top category. And the evidence I would to give to that is a team like Rebellion, who started off as Seba Racing, grew into an LMP2 team, then they grew into Rebellion, and that's grown into Alpine. Now, that gestation has grown into what is now a very serious a hypercar team, but via the LMP2 route.
Add to that, Jota.
Yeah.
25 years of Jota, I think, this year. Add to that WRT as well. Winners here. If in a class that is so hard fought as LMP2 has been over the last 5-8 years, certainly, if you can shine in that, and if you can compete against the United Autosports and the Jotas and everybody we've just mentioned, then you're doing something properly. And in the days, that's a spec class now. It isn't a spec class. It's not how the rules are written, but it is effectively everybody's running the same packages. If you can shine in that, then in a class that is so proscriptive in terms of the hypercar category and so highly balanced, then if you run a good team, you are likely to wring the best out of the package that you're got.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think that's the thing, isn't it?
And you've got to remember that a team is not just 3 drivers and a team manager.
And 4 guys changing the tyres.
There's a lot more depth to it than that. And you only need to scratch the surface, and in some ways I'm very envious of our pit reporters, because they can get into the
always
or get near to the teams and see how much of a team effort it is. Because there are probably something like a dozen or 2 dozen people involved, and you better trace their history right through the team.
I wouldn't like to scratch the surface of our pit reporters, mind you.
Well,
gloss over that.
Depends what time of the day.
Just getting some news, by the way, that free practice 3 for the Le Mans cars has been delayed because of this red flag. There are still some cars to be brought back. The Remp Racing GT4 RS, Luc Remy, his car is still down just beyond the Daytona chicane, which is the first chicane, the right, left, right, on the run down from Tertre Rouge to Mulsanne Corner. And that car, I'm afraid, is still out there, and there's still a few cars making their way back. But Race Control have already made their decision that the next session will be a little delayed. We'll still hand over at the same time to Johnny and the rest of the team. In terms of that, the Hyperpole tonight, 2 different sessions. Hyperpole 2 becomes Hyperpole 1. LMP2, because of what we were talking about, it was very, very close indeed. Topped by TF, the AO number 199 car, Spike the Dragon, United, Algarve Pro Racing, TDS, United again, VDS, Algarve again, into Europol, EDEC, RLR, EF Corsa and CLX. One of the Interpol cars didn't get in. It had an incident earlier on the day. Nielsen had some problems as well. Did we get pretty much everybody you would have thought into that, Peter? Given the problems that some of the teams had earlier in the day?
I think there's some names driver-wise that you would have expected to qualify in the top 12. Colin Brown being one, but of course he's driving that Nielsen car, perhaps having an issue. Andre Lotterer, that surprised me, I'll be honest. Not where he wants to be at all.
That 18 EDEC Sport is the Magma Genesis racing. We're learning about this for next year when we come in with our racing car. That's the car that's also got Jamie Chadwick and Matisse Jobert, very highly thought of by a number of manufacturers. Matisse Jobert and Lotterer needs no introduction. They'll be disappointed on two levels. One, because they weren't quick enough, but two, it means they're not getting experience of doing Hyperpole as a team, as well as the three drivers.
Yes, I see what you mean. That's a good point. I think in general it's not where they want to be, but that's probably epitomises just how close LMP2 is, because in the past you might have thought, well, somebody like Andre Lotterer can just walk into the top 12 easy. No, not anymore. What didn't surprise me one bit was Louis Delatraz, the time he put in.
Oh, he's a superstar.
He's been the star of LMP2 so far this week. Every single time they plug him into Spike the Dragon, which is the AO car, of course, he is just on it straight away.
Well, and of course, his performance over the last couple of 3 years, we've had him nominated as our young driver in the Midweek Motorsport End of Season Awards show, has netted him a manufacturer drive.
Yeah, it drives with. I mean, he's been very well thought of by Wayne Taylor Racing for several years, and he drove with their previous manufacturer when they ran the Acura, and now with the Cadillac. And if you get a drive with a team like Wayne Taylor Racing, you are one of the elite prototype drivers.
Totally agree.
You look at the drivers that they've had, like Brendan Hartley, Scott Dixon, Fernando Alonso, etc. You know, they're a serious outfit, so it's no surprise. And of course, you look at the success that he's had on this side of the Atlantic with WRT, etc. He's one of the main men in LMP2, and I'm sure AO are delighted by what job he's doing for the team so far.
Slightly different. We'll have all of these Hyperpole sessions later on. So Hyperpole 2, and then they cut down another set of cars for LMGT3 and LMP2, and then the battle.
12th.
Yeah.
Is that so? The top 8 go through, and then it's the pole shootout, basically. Yeah,
exactly right. Slightly different pole for the hypercars themselves, where we whittle 21 down to 15. 15 will become 10, and 10 will give us the first 5 rows of the grid, of which one will be our pole sitter.
And they have this huge ceremony now to honour the pole sitters as they, if you remember from last year, choreograph the cars
Good save.
coming down to the pole position rostrum. And
they're going to have to do that a lot quicker than they did last year if they're going to stay to time for free practice 4.
If you're on the circuit, then make sure that you're in front of the grandstand, or in the grandstand, or in that area in front of the grandstand. You get a really good view of it.
Yeah.
But it is a highly choreographed situation.
The shockers, 2 thereof. First of all, in terms of who didn't qualify on time, and the biggest shock there, but we think there might have been an issue with the number 7 Toyota Gazoo racing car, but that car bumped out and not taking part. The 2 Peugeots didn't get through. The Proton Competition 963 didn't get through. One of the Astons, the 007 team Heart of Racing car, didn't get through either. But really the Toyota, so, I mean, they are the longest serving and most experienced team here at Le Mans in that class.
Yeah, has to be a surprise. Nick de Vries' issue apparently was just coming across traffic. So he just, I say, tripped over traffic, came across traffic when he didn't need to.
That was having an incident at the time.
Yeah.
It wasn't even just regular traffic.
But they, the session didn't have any real interruptions. There was 1 or 2 yellow flags that occurred, but there was no red flag, no other reason not to be able to do it. He did used 2 sets of tyres. So, you kind of looking at page 33 of the racing book, Racing Drivers' Excuses. But
you get 3 sets of tyres if you get into Hyperpole.
Once you get into Hyperpole, that's
so
correct,
they burned a couple of sets trying to get in and didn't.
that's from a separate allocation.
Correct.
The qualification session is a different allocation. But yeah, that was the first surprise. And then the second bombshell came at the end of the session.
Yeah, post-qualification technical inspections, there have been a couple of changes in terms of weight and how the weight of the cars is measured and calculated, notably actually to do with the drivers, because they've gone to a weight that takes in an average of the drivers, and in 3-driver cars, that was a significant change, and that's why it was brought in. But it was the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car which sort of sneaked in and then sneaked out again, which was found to be underweight. The team didn't contest it, didn't contest how the weighing and the weight had been calculated. They realised that they'd made a mistake. Not very Porsche Penske, I'm afraid.
Definitely not, no. And it shows you perhaps how close to the limit of performance they're having to push to get the lap time that they did.
That is a very good point.
So that's the thing that's
point.
very telling. So yeah, it's a big deal because that is the defending World Endurance champions, Lawrence Vantor and Kevin Estra. They've got Matt Campbell alongside them for this year. Of course, they had Andre Lotterer with them last year, who has moved on to pasture news, as we discussed. But they haven't had the best start to the season at all, and a good Le Mans result. In fact, they're only here for one thing, and that's to win. I mean, Porsche haven't won since 2017. And it's the only thing really left to tick off the list for this amazing Porsche Penske Motorsport program, because they've won pretty much everything else there is to win.
In terms of that being bad news for Porsche and for Penske, then somebody has to gain from that, and it was made absolutely clear in the release and the steward's decision, Paul, that everybody else would move up. So having been out by fractions of a second, all the hard work done by the guys in the 009 Aston Martin was then rewarded, and Marco Sorensen's lap was rewarded with the place in Hypercar. Cue much delight in Hartner Racing and Aston Martin Valkyrie land.
Well, especially as they were just one place ahead of the Toyota.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Marco Sorensen had kind of threatened to go quickly.
And he was in for a while.
He was in for a while, then everybody else improved, and he got down onto the bubble, and then we were saying, well, if he's not careful, he's going to get overtaken by Nick de Vries as well, and Nick didn't improve. Then ultimately it was that underweight Porsche which moved right up and pushed him out. But now he gets a stay of reprieve, and that's absolutely great for the whole of that Aston Martin team, the team behind the Valkyrie. I mean, it's a fantastic car. There's lots of people, independent observers as well, who are shouting for it. Apart from anything else, it's different. It's a hypercar without a hybrid. It sounds very different. It looks very different. It ticks most of the boxes, and I'm not expecting them to win the 24 hours, but I think if we could get both cars to the end of the 24 hours...
Oh, they'd be delighted.
That would be all they want.
They would have a party as if they'd won, if they get both cars. The noises in the background are our effects mics picking up the 2 hydrogen-fueled cars that are out on the circuit at the moment, and stunning they are as well. Hydrogen, a really big priority of the ACO, and interestingly of Toyota. That leaves us then, Peter, with these 15 cars. The pole sitter is in there somewhere. Cadillac Hertz team Jota, Alex Lynn put down a marker yesterday. I've said all week I thought the Cadillac teams, the way they've been talking about execution a lot. They've been talking about how close everything is. They think it's the closest for years. I sort of read through that they're happy with the performance package that they've got. Opportunity for them to be on pole. Who else is going to qualify? Who else might be there?
You've got 3 very quick Ferraris to get through first. So they're top of the list, I think, of who you've got to conquer.
You only have to be fast in Hyperpole 2, don't you? HP2.
That's right. And
yeah.
Porsche can pull some pace out. They had not just one but several cars up towards the front. Whether they've got the absolute last 10th, we'll see. You can never write Toyota off, never. So BMW as well saw some really strong pace, particularly in the hands of Dries Vanthoor.
Well, I was going to say, Dries Vanthoor has been Mr. Pole man this year, up until Nick Yellowy nicked it away from him in IMSA competition on the streets of Detroit last weekend. Weekend before last, excuse me. He knows how to pedal a car, and we saw even when they'd had a few problems, he came out and absolutely nailed a lap when he needed to. It's different here to other places because it's a longer lap, but you can't write them out.
And he does have a pole here in the past as Dries Vanthoor in 2021, the first ever Taiwanese team to be on pole with Hub Auto in the Porsche.
It looks like we may start on time now after some excellent work from the track services and marshals. 3 hours of free practice number 3 to come. JP's about to jump in and take over. Who have you got with you for the first bit, JP? Whoever turns up. Oh, Paul. Right, okay. Fine. And Nick Damon down as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Let's check in with Nick just to see how things are. When I woke up and went out the car this morning, Nick, I was thinking today was going to be a somewhat soggy day. Then it got nice. Now it's clouded over again. Is it as muggy and as sticky as it looks in the pit lane? Hello, Nick. Oh. Am I pushing the right things? Yes, I am. I will refer to our technical team just to make sure that is working in a moment or two. So, Paul, before we get underway for this session then in a couple of minutes' time, some thoughts from you about this, what we'll see tonight, 2 sessions for LMGT3, LMP2, and then separately for the Hyperpole. I've got to say, I do like this. We never knew when pole position was going to come in the past. This is more telly-friendly, absolutely, and in some ways more spectator-friendly. Get to the trackside, see people pushing the cars as hard as they can within that time frame. Does it mean anything? I'm not sure, but it's actually quite exciting to see the cars being pushed.
It's certainly going to be exciting. The idea of having 2 sessions, a 20-minute session providing a knockout, and then a 15-minute session with a second driver having to get into the car. No restrictions for any bronze in terms of the LMGT3s or LMP2s. So the drivers who are participating in the Hyperpole, you have absolute free choice as to which driver is going to get into the cars and who's going to take part. The decision for the team is which driver do you use in which order, because as you just said, it's Hyperpole 2 that determines the grid positions for the top 5 rows. But in order to get into that qualifying session, you need to be fast at one of the top 10 cars in the first session. So which driver do you put in first, the quick one or the very quick one?
And the question will be, in this next 3 hours, is anybody going to do a Hyperpole simulation? That was our live from Le Mans at lunchtime on Thursday. 3 hours on the clock. I'll bow out for a moment. The next voice you hear will be Johnny Palmer, who'll be taking over to take you through the first part, at least, of Free Practice 3, which will be starting on time, live on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1.
So then, everybody's had a chance to sleep on this and come back for day 2 of free practice here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We had 3 hours of afternoon running on Wednesday, running 45 minutes ahead of today's schedule, so 2 till 5, then the standard qualifying session, and then, of course, into the night practice, which was an opportunity for so many drivers to try and get their 5 laps in. And now we go back to some daytime practicing. This again is a 3-hour session, slightly peculiarly not starting on the hour, however. So we're started at 2:45 through till 17:45, and we're going to split this on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans across a couple of broadcast teams, if you like. So 90 minutes from me, Johnny Palmer, and Paul Truswell, and the cars have wasted no time at all. Session started bang on time, and the majority of the field have already left the pit lane, having formed a lengthy queue. There have been various issues for, well, particularly the standout, the Grove family Mercedes. And we'll look out for that number 63 car. In fact, it's already out on the racetrack, the Luca Stoltz car, Paul Truswell. So Luca at the wheel at the moment, but that car, thankfully, has been fixed possibly overnight. I mean, they were working very hard on it early evening, and it's great to see it out there.
Yeah, and as Ryan was saying, the probability is that it's been built up around a spare chassis, so they'll have taken the engine and various bits off the old car and put it all back together again around a new chassis. They do have a lot of work to do on that car, though, to get it to do. I mean, it's not in Hyperpole, but just to get it race ready, because in effect they're starting from scratch, whereas everybody else has got 3 hours under their belt, plus the half-hour qualifying session we had yesterday, plus the 2 hours of night practice. They missed all of that, and they are one of 2 teams who are going to have to qualify all 3 of their drivers in night qualifying tonight in what is going to be a single 1-hour session. But it's interesting what John Hindhaugh was saying just at the end of the last programme, because a good time to practice doing a Hyperpole style qualifying lap is right now. The track has been very well kept clean by the presence of all these support racers that we've got. A lot of cars were very ready to get out and willing to go very early onto the circuit. As you were saying, Johnny, we've had, I think, pretty much all of them out already. Certainly there's been a high number of them out already. And with this early point of the session, it's a good time to try and set a quick lap if you've configured your car appropriately. It may be that you haven't at all, and what you've decided is race, race, race. You're going to get into race mode now and just do a long stint. So we'll keep an eye on the times, obviously, but we'll also be keeping an eye on the stint lengths that the drivers are running, the teams are running, just to see what we can be expecting when we do come to the race starting on Saturday afternoon.
That's Paul Truswell. I'm Johnny Palmer. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. And our third voice for this segment of free practicing is Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit report. And we will, I promise, hear from Nick very shortly indeed. He is busy beavering away, trying to follow up some of the stories from yesterday. I actually had the opportunity, Paul, to knock off a bit early last night at 11 o'clock because we did a switch around and the final hour covered by John Hindhaugh. So my first question to you this morning was, did I miss anything crucial? There was a bit of contact, I think, between a Toyota and a Ferrari GT car.
Yes, that's right. The stewards investigated it and decided it was a racing incident, and so there was no further action required. But basically what happened was the Ferrari moved out of the way to allow an LMP2 car to come through. And then the LMP2 car, what was not realised was that the was immediately being followed by the Toyota number 8, which then got collected by the Ferrari. Contact was made because of the darkness and the hour, I have to admit that we didn't actually catch on how much damage was inflicted, but hopefully Nick Damon will be able to find that out in this session, and we'll see both cars out. But it was at the end of the session anyway, so it wasn't an incident of great importance, other than it just gave a couple of teams' mechanics a little bit later of a night than they would otherwise have had.
To give a quick appraisal of how free practice has unfolded to this point, the two sessions that I've already mentioned, 3 hours in the afternoon, 2 hours in the evening, treated as separate sessions. By the end of free practice 4 at some stage, no doubt there'll be a combined times document. Interestingly, the number 5 Porsche from Porsche Penske Motorsport showing no immediate signs of joining this session. There's quite a lot of work going on there from the American squad for the German cars. It's that is effectively that is the factory program, and Roger Penske's firm team chosen by Porsche to run those cars from a Porsche perspective. So they're known as Porsche Penske Motorsport. There are actually 3 of those cars here this weekend, the 5 and 6, which are the regular FIA World Endurance Championship cars, and then the 4 is an invitational entry or an extra entry from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But car 5, not upwardly mobile at this stage. At the end of free practice 1 yesterday afternoon, it was a Cadillac from Hertz Team Jota that was fastest. That was a Sebastian Bourdais time, 325.148, from the 50 Ferrari of AF Corsa, the 499P. Antonio Fuoco, 325.3. And then Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, number 6. And then it was actually 4 different manufacturers in the top 4, because Toyota were 4th fastest. In free practice 2, it was the 8 Toyota that was quickest, the Sebastian Buemi time, 326.156, from Norman Natto's number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R, and Ye Yifei in the AF Corsa Ferrari. That's the yellow and red one, the satellite team version, but again another 499P. But once more we had Toyota, Cadillac, Ferrari and Porsche in the top 4 places at the end of free practice 2. If you read anything into that, well, that's your responsibility, frankly. But isn't it nice to have the variety at the sharp end?
Isn't it just? Yes. Just to give some names to that story I was telling you, because I wasn't totally sure of them. It was the Ferrari number 57, which was involved in the incident. Castle Racing's Ferrari 296, so the LMGT3 car, in Casper Stevenson's hands. Ryo Hirakawa was at the wheel of the Toyota number 8, which hit him from the Toyota Gazoo Racing team. And as I say, it was examined by the stewards, and they came to the conclusion that there was no malicious intent and no fault could be attributed to Casper Stevenson. As I say, he was allowing another car through and then moved back onto the racing line without realising that the Toyota was following so closely behind.
But just pause there for a moment.
Yes.
We will now, as I promised, get that crowd.
Always keep your promises, Johnny.
I try to. The CrowdStrike Pit Report here with Nick Damon.
Hello. Oh, it's me. I'm back. No, I just meandered. I wanted to make sure I got on there because I walked all the way up towards Iron Links and the 63 car, the Stoltz and the Groves. That was indeed built up from a new chassis. They had a three-quarter completed car, and they were taking bits off the broken car and putting it on the new car. That was all done over last night. It's just done a lap and come back in again. Not sure his microphone, but there was, up until a while ago, a Grove knocking about. I might try and see how far they've run around the back. This going around the back thing is called, no, they've disappeared, like different postcodes they are now around the back. Everyone who knows how the Row of Woe used to be, like kind of tiny and wee, and now it's like goes back miles into edifices that every single team has built. But the good news is the 63 is off and running. Lucas Stoltz has just come in, done a quick shakedown, done another lap, and they look like they're going to be able to get everything done. Lots of hand slapping. Congratulations by the team. Now the difficult part of getting everyone qualified.
Good stuff, good work on their part, and clearly these very special one-off Mercedes AMGs, they didn't just create 3 of them, they've found a 4th as well. And a good chat with Maxime Martin told me at the start of the week that they were not the regular mounts that we see in the World Endurance Championship from Iron Lynx. So perhaps there always was a spare not too far away. They wouldn't want to have been leaning on it, but they at least have encountered this issue, a crash for Stephen Grove early on in the lap. I mean, he hadn't even gone left, let alone right, through the Dunlop chicane in that first sequence of corners in the first sector. Never did, I don't think, get an opportunity to see precisely what had happened, but we reckon it pitched right, maybe under braking, and rather did punch the nose of that Mercedes that has the long bonnet, typical for a Benz, I suppose, and did an awful lot of damage structurally as well to that car, so they've had to source a brand new one. Early pace being set by the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi. He's just done 2 absolute best times for this session on the lap he's just completed. So that was a 3:25.705, the best, car 51. Then it's the 83 Ferrari 499P for Chinese driver Ye Yifei. And Laurens Vanthoor in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 is in 3rd. The 5 car that I was describing being worked on is now in the session though, Paul. So Michael Christensen has just brought that out. If you're anywhere around the racetrack, it might just have passed you actually at, I was going to say Tertre Rouge. There's a good gaggle of cars there. If not, it's partway between the 2 chicanes. But car 5 makes it the full complement of Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s.
Yeah, still waiting to see the number 50 Ferrari though, of the leading cars. So yes, we do have the Porsche out, but we're still waiting to see the number 50 Ferrari emerge from its garage, and neither of the Inter-Europol competition Oreca's in LMP2 have emerged either yet. That's number 43 and 34. Easy to remember those 2 numbers because they're just verses of each other. Quite a few teams do these days. Anyway, Inter-Europol competition is one of them. I'm pleased to say as well, going back to cars that we have seen, more importantly, the number 33 TF Sport Corvette. Johnny Egder has got that car out on the circuit and is on his outlap at the moment. Actually, he's done his outlap. He's now doing his first timed lap. So Johnny Egder in the number 33 TF Sport Corvette out on the circuit. This is another car which was having problems earlier on, as Ryan Marine was telling us. A gearbox oil fluid leak, or a gearbox fluid leak, was the problem that occurred to that car, meant that it wasn't able to participate in the qualifying session yesterday, and neither then, because it took quite a long time to fix, was it able to appear in the night qualifying session from 10 through till midnight. They have now got the car going, and as I say, Johnny Edgar is at the wheel of the number 33, bringing it round right now. The only other one which we failed to see, which I failed to mention, is another Iron Lynx car, but it's the LMP2 entry from Iron Lynx, the Proton Iron Lynx combination entrant, which is due to be driven by Maceo Capietto, who we heard from yesterday, and it was fascinating listening to the teenager, clearly enjoying himself, and was very coherent as well in his second language when speaking to Ryan yesterday, sharing with Jonas Reed and Richard de Guerras, as he did last year, in fact, when he made his debut here. He was only 18 then, and Jonas Reed, you'll recognise the surname maybe, is the son of Christian Reed, who is the man who currently runs Proton Competition, which I say it in that way because the company itself was founded by Christian Reed's father, Gerald Reed, who again was a Le Mans enthusiast back in the day, raced at Le Mans himself, and as I say, established Proton Competition, which has now been taken over by Christian, and the family line continues with Jonas at the wheel. Anyway, the car number 9, we're still waiting to see it.
I went quiet for a little while there because I was scribbling away at some notes, having realised, and not at the time, that in qualifying yesterday for Hypercar, all 3 Ferraris actually got through 2 different drivers within qualifying. I couldn't understand why there were 24 different times, because I've got the individual driver times which Alcamel produce, and actually the 51 Ferrari saw a bit of time from Antonio Giovinazzi, who was quickest, but his teammates Alessandro Pierguidi was in the 51 during qualifying. The 50 car Antonio Fuoco and Niklas Nielsen did laps, and the 83 Ferrari, Robert Kubica and Yifei Ye had a spell. So it's all about the Ferraris. Everybody else chose to just use one driver, but that's interesting because there's nothing to stop you doing that in Hyperpole.
Exactly, and in typical Ferrari style, it's kind of pitching one driver against the other, and dear old Enzo would have been proud of them, but effectively setting up a bit of competition to see, okay, who wants to do the qualifying, let's just see who is quicker. But clearly Ferrari confident enough that they could get their cars through into the Hyperpole sessions.
Let's head to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit report with Nick.
Well, we've just been visited by the massive military helicopter that's going to deliver the tricolor on race day, and this CrowdStrike pit report comes with a CrowdStrike driver. It's Alex Gwynn out of the 45. Interesting day for you, because not only have you got to set the car up for the race, we've got Hyperpole coming up. Your team's in it. I take it, just guessing, you'll be doing the first session.
No, so I'm actually going to be doing the second Hyperpole. I've done the qualifying yesterday, which was really, really fun. I don't normally get to do qualifying in the P2 car in the European Le Mans Championship. So yeah, really enjoyed it. Low fuel, new tyres around here is just something special. So yeah, teammate Nicky will do the first one. And like you said, it's in this session, it's just balancing, working on stuff for the qualifying and the race. It's just, yeah, a bit of everything, but looking forward to the rest of the day.
It's interesting, isn't it, team tactics? We kind of see Nicky Katzberg as the established star, and therefore we think he's going to do the final qualifying. But I suppose the key point is to get into that final 8 first, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And there's lots of good driver lineups in this race, so it's going to be interesting, you know, what driver they put in for the first one. But we have confidence in Nicky, we have confidence in me, so I think either way, whichever way we played it, I think we're aiming for that top 8, and I think it's possible.
Going back to the race, how different is the car which you'll put down on the grid, you know, Saturday afternoon, and the car you'll put out in 2 hours' time for the qualifying?
Yeah, it will be very different. We'll we sort of liven it up for qualifying, make it a bit more direct, and also for the race we'll have all our race kit on, like this wishbones and stuff, because around here the curbs, especially the curbs you have to take in qualifying to find the lap time, you can't do that in the race. So yeah, there'll be some changes for sure.
And is that what this 3 hours is about then? It's about getting that race element, or are you going to swap in the final hour to try and go as fast as possible?
Yeah, well, like I said, we need to take two-mind approach into this session, because this is our final chance to explore all the limits before Hyperpole, which is obviously quite important, and what we're aiming for today. But yeah, the bigger picture, we all know that qualifying's not really important for this race. So yeah, a bit of everything.
Just to go through the rest of the day with you, there's an hour's extra night practice right at the end of the day, and I know quite a few teams are thinking of parking the car, but will you be making the most of those laps as well?
Yeah, we'll be out. I think not necessarily pushing too hard, but just making sure all the cars working well at the night, just checking over everything. Obviously, it's going into the race after that, so we need to use the time we have, but not take any risks. Absolutely no risks. So yeah.
Exciting day, Alex. Good luck later.
Nice to hear the lilting Truro accent of Alex Quinn. I was trying to think of other drivers who might be coming from the very south-west of England. We've got Harry Tinknell, who's from Plymouth, I think, originally, but that's not Cornwall. We're talking Devon there. But yeah, it's just nice to have other... I mean, you talked about Johnny Edgar earlier on, Paul Truswell. Cumbrian, came up through the karting ranks because there's some good karting tracks in that part of the world. We talk about the UK with some knowledge, because of that's where we come from, I suppose. But I also, though, we were talking about, I think it's Loic Hartog, who is actually coincidentally from where the Breukers family come from, isn't it? Limburg.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
in the Netherlands. So I'm learning about the little nooks and crannies of Europe slowly but surely, and seeing where a driver comes from often gives me the chance to look that place up. Nick's got his own views on karting tracks in Cumbria and possibly further afield as well. Does quite a lot of that work these days.
Might be interesting just listening to what Alex Quinn was saying there. Must admit, I was listening to content rather than accent.
Fine.
But
it says a personal interest of mine.
What he didn't say was was to bring up the issue of track limits, because with these Hyperpole sessions being so short, relatively speaking, and the use of your ability to use the tyres when they're at their optimum fairly brief, then you're going to have to make sure that the laps you do set do count, and that you don't get caught out by track limits, because I think really during the Hyperpole sessions you're going to be limited to 2 or 3 lappers.
Sebastian Bourdais chatting with his engineer in the number 34 Cadillac about, they've been, it feels like, trying to sort this car out for certainly the first half of yesterday, and then the lap that car eventually did at the end of free practice 1 rather suggested they had done very well in the end. But that car began with a spin in the hands of Earl Bamber at the Ford chicane, and then eventually it came through with a 3:25.148. Sorry, Paul, I cut you off there so we could get to that.
That's perfectly all right, and immediately makes me want to just talk about Sebastian Bourdais, because for me, he has been one of the standout drivers of this Le Mans so far this year. Thinking about who might be in a position to stick the car on pole position, I think Sebastian Bourdais has to be on everybody's shortlist. Cadillac does have form of going quickly at Le Mans.
We've talked about Porsches in the hands of Penske Motorsport. There is a privately entered Porsche from Proton Competition, the number 99, and Nick has found one of its drivers.
With Neil Yarni. Neil, bad news was you didn't get through to the Hyperpole system, but the good news is it means you can just concentrate on the race from now on.
Yeah, I always see the positives. I like your attitude. Yeah, it was a bit of a shame yesterday. I think we had the pace to go into Hyperpole. We got unlucky because we were a bit off cycle with traffic. Everyone came out when I was on my first flying lap. I was like 1 second up on my previous lap until I met the Toyota in the Porsche corners. And then the lap after the Alpine went off in the Porsche corners, so I had yellow. And by then the juice in the tires was gone and we didn't have the pace to go into the 23. So 24 was doable. So yeah, it was annoying, to be honest. But on the other hand, I've done Le Mans so many times. I have started it from pole. I have not won. I have started it from the back, and I've been on the podium. So I've seen everything. So it's not the end of the world. We focus on the race, and I also do think we have a stronger race car than a qualifying car, because we just don't have the experience really how to tweak the car, especially on ride heights and other little things like the factory cars, to make it quick for 1 lap. To just activate the tire to get maybe a bit more downforce, and with the blank and all these things. So yeah, we definitely focus more on the race than on qualifying, but it's a long race and that's what we'll aim for.
We've seen in the WEC and to a lesser extent IMSA, it's become very, very difficult for cars to get, hypercars to get through other hypercars. Yeah, they're all much of a muchness. Do you think we're going to see a lot of overtaking on track, or will it all be done with strategy?
I think there will be quite a bit done by strategy, but I think also there will be quite a bit done over tire degradation. Because if we have the heat, which we expect, the degradation, there will be for sure a few things going on. But, slipstream still works. And it looks like the Porsches are not too bad on the top speed right now. So let's see. I mean, my hope is high that we are still quick enough on the straights in the race.
You mentioned degradation. I mean, will there be, how many of the very few sets of tyres you have, are you going to have the triple stint, or can you get away with doubling everything?
I think the big question will be, how cold does it get at night? Will we have to use the soft tire at night, or can we go with the medium? Because then you would use the medium for a triple stint at night. When the track temp is lower, it would last better. But obviously, if the track temp is too low, you'll have to stay on soft. So I think that's a bit the deciding factor then, what to do on that side.
And do you think we'll see quite a lot of just two tyre changes, one side, or do you think that's not really an option here?
I don't think for our car right now. Maybe some other cars can. Maybe some other can just do the rear axle. I think for us it will be, at the moment as it looks like, especially with that track temp, it will be 4 tires. It's over a double stint or triple stint, it's just lap time gain is quite big. And to be honest, also with that track temp, the tire warms up very quickly. And the soft anyway is no issue to warm up. So then that falls out of the equation normally to get the tire up to temp, and you lose like 5-6 seconds. It's not that much.
Neil, good luck for the race, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Excellent insight there from Neil Jarney. This will be his 15th attempt at this fabulous race, and I was trying to work out what he was referring to, starting at the back and coming through for a podium. That might have been slightly exaggerating things, but he is one of the rare drivers who have managed to win this race from pole position as well.
Exactly, yeah. So, he's had a lot of experience, as you say. Potentially his, assuming he makes the start, 15th start this year, and that will make him the 3rd most experienced driver. He actually started more Le Mans than Sebastian Buemi has. He's just behind Ricard Lietz, we established yesterday, who has the most experience. Sebastian Bourdais, 2nd most experienced, and Jarney, we reckon, 3rd most experienced of the drivers. The number 99 Proton Competition Porsche 963 that he is driving, resplendent in the fat Turbo Express livery, throwback to Jost Porsche's of times gone by. And
an FAT is François Allemande.
France. Just France, not Francois.
No, sorry. Francais is the word I was chasing.
Right,
for.
yes.
So Français Allemande, which is Germany in French.
Yes.
Transit or
transport, depending
okay.
who you listen to. They no longer exist as a company, as far as I know. But Proton Competition seems to have built up a brand and now sells merchandise in the FAT colours. And why not? I mean, it's an evocative brand, and lots of people remember those 962s that ran in the fat colours. And as I say, but there is nothing that associates the two to the original transport company.
Yeah.
So
it's become more of a sort of lifestyle brand, I think, now. Just 2 moments to hear Nico Varone. I didn't catch all of that. Copy that. That was a bit scratchy, in fairness. So if you were able to decipher that, then well done. I was struggling. Ferdy Porsche sort of trades off a little bit with the merchandise of FAT now. So it's the old logo, but like you say, there's not really a company behind it anymore. It's just what it represents from over the years.
Much as Gulf, Martini, I mean, they still exist as brands, I suppose, but they are used as liveries purely because they become fan favourites instantly without giving any necessary advertising to the brands they're advertising.
Yeah.
And of course, the other thing this year, we got the number 7 Toyota in the retro livery on that car, the red and white, which was also originally a sponsorship deal, which is no longer allowed to advertise in public, but they wanted to have a red and white livery that evoked needs of tobacco smoking, and that's where the number 7 livery comes from. And we were saying earlier in the week, Johnny, it's nice to have same teams running different coloured cars because it makes them more easy to distinguish. But on the other hand, you then have to remind yourself that these cars are actually teammates. I think what BMW has done, what Europol have done, is clever because the team colours are obviously there. They're just done in slightly different ways.
Yeah, and there's a thought process behind Europol competition in that they are green and yellow, green to represent the grass and yellow to represent the corn that is used to make the bread, because they are bakers back in Poland. So Europol competition, yellow front for the 43, green rear, and you invert those colours for the 34, just like you do with the race number. I have a question regarding, and all about tyre allocation. So for the race, in the hypercar division, you have 56 individual tyres, 14 sets. Neil Jarney was saying all about whether we can make the softs work or whether we just stay with the mediums. So, and I've never really fully understood this, but you go to Michelin and say, right, we're going to have 56 tyres from you, but at which point do you decide how many of each you're going to get?
Right, so you don't go to Michelin and say 56 tyres, please. You go to Michelin and say, oh, we'll have 3 sets, 4 sets, 5 sets of this or that type. They then tick them off, mark them down in your list of which tyres you've been allocated to, and then when the RFID sensors at pit lane exit see those tyres, they know, or they then start to clock up against your allocation. So the 56 aren't 56 tyres that you kind of stack up in the back of the garage. You can do them almost one set by one set by one set. And you may well have actually mounted 60 or 65 sets on the rims, but you're only allowed to use 56 of them in the race itself. And that's where the RFID sensors at the pit lane exit, which the cars have to trigger as they go past, and that then counts up the tyres for each car in a way. So the limit is not in the number of tyres that you buy, but in the number of tyres that you use during the race.
Yeah. So the allocation for the tyres triggered as you leave the pit lane, basically, and that is tracked from that point onwards, and you can use those tyres again, but you can't use tyre 57 and 58 that might be in the back of the garage, towards the end of the race, towards the end of your allocation.
Yeah, exactly.
It's made simple anyway, because you probably will have used your 14, well, depending on when you're double stinting them, I suppose. But, okay, so it's much more fluid than I had ever considered.
Yeah, I mean, and there was a case, I can't remember when, and I can't even remember if it was at Le Mans, but there was a WEC race where 18 did go over their allocation, and people say, well, how can that happen? But it was precisely because they got the tyres ready and hadn't counted themselves how many they were using.
Yeah, very easily done, I would imagine, but it's hard to find a kind of get-out clause once you have made that misdemeanour. But it does mean that you can make your decision very last minute in terms of which tyres you want to go on to next as the conditions change, and that's really dependent on weather. I'm not just talking necessarily rainfall, just the amount of heat that we might get Saturday night and into Sunday morning. The René Binder Bent Viscal Proton car being worked on in the garage at this stage, so that car hopefully is not too far away from leaving, one of the LMP2s, of which 12 progressed to the Hyperpole session. So I'm talking about the number 11 Proton competition car, which is actually it was actually the first to have not made Hyperpole 1 for the LMP2s after its 337.7 yesterday. Huge lockup for the number 7 Toyota into the Ford chicane towards the end of the lap. That was from Mike Conway.
Pushing on as always.
Too right. He's got a reputation to uphold, I suppose.
A 15-lap stint from Dries van Toor in the BMW M8 Hybrid. He's just come into the pits at the completion of 10 laps. Sebastian Bourdais is also on a long stint at the moment. We were speculating at the start who was going to be doing long stints. Well, there's 3 cars, actually a few more, who are all doing long stints. As I say, Dries Ventura's just brought the BMW number 15 into the pits. The number 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota Cadillac V-Series R is still out in Sebastian Bourdais' hands and has just gone through and completed 10 laps and gone on to his 11th. Sebastian Buemi is out in the number 8 Toyota GR010 Hybrid, and he is also now on the 11th lap of his stint. And then back to the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, because Norman Nato in the number 12 car is in the middle of a long stint. He's on the 10th lap of his stint, so we're going to have to try and keep in touch with the pit crew to see if they're pit reporters to see if they can establish whether or not those cars come in and change tyres, or whether they try and simulate a double stint on them. So 36 minutes into this session, and quite a number of the hypercars still not coming into the pits for their first stop.
22 minutes past 3 o'clock. That means we've had nearly 37 minutes of free practice 3, and our CrowdStrike pit reporter for this bit of the day is Nick Damon.
Hello, everyone. Yes, number 13, the AWA Corvette, that is still in the pits. It's just having the end of its sort of stringing system where they're trying to make sure everything's aligned properly. There's the all-pervading smell of oil within the garage, so my guess is they've had to make a change in the gearbox. And also, rather than you think, it's just them sorting things out, the level of concerned faces in the pit lane, I don't think this wasn't a planned item, certainly not to miss this amount of the practice session. Perhaps they've now taken the opportunity to put in the race gearbox and the race engine. But it's quite an amusing thing. They tested the suspension by getting a mechanic on each side of the car to bounce up and down. So I think it's good to see that in these days of computers and AI, it's still 2 burly mechanics bouncing can still be a good setup aid.
Nick Damon on the CrowdStrike pit reports, and now there's a problem right at the end of the lap for the number 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari 296 of Thomas Fleur, who was 21st fastest. That's probably, no, that will be within category, but the car has looped it at the end of the Ford chicane, maybe actually just approaching the second element of it, or the third element and the second chicane, because all of a sudden it arrives in the gravel trap backwards, having not been able to turn right and head back towards the control line. So, and as soon as Thomas Fleur ended up there, he then booted the throttle, and that's just dug it more and more into those gravel stones. So there will be a slow zone at the end of the lap in order to recover that. It's just showing zone 9 at the moment. I suppose the distance to zone 1, where the next lap begins, is enough to still provide opportunity for green flag running from there, Paul.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. So it will just be slow zone 9, which is affected. And Thomas Fleur, oldest driver here this year, I reckon, will be kicking himself. He's been here several times before. He's not a newcomer to the event at all. This is his. So shuffling through the papers
Well, whilst you look that up, I would wager that actually most of those, if not all of them, were also done with Francesco Castellacci.
Yes.
Because they have been driving partners for ages.
So it's 9th Le Mans this year for Thomas Fleur. He's the founder of VistaJet, and according to Forbes, is worth $2.3 billion.
It's not bad, is it? Not bad, and hence why these cars are called Vista AF Corsa, because that is Thomas's company, as you say. It's mightily impressive it is too, but he's been a long-time supporter, very loyal indeed to Automobile Club de l'Ouest type championships, whether that be in the European Le Mans Series or now into the World Endurance Championship. It was too much curb, actually, on the third bit of the Ford chicane. So he'd gone through the left-right initially, then whacked the curb, and that's majorly unsettled the car, and it goes skating off into the gravel. And now the tricky thing is getting that lifted out of there. I say tricky, it's reasonably simple once one of the snatch vehicles arrives on the scene, and especially now that you can just hook the craning mechanism up to the roof of that car, and it's all very cleverly balanced so that the Ferrari being a mid-engine car, it doesn't tip it up too much. I suppose mid-engine is actually better than a Porsche or an Aston Martin GT car, for example, where the engine's going to swing the pendulum as it's being lifted, but those connecting hooks have been measured specifically for each individual car. So that will be lifted back out onto, well, the marshal's job is to put it into a safe location where hopefully it can be driven away. The problem is you can't get in the pits from there, so it's going to have to be, in this live session, a full lap and potentially spreading more gravel over the exit of the Ford chicane, even though he'll be given advice by the race direction crew as to how to do that as safely as possible.
Yeah, it's possible they'll be able to get him into the pits, because there is a door there, or a gate there, because that's what the safety car uses when it pulls off. So there is a possibility that he'll be able to get it back. But you say, Johnny, it depends on them actually putting him down on the track in a way that enables him to drive on. So, yeah, difficult situation potentially for him there. Still, Antonio Giovinazzi, the only driver into the 325s. Really surprised by that, given that we haven't really had a simulation of what Hyperpole is about. My assumption, partly given by what Neil Jarney was telling Nick Damon a few moments ago, is that there isn't a huge amount of change that you make to a car between qualifying setup and race setup. Basically, if you've got a balanced car, then it's a quick car, and that's what you want in order to go racing. And as I say, the fact that the soft tyre in these temperatures is just a little bit too soft, they'll probably be running on the medium tyre, and so we'll try and keep an eye on that during the Hyperpole session later on. The slow zone's been removed, Johnny, so
yes.
Continue with full racing.
And Thomas Fleur's completed his lap, I notice, 8 minutes 40, so he did indeed go over the control line, and we'll do maybe an in-lap. Maybe if the car feels all right, he can just carry on where he left off, but the team might want to check it over for fear of any more damage being done, because that gravel can get absolutely everywhere, inside brake calipers sometimes, up against the disc. Sebastien Bourdais checking the times, having just exited his number 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. Jenson Button taking over that car in the lineup that John Hindhaugh likes to call the 3 Bs, all the surnames beginning with that letter. Antonio Giovinazzi fastest then by 0.6 of a second, and in just over a minute's time I'll give you all the details of how this opening 45 minutes has taken place in terms of the top few positions in each of the 3 categories, as we're calling it, although there is a subdivision within LMP2, which is the Pro-Am lineups, in which there are bronzes. So
let me just use a small part of that minute to say that Sebastien Buemi did a 12-lap stint in the Toyota. Sebastien Bourdais in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota card 38 did an 11-lap stint. So they were full stints done by their 2 respective drivers.
Good to know, and obviously lots of various jobs being done here, but also trying to rehearse potential scenarios that will be heading the team's way during the weekend, mainly during the Saturday and Sunday race action, but also will a bit of this session be reserved for tuning the cars up for certainly in some cases 1 Hyperpole session, and many will be hoping it's 2 Hyperpole sessions if you finish in the top 10 within Hypercar and the top 8 in LMP2 and LMGT3. 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell, and 3:30 here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And at 3:30, a chance therefore to have a look at the positions with 45 minutes on the clock, 2 hours and 15 to go. Here is the hourly update. Number 51 Ferrari, fastest so far there, 499p from Ferrari AF Corsa of Antonio Giovinazzi, 3:25.705 the time from the car. And there were a couple of absolute best sector times within that as well. So the Ferrari was looking quick in sectors 1 and 2. Ye Fei in another AF Corsa Ferrari, but the satellite team version, the number 83 car, which is eligible when we're looking at the World Endurance Championship for those privateer points, double points across the board this weekend as round 4 of the WEC. And it's a 3:26.322 for that yellow and red Ferrari. Third and fourth fastest are both Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. Laurens Vanthoor recently brought the number 6 car in. That's third fastest with a 3:27.4 and another 3:27.4, just marginally slower for car number 5, fourth place, another 963. Then in fifth place, the 311 Cadillac Wayland V Series R for Fred Vesti, the Danish driver, and there's another Dane in sixth position, which is the 15 BMW from the Belgian squad WRT, although a factory outfit from BMW, and Kevin Magnussen is in sixth position. Then seventh fastest is the number 38 Jensen Button-driven Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R. Eighth place, the first of the Toyotas for Sebastian Buemi in his GR010. Another Cadillac in ninth fastest position, the 12 from Hertz Team Jota. That's Norman Nato, who was last at the wheel, although the car's currently in the pits, 3:28.7 and a 3:29.1 from the third and final Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. So Nick Tandy in car number 4, although that car is also now in the pits. In LMP2, this is where we've got the Pro-Ams and the non-Pro-Ams, depending on whether you've got a bronze or not. United Autosports number 23, which is a Pro-Am driving combination, but Ollie Jarvis is very much a platinum graded driver by the FIA. He's done a 3:37.436 to be quickest of 17 cars, ahead of the AO by TF Spike the Dragon PJ Hyatt-driven Pro-Am entry. That's 199, and that car's time a 3:38.6. 3:38.7 for EDEX Sports number 28, Paul Lafargue, which sits in the pit lane. The 48 VDS Panis racing car of Esteban Masson's done a 3:38.8. Fifth fastest is the 22 United Autosports LMP2 for Renger van der Zande, and in sixth position it's the 37 CLX Pure Racing car of Tristan Vautier, 3:40.2, but that car's also receiving some work, maybe a driver change in the pit lane. Let's hope it's not there for too long. LMGT3, the fastest car is a McLaren, the 59 United Autosports car of Gregoire Saucet, 3:56.932, ahead of Sean Galeale's similar car, also from United, number 95, which has done a 3:57.0. It's a WRT BMW number 46, third quickest, with a certain Valentino Rossi driving it now, 3:57.2. In fourth position within class, it's the 92 Manthey First Form Porsche for Ryan Hardwick. And sixth fastest, the 81 Corvette from TF Sport of Rui Andrade. Those are the positions. We have 2 hours and 10 minutes still to go. Air temperature slowly building to 28 degrees Celsius, but down at ground level for all of these race cars, whether they're running the Michelin or the Goodyear tyre. It'll be closely observed. The Mobil 1 track temperature is currently 30 degrees Celsius. Free Practice 3, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, and around the world on RS1 via radiolemans.com. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Paul Truswell, Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon looking after the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports at this time as Laurens Vanthoor heads back out onto the circuit. couple of the Porsches, in fact all three Porsches during the update were in pit lane, but it's getting, well, one of them is out. No advance on one just yet.
Thomas Floor, the Ferrari number 54, the Vista entry was, as you suggested it might, has been brought back into the pits. Thomas was on a pretty long stint actually. He was just completing his 9th lap when that incident at the Ford chicane befell him. He completed the lap and then did another one. He's brought the car into the pits since then. One car that we've not seen at all, number 13, is the AWA Corvette, which as I say, just hasn't been out at all. At one point, I believe Nick did mention it, but he didn't say what was wrong.
Let's stay in the GT part of the field because there's obviously a story we need to follow up from yesterday, the big crash for Stephen Grove, and Stephen's now chatting to Nick.
Stephen, first of all, can you outline the incredible work your team and everyone else has done in getting you back out on the car back out on the road again?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was a really unfortunate incident yesterday. The guys worked all the way through the night till about 5 a.m. They did a great job, got the car back where we need it to be, and it set us back a little bit. We missed quali, but we just regrouped now and we pushed forward.
Your team's making a habit of spectacular accidents, aren't they, after Bathurst?
Yeah, I mean, Bathurst was very spectacular, and you know, at this level, when you're driving such a high-performance car with so much downforce, here we run very little downforce because we obviously want the speed down the straight, so it's a bit tricky, but it's just a process you go through and learn as much as you can.
Noticeable the car's been coming in and going out. I take it you can build it to a certain level, but the finer points can only be sorted out on the track.
Yeah, it's just trying to get. I think there's a bit of an issue with our overall speed down the straight. The ECU, I think they're just playing with, so they'll sort that out. I mean, we've got to find a balance between very low wing to give us the straight speed, but good downforce for the high-speed corners. So they're just working through that. So Brenton will go through a run now. He'll probably do 5 or 6 laps and just settle the car down, and then I'll get in and push on.
And you've also, as a team, got a very busy night practice. You've got an hour to get 15 laps in.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's quite difficult to do, so we're just going to have to really push as much as we can and as hard as we can to get that done. I mean, Luca is very, very experienced, so we'll probably start with making sure Brenton and I get through, and hopefully Luca can come through with his 5 at the end.
Overall, though, I mean, it's been a difficult start. Do you think you can catch up?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a process you just got to keep working at. There's things that will go wrong for the whole weekend or the whole week. We've sort of had a bit of bad luck early, but now, you know, hopefully we can build from that and stay out of trouble, and hopefully we can just keep building on the weekend.
Best luck, Stephen.
Thank you.
Stephen Grove having a good chat with Nick about the various problems yesterday, and him being stuck at the top of the hill after Dunlop Curve was certainly the big one, and having now to source a different car basically, but the 63 remains on the doors of that car. And as you say, sometimes weekends can pan out where all the bad luck happens on a Wednesday and then the rest of it goes swimmingly.
We've seen it so often before, haven't we? So, yeah, fingers crossed for that team, and lovely attitude as well, just, you know, the positive aspects of it. And just to clarify what Stephen Grove was saying there, the requirement is for 3 drivers to do 5 night laps each, which is where we get to the 15 laps that car has to do during the 1 hour of night practice. It is just doable, but it's very tight. But by putting Lucas Stoltz in last, they stand a better chance of being able to write a letter to race control arguing for Lucas' experience than for either Stephen or Brenton, who are having their first Le Mans here. Lucas Stoltz, strictly speaking, is a rookie, although he did race here in 2018, but he has had more long-distance racing experience. So of the 3 of them, he is the most experienced. And as I say, the race direction, race control will probably look kindly upon a request for him to be given dispensation to participate. I mentioned the 13 AWA Corvette. No sooner did I mention we hadn't seen it, that it goes out onto the circuit. That is always the way. Matthew Bell, hooray, has another man with a regional accent, but Matt Bell has taken the car out. He's not yet completed his outlap, I don't think, but he has just now done it. So Matt Bell is out in the session, and the only one now remaining to set a time is the 88 Proton Ford Mustang, which has been out in Dennis Olsen's hands, but hasn't yet completed a lap time for us.
Okay, thank you, Paul. We're very shortly going to have an hour completed in this 3-hour session. In the regulations, 2 times 3-hour session. So that was yesterday from 2 o'clock and today from 2:45. And then later tonight, there's just a single hour, as you've been saying, for the night practice, coupled with yesterday evening's 2 hours as well. Let's get to another CrowdStrike pit report, though. This time different voice with Ryan Marine. You've found somebody from United Autosports.
I have indeed, and he's the pace setter so far in the LMP2 class. Just got out of the car, did Oliver Jarvis. And Daniel Schneider got in, the number 23 from United Autosports. So tell us about how the car is feeling. The timesheets would indicate it's pretty fast, but what can you tell us, having just been in the car?
Yeah, I think the timesheets make it look good, but actually in the car it's quite difficult. I think with the rain this morning and the heavy winds, it's very hard to get a read on the car. The balance is all over the place, so very low grip out there. But I think we know the gap's not that big to the competition. It probably flatters us at the moment, but we're just working away on our own schedule and trying to improve the car.
You and the team both have been here a fair few times with this type of car over the years. So when you have rain in the morning and you have the high winds, these are conditions you've experienced at different times in your career. Can you anticipate how that will affect the car?
No, to be quite honest. Especially here. It's such a unique track. It just changes and evolves throughout the weekend, and it doesn't always make sense. So last year, the track was really quick from the beginning, and then overnight it went 2 seconds slower for no reason. So it's very hard to predict, and that's what makes it so enjoyable and special, and it makes it difficult, especially for quali when you won't have been on the track for a couple of hours and then you need to go put down a lap.
One thing I don't know that we've asked too many folks about yet, there have been a couple of sections that have been repaved since last year. So out of 10 Rouge to the first chicane, and then the run into the Porsche curves, if I'm not mistaken. Have you noticed the change at all?
A little bit into the entry into Porsche, but I actually expected much more grip. But having said that, we're running a new tyre here this year in LMP2, and we're lacking a couple of seconds to last year. So I don't know how much of it's the tyre, how much of it's the track.
It is an interesting point. The Goodyear tire that made its debut in the European Le Mans Series the last round. This is the first time, though, it's been here to Le Mans. How much of a learning process is that? And do you feel like you're on top of this tire going into the race?
I wouldn't say on top of it, but we're constantly learning and trying to understand it. But like I say, it's made even more difficult by every time you get in the car, the track's completely different.
All right, great insight as always, Ollie. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ollie Jarvis from United Autosports in that CrowdStrike pit report with Ryan Marine. And Paul's just pointed out to me, I think I realised it when I was giving you the hourly update, but it's not going too badly at all for United Autosports right now, Paul.
No, not only leading in LMP2, as we've been hearing with Ryan talking to Ollie Jarvis out of the car, but they've also got the first 2 spots in the LMGT3 class as well, thanks to the 59 and the 95 cars. Gregoire Saucy currently at the wheel of the 59, and as I say, he's set the best, or the car has set the best time. It was Sebastian Bode who actually set the lap in the 59 car. The driver in the 95 who set the fast lap was Marino Sato, and that car's now been taken over by Sean DeLayle in the other United Autosports McLaren. They're running the 2 McLarens as well as the LMP2 Orica.
Sharp intake of breath from me, because just as we were discussing Ollie Jarvis's car, which is now in the hands of Daniel Schneider. No, sorry, Jarvis in the 23, right? Or the 22. I've got them mixed up now.
Jarvis in the 23.
Fine, yeah, but it was Renger van der Zande in the 22, therefore, that just had the merest touches with the BMW of Valentino Rossi, the Valentino Rossi GT car, as they were heading for Terre Rouge. So that was an LMP2 car on the inside of an LM GT3, and the rear left, just the very edge of the rear left corner of the LMP2 car struck the front right of the BMW, but both were not too majorly unsettled by that. Let's head back to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit report with Nick.
With the VA out of the 83, how is this bright yellow Ferrari going this weekend so far?
Very well, I would say. Yesterday we managed to go through qualifying using only one set of tire, which was great. So we saved one set of tire to prepare better for Hyperpole this evening. The car is working very well. The guys are working extremely well. Yeah, we are just now preparing our car for, let's say, a long run situation, and it will be interesting to see a Hyperpole this evening.
Have you decided which one of your drivers will do the first session, which will do the second?
I can tell you, but then I have to kill you. No, it's interesting, the new format this year with 2 drivers mandated to participate in the Hyperpole session. Let's see. We have very fast 3 drivers in our lineup, so I hope, I'm sure we will do well.
There's obviously you have your 2 red sort of teammates next to you, the 50 and 51. How much information sharing is there between the 3 cars, or are you as the 83 going a different way?
I mean, there's always different driver preferences on setup, on many other small details. But yeah, we share everything. You know, there's no secret between us. Our goal is to win as Ferrari. Of course, if we are the one to win, it would be the best. But still, no, we have a very good teamwork going on with the team, and it's great to have 3 cars and to have the possibility to test different things.
Thank you. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Yeah, Yifei with Nick Damon in a CrowdStrike pit report. I've thought again about Ferrari being the only team that utilised 2 separate drivers for each of their 3 cars in qualifying yesterday. Could it be that the 2 drivers that might be used in the Hyperpole sessions were the ones used in qualifying, basically? So you're getting some quali runs from 2 drivers, whereas everyone else just picked a driver and just ran them for the half an hour yesterday.
I think that's a very likely scenario, Johnny.
So we can work it out, can't we?
Yifei is unlikely to drive in either of the qualifying situations. Another yellow flag, and there's an incident on the circuit for the Iron Lynx Proton Oracle from the LMP2 class. That's car number 9, which is off at Indianapolis. And who is the driver of number 9 at the moment?
It's an outlap.
It's Jonas Reed. So appearing to have gone straight on at Indianapolis. And that is going to take a slow zone, I think, to remove the car, because just as at the Ford chicane, when we saw Thomas Floor's cars being recovered, that's going to... The gravel, once you get into it, you don't get out. The wheels just spin, and that's a good thing. I don't like seeing cars running across gravel beds, but so he's actually hit the barrier as well at Indianapolis. Not very hard, but just running into the barrier there, Jonas Reed.
So Jonas Reed reporting to the team that he's off the road, that he's crashed in a sense, I suppose, but hopefully not too much damage done to the nose of that car, and they're going to wait at Proton competition, Iron Lynx Proton, for recovery there. And meanwhile, we can go for a little vignette, as Nick Damon put it, in this CrowdStrike pit report.
I'm just selling myself. The 54 Vistray, of course, the Ferrari, came in for a pretty standard stop. They came out, they just did a bit of fiddling. They brought out the rear tyres. The mechanic tried to attach the rear tyre, didn't work. Tried again, didn't work. Looked kind of confused. Looked at his friend looked confused, and they realised they had them on the wrong sides. So they had to swap the 2 rear tyres around, because of course the nuts go up different ways on the 2 sides. So yeah, that was just, I thought I'd tell you, it's not often easy people getting things wrong these days, and obviously it doesn't matter on a free practice. It can be quite serious. You're losing time out during the race itself.
True. Do they use coloured wheel nuts, Nick?
Whatever they used didn't work, because there was a lot of staring at why isn't this working. You know, it's like when you get something, you can't work out why something's not working, and then you suddenly goes, oh right, of course it's not working. It's the wrong thing.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's why I asked about coloured wheel nuts, because most teams, in my experience, colour the wheel nuts red for the left side, blue for the right side. Obviously, something else went amiss there.
Yes. And I think I know the answer to this, but why is the thread in a different direction depending on what side of the car it's on?
It's all to do with torque, because the wheel has a tendency to unwind itself, because if it goes around in one direction at very high speed, then the centrifugal forces on the wheel nut can tend to untighten it if it's on the wrong side. Put it on the right side, and it then has a tendency to tighten itself rather than to loosen itself.
Good, that was the answer I had in my mind, but some other people may not have realised that, because on a road car that doesn't happen, to my knowledge, depending on how sporty your road car is, I suppose.
Well, I've got 4 wheel or 5 wheel nuts on my road car, so it doesn't matter if there's 4 or 5 of them. It's just the central. It only applies if it's the central wheel nut, and the car obviously then rotates the central wheel nut, because your wheel nut otherwise doesn't really rotate. It
True.
spins.
Yeah, away from the centre, I understand. Okay. There's a lot to be taken on board here, comparing road car, like I say, cars that you might know from the street to a racing car, but it's not necessarily obvious if you're turning up for your first Le Mans, maybe even your first motor race. And if that is the case, thank you for choosing 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025. We've been here a while, celebrating 20 years in this current iteration, i.e. with Radio Show Limited. And we're continuing to be around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. So the slow zone at Marshall Post 20, which covers Indianapolis, is still in place. That is to allow the Jonas Reed Iron Lynx Proton LMP2, resplendent in its yellow and black livery, is being lifted now again to a safe location, which is the escape road at Indianapolis. So Jonas in a moment or two will hopefully be able to engage first gear and continue on to the circuit, maybe round to the pits, but everyone passing the scene is restricted to 80 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, the slow zone that we had to remove Thomas Floor's car took 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I wonder if there's some kind of competition between the marshals to see who can remove the cars more quickly. I don't know. 3 minutes 45 we've now just had, and we've
so there is some damage to the front right corner of that. Should be solved with a new nose of that car, so old one taken off and a new one refitted, but information there from the number 9's engineer to make sure that the gravel is shaken ideally away from the racing line, although that's precisely where cars are going to be, where Jonas is at the moment.
Yellow zone has now been removed, so almost exactly the same time. 3 minutes 45 at the Ford chicane. For the Indianapolis marshals, 3 minutes 50. So, and that's pretty much a lap time. So the chances are at full speed, everybody will have gone past that slow zone once. The problem come the race is if you have a slow zone which takes substantially less than that or substantially more, then the chances are that you may go past the slow zone area either more than once or not at all. So by having the slow zone last for about 3.5-4 minutes, it's sort of fair in that it gives the opportunity for everybody to go past once and therefore slow their speed by the same amount. And crucially in the race, that can make a big difference, of course, if you manage to get past the slow zone without being delayed.
Well, that's often one of the swing moments, if you like, at the race, the 24-hour race that will follow this in just over a week's time at the Nürburgring 24 hours, because the Nordschleife is also somewhere where you see slow zones, sometimes of 120 kph, sometimes of 60 kph, but you can be catching somebody who has to go through that slow zone, and then it clears just in time as you arrive. And that's not a standing rule at the Nordschleife because it's such a even bigger track than Le Mans. You think Le Mans is a long circuit, well, the Nordschleife is even longer than that, and it's very, very difficult to make sure it's fair for all around there. But here, with such an important race, many people say Le Mans the bigger of the two, that's become the norm now, to try and equalise, even when a slow zone is put out, equalise that deficit for all the cars that remain in the race. Speaking of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, we will have all of that event covered right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, as we have for many, many years there too. 5 minutes to 4 o'clock, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. And we're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, so a few more minutes before we get to the top of the clock hour, as we put it. We'll take a look at the weather as we do that as well. And at which point we'll have an hour and 45 minutes of this session still to go, with no big priorities from the teams in terms of qualification concerned in this, although you do have to make sure that your drivers are qualified, I suppose, not just in the qualifying session, but that is done through these sessions as well.
Yeah, it's you may ask, what's to be gained from driving round and round in a session like this. It was lovely hearing from Ollie Jarvis, and again, a very open and sensible driver to hear from. And he was saying how this track changes so much, just from one day to the next, never mind from 1 year to the next. Yes, you get resurfacing happening as well, which changes things. LMP2 competitors have a new construction and tyre to use this year. This is one of the United Autosports LMP2 cars. Just had a little moment down there.
22. Car 22. I can tell the difference, thankfully, head-on from these cars, because the 22 has a very visible red top to its cockpit area. The windscreen visor, if you like. And yes, Dutchman Renger van der Zande, who's made an uncharacteristic error at Arnage.
Yes.
So he went straight on at that right-hander, the 90-degree right. Let's grab a quick report from Nick Damon, this CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, down with the 101 Cadillac, that's the Wayne Taylor racing machine. It is in a state of désublé, as they say. There are bits of it, the gearbox is off the rear end. They're working hard on the engine, the actual manifold also. You can actually see the pistons if you look really carefully. There is the liquids come out of it. They seem to be removing the clutch now, so I'm wondering whether actually this is maybe a clutch situation, or they're going to have to do a complete engine change. Not something you'd obviously do before qualifying to put it in for the race. So this is something that's developed a problem during the course of this session. I think we've got a very exciting weather update, so I shall carry on watching this, and if anything more happens, I shall tell you.
Lovely stuff. Nick Damon providing the CrowdStrike pit reports. We'll have Ryan Marine in the next hour as well, but it is still the 51 Ferrari that is quickest in free practice 3, with a 3:25.705 set much earlier on in the session. 0.6 of a second clear of the Phil Hansen now driven AF Corsa Ferrari, number 83. Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s are next, third and fourth fastest for Matt Campbell in the 6, Julian Andlauer in the 5, and then it's Miguel Molina in the number 50 499P, having done a 3:27.5.
Just to pick up on that stop that Nick Damon was describing for the Wayne Taylor Cadillac car number 101, over half an hour that car has been at rest. It's only completed 8 laps of the session, so it is indeed in a state of undress, in case you didn't understand Nick's French, and has been worked upon, as I say, for the last half hour at least. Hats off to Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota. May not be participating in the Hyperpole later on this afternoon, early this evening, but he's been out at the wheel of that car throughout this session and has put in some 18 laps of the hour and a bit of the race we've had, of the session we've had so far. Mike Conway, a busy boy for Toyota.
At the moment, it is 28 degrees Celsius and relatively low cloud, or low wind, I should say, bringing that cloud across the circuit. Still pretty humid in places, and a high, we're just about at the high, 29 degrees Celsius. So we're going to creep an extra degree. Tonight, very little chance of rain, maybe the chance of a small passing shower and a low this evening of 16 degrees Celsius. It's exactly 4 o'clock here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We're bringing you live coverage of the build-up days to the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon is when this whole thing kicks off properly, and we're racing twice around the clock with, fingers crossed, 62 cars across 3 different categories. And this is free practice 3, the second dose of a 3-hour practice session in as many days. At the end of this, all the teams, if they've qualified for them, will be looking ahead to the 2 Hyperpole sessions that each division will get. Remember, the first 2 Hyperpole sessions are combined for the LMP2s and the LMGT3s, and that will be the 12 cars eligible in each, whittled down to 8 for each, so 8 in LMP2 and 8 in LMGT3, running for just 15 minutes in Hyperpole 2. And then for the hypercars, there'll be back-to-back sessions, 20 minutes and 15 minutes for, first of all, 15 cars and then 10 cars. But then that's not the day completed. Once the grid is all set, there'll be a single hour of night practice running from 11 p.m. through till midnight, as we did yesterday evening. Let's head to the pit lane, CrowdStrike Pit Report with Ryan Marine.
Well, Johnny, you chronicled the issues for the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton LMP2 car. Jonas Reed with his issues on track. About 10 minutes ago, that car made it back to the pit lane and was pushed back into the garage. It did have that right front damage that you described. The headlight area had been damaged significantly. The team quickly took that bodywork off. They looked at all 4 corners of the car just to be sure, but spent a lot of time looking at the right front. Interestingly, Jonas never got out of that race car. He sat behind the wheel as the team was perusing and looking for damage. They ultimately decided everything was ship-shape except for the nose, which they swapped out with a brand new piece that was decidedly cleaner than the rubber speckled bodywork that was on the rest of that race car. They put the new nose on, and about 2 minutes ago, Jonas Reed returned to the racetrack with the repairs complete.
Thank you, Ryan, bringing us that latest CrowdStrike Pit Report. It's fabulous to have Mr. Le Mans here a couple of days before the big show itself. Tom Christensen, a 9-time winner of this incredible event, always the enthusiast, still looking to get stuck in with his brand ambassadorial roles. And you will have been here probably, Paul, for all of those victories.
I'm afraid I was, yes.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah, the first one having been in 1996. 1996, I think, or 97 possibly, when he was driving the Joest Porsche, and a late call-up to the team for that event. He was a curly-headed youngster, and I can thoroughly recommend his book, actually, which appropriately is called Mr. Le Mans. It's a fairly hefty tome, takes up, you need a big bookshelf. It's wide, but it's also long and tall. But it tells the story of Tom Christensen, particularly with his Le Mans experience in mind. And of course, all those back-to-back victories that he just seemed to be the driver to have when the Audi R8 and later the R10 and the R15 and the R18 were in their pomp, that whichever Audi won, it always just seemed to have Tom Christensen in it. But as you say, his enthusiasm is undimmed, still loves coming here. As far as I know, he works for Danish TV as a commentator, and his son, Jakob Christensen, still runs, as far as I know, the Danish Tour organisation that is responsible for so many Danish fans getting to the circuit every year. So it's a very much runs in the family, the relationship between the Christensen family and Le Mans.
If there is any one of them, it's the of the 9 victories, it's the fact that he was in the Bentley Speed 8 in 2003, which I often overlook, but joining Dindo Capello and Guy Smith for that famous victory. So yes, it's been a spread of manufacturers to get to that number. Meanwhile, Alessandro Pierguidi, 0.6 of a second, still quicker than all of the other hypercar runners. At least 0.6 of a second quicker than those cars, with now one of the two Alpines on an outlap, Fred Makovici in car number 36. How many Aston Martins in the hypercar class are running? Well, neither of them at this stage. Fabulous story in the end from yesterday's qualifying session for the hypercars, in that we had thought Marco Sorensen had done enough to actually usurp the number 7 Toyota. Then, of course, one or two other cars started to go better, and in the end, popped the 009 Aston Martin out of the top 15 places. But then we got the news that the number 6 Porsche from Penske Motorsport was underweight, and it put the number 6 car out of the session by disqualifying it. So the story remained for the Aston Martin, and it was Aston Martin jumping ahead of the old guard, one of the old guard, as in the number 7 Toyota. But British fans couldn't celebrate that in the moment, if you like, because we only heard it post-session. But it'll be fascinating to see how that car actually gets on in the first of the two Hyperpole sessions later on. First one due for the hypercars at 9:05 tonight, running for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tall order to get the Aston Valkyrie into the second Hyperpole. We'll have to finish ahead of 5 other hypercars in order to do that, but they'll certainly give it their best shot, and they'll undoubtedly enjoy their moments in the sun, because they can't have necessarily expected to be in the Hyperpole sessions when they came to Le Mans, and I think Marcus Sorensen really has done a great job exemplifying that Danish flavour we were just talking about.
True, right, yes.
Another Danish driver that seems to go well here at Le Mans.
Cadillac have descended upon Circuit de la Sarthe with no fewer than 4 V-Series Rs, one of them from the Wayne Taylor Racing outfit, and Nick's got an update on that car.
Well, it's 3.5 cars at the moment, because it's currently it's in pieces, it's undressed. Basically, they are changing the uppy-downy bits of the engine. They have just taken out the big 6-litre block, and it's gone. They've returned it with a replacement. Interestingly, the engine they took out, they've taken off the manifolds and a couple of other bits and bobs to remove it. But the new engine they've wheeled in on the trolley has the manifolds attached. And now there's about 8,000 or 9,000 pipes they have to connect them and fill with water. But luckily for them, the gearbox just goes on. Gearbox and rear suspension goes on one very nice, neat unit. CrowdStrike have me, and they also have Ryan. Ryan, what do you have?
I've got my eyes on the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team. We talked so much about Aston Martin in the heart of racing, and lest we forget, Racing Spirit of Le Mans also contesting this race with an Aston Martin Vantage in it, and Eduardo Barrichello just made an appearance in the pit lane for what was an uncustomary pit stop. They actually changed the right side door on that Vantage, and they did so very quickly, in under 30 seconds, I would surmise. Not entirely sure what caused it. There didn't appear to be any damage to the car. I'm looking at the door that came off, and it doesn't look like it has any scuff marks on it either, so I'll go and investigate and see if we can get to the bottom of that. But while we do so, Eduardo Barrichello has left the pit lane and rejoined this practice session.
Ryan Marine, and preceded by Nick Damon with a couple of back-to-back CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports. It's almost 4:10, and we still have an hour and 36 minutes to go, Paul.
Yeah, the only thing that Eduardo Barrichello did wrong was the speed as he came into the pits, because he's just been, well, not yet offended, but he's under investigation for his pit lane speed as he came in for that pit stop that Ryan was just describing. We go back now, more updates from Nick Damon.
Up with the 22 United Autos, we heard Molly Jarvis, and now we're going to hear from Renger van der Zande. Renger, busy day because you've got Hyperpole qualifying coming up. Have you decided who's driving which session?
Yeah, of course. I'm doing Hyperpole 1 and Pietro Hyperpole 2. I think it's fun that they changed that rule, that you have to get 2 drivers in the car. It just shows a little bit more the average of the speed of the car as well, so I think it's good. And yeah, I'm very happy with the car. We had a bit of issues in the beginning of this session, which we fixed. Now we start working on a bit of a race trim, because qualifying is fun, but it doesn't count, yeah.
You're hopping around in your career over the last few years from hypercars to P2s to P2s to hypercars in different teams. I mean, when you arrive at a new car with a new team, how do you put your personality onto that car?
I mean, you know, a team like United has run this car so many times, so many years, that they know very well what to do with the setup. If I have a certain issue, they have a solution. So that's just really, you can trust the system, you know, you can trust their experience and the engineering group that they know what they're doing, and that's just coming into a team. I don't bring my experience from this engineering side. I just tell them how to make it better, and they have a solution. But you know, it's like you say, it's fun to have seen different teams in the paddock. There's so many friends in the paddock meanwhile as well. So you know, I ate Le Mans here last 2 years with the hypercar or LMDH car with Cadillac, and now, you know, with a very light, nimble, fun car to drive. So I think it's going to be a nice battle in LMP2. I'm really enjoying the time out there on the track. And we'll see what the weather brings, you know, you're getting thrown a lot of stuff at you during such a race.
Me and my fellow IMSA interviewer, Joe Bradley, were just chatting about saying that surely that the most pure experience you can have is a P2. You're not mucking about with 700 settings on the steering wheel. You just go out and drive. Is that how it is?
Yes and no. I mean, you know, the DPI what we had was the perfect combo, like enough power, enough downforce, light car, race hard. You know, that was it. The P2 is very similar, but we don't have the power of what it should be. That would be even more fun. But right now, I think the hypercars, if they can speed it up a little bit in the corners, make it a little bit more light, that would be the ideal scenario, because they are very fun to drive. They are, you know, with the settings on the steering wheel, yes, you have to get your head around it, but once you get the head around it, you actually can tune the car towards you. If the fuel comes off the car, or if the temperatures are rising, or on the brakes, or on the tires, you can play from the cockpit and make things better while you're running, and then you get a new set of tires and you can start all over again. So it's good.
So a professional racing driver like yourself, how long does it take to learn all that stuff on these hypercars? I mean, is it like a two sessions, or is it like several years?
To be very honest, I think it takes a month or two with a bit of testing, and maybe the first race. You know, in IMSA we always have Daytona as the first race, and it's a nice race where you can really play around with the settings in the first couple of hours, get a feel for it, and you know, you sleep a night over it, get back in the car, and you play around with it more, and then you really learn the fine details of it. But yeah, for sure, it's not easy. I think once you jump in it, everybody comes back, because you know, it's just experience as well. The tire, the brakes, all the temperatures. It's almost like you're managing the temperatures in those cars. So you have to experience yourself before you really understand what you're doing. So I would be lying if I say, yeah, no, lap one, I know what to do.
Well, you've got a simple P2, you've got a simple job now just to get it in the top 8, to get in the second part of the qualifying. So it's an easy day for you.
Yeah, never easy. I mean, whatever category you go racing, there's always a couple that go very fast. So, but especially here in LMP2, I think if you look at the lineups, man, it's full of good drivers. All my teammates are here from the Acura program with IMSA. We have Nick Yellowly, we have Blomqvist and Colin Brown. We're all here kind of side drafting and bump drafting each other in the straight. So we're having good fun out here.
Looking forward to see that. Thanks, Renko.
All right.
Renger van der Zande with Nick Damon in that CrowdStrike pit report, and whilst he was talking, all sorts of things kicking off at the Ford chicane, including Phil Hansen, who was attempting to get in the pits in the number 83 Ferrari, but overcooked it and sort of dropped off the cliff edge to driver's left. Did just about make it back into that narrow pit lane entry road and eventually got the car serviced. He stayed in the car and returns to the racetrack as second fastest. The other one who was very sideways indeed and nearly in the gravel, Eduardo Barrichello, I noticed, in an Aston Martin, Paul.
Yeah, he's pushing on, isn't he? And seemingly enjoying himself while he does it. Lovely to hear Renger van der Zande there, and clearly enjoying himself as well. I love it when you can hear that the drivers are just here, not just here to do a job, but actually enjoying themselves as well. We've also had some improvements in times, just about at the midpoint of this 3-hour session at the moment. Nick de Vries has improved in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Toyota GR010 Hybrid. He's just done a 3 minutes 37.994 and moved up to 6th fastest, and the best of, or better of, the two Toyotas at the moment. Ryo Hirakawa is driving the black car, number 8, has just done his personal best of 3:30, but the car having been driven earlier on by Sebastian Buemi, in whose hands it did a 3:28.3. Will Stevens has just improved for the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R, car number 12. He's done a 3:28.184 and moved up to 9th place in the standings. And meanwhile, at the heart of racing, the Aston Martin Valkyrie team, Ross Gunn in the 007 car, which I have to say generally hasn't been the quicker of the two, but it is in this free practice session, the 007. Ross Gunn in the Aston Martin, a 3:28.986 moves him up to 12th fastest in the times, just ahead of Pascal Wehrlein, incidentally, who had a great session yesterday evening in the night practice session. Pascal Wehrlein in the number 4 Porsche 963 from the Porsche Penske Motorsport team, and Pascal driving again now in the Porsche car number 4 and is 13th fastest. Well, I was telling you all of that. There was a game of musical chairs going on next door. John Hindhoff is with me.
Driver change, driver change.
Box. Okay, set off, enjoy.
Yes, absolutely.
Driver ID.
I bring, yes, driver ID. New tyres. I bring news, glad tidings and news of great joy. We are now only waiting for one final member of the 2025 Radio Le Mans team, and that is, in point of fact, the fastest person who is here is the last person to arrive. Johnny Morlam is the last person still to arrive. Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden.
Johnny the Chair.
Johnny the Chair Morlam. Yeah, J-Mo the Chair. Yeah, the Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden et arrive. Oh, hello. CLX LMP2. This is the Alexander Malikin from Pure Racing with a right front headlamp unit that at the moment is, oh no, I was just about to say it's going to catch the ground, and it has. He's running down the Mulsanne straight at the moment in between the two chicanes. Oh, that's all right. It's fallen off now and gone on the grass. Right next to a marshal who'll be able to lean over and pick it up.
We just had a yellow flag at the first chicane.
I think he's probably gone straight on there somewhere, don't you, Paul?
Yes, I think that's
he's clipped. He's clipped the middle of the circuit. Then he got on the wrong side. He clipped the middle of the chicane, got on the wrong side of the Iron Dames Porsche that was having a moment on their own with Celia Martin behind the wheel. That was her outlap, so she was having a moment on probably on new tyres, and unfortunately Alexandra Malikin went to the right where there was a rather substantial tyre barrier, and it's now split off the whole of that front right. I suppose you call it a wheel arch, wouldn't you? Really? I think that probably just needs a new nose. There's a bit of tyre damage on the outside front corner, but I think that's just from where it was rubbing on the headlamp unit.
Yeah, Malikin got away with it there a little bit because it could have been worse, but he was definitely unsettled by Celia Martin having a bit of a problem in front of him, and did recover very well in the end.
Through the Mulsanne corner for the United number 22, I think that is. So that would make that Pietro Fittipaldi. What a nice young man he is. Had a chat with him the other day, and he had the Aston Martin behind him. And at Arnage, we've got a car off, and I think that is the number 83 LMP2. Would that?
Not 83.
No, it can't be 83. Red flag is out. It's 183. It's 183. And it's Francois Perraudot. He's gone straight on at Marshall's post 30. So actually, that's the entrance to the Porsche curves. My goodness me. I thought he'd gone across the gravel at Arnage there. He's gone all the way across the beach at Porsche curve in, done some damage to the left front of that car. Well, you know what? If they pal up with CLX, then they could probably make one good nose out of there too, and he went a very long way off, and he was not stopping. Was that a stuck throttle? Because he just wasn't slowing down at all.
There were a couple of incidents there. Last year, I seem to remember, early in Sunday morning, we had a couple of cars off there. And I think your diagnosis is spot on, John, because it's you're coming off high throttle, coming into the Porsche curves. You need to get the car just set up nicely, but he's still rolling, so he'll be able to get back to the pits and then come under the eagle eyes of our pit reporters.
Let's take this opportunity to catch up with a few drivers. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. Here's Francois Perraudot, first of all. Well, he can't really because he's coming into the pit lane, but wise words from the pit crew. What I'm trying to say, if he was on the brakes there, he was very much on the brakes and absolutely not slowing down that much. So there was something awry there. It has been resurfaced there, but he just didn't get the car turned in. And that, I think, may have been an issue. Also some remedial work to do on the exit barriers in front of the concrete at the Daytona chicane. Let's go down to Joe Bradley and take a CrowdStrike pit report. He's got Sean Galale with him from United Autosports. Brothers?
Sean has just handed over the 95 United Autosports McLaren to Darren Lung. Sean, you guys heading the GT3 timing screens at the moment. Should I read anything into that going forward into tonight?
I hope it would be true, but I think no. I think some guys are preparing more for quali like us, and some guys are more focused on the race for the FP3 run today. So I don't think we can read a lot into it. But what we can say is I think we improved a bit the balance of the car, more in a good window for the race. But I think, since yesterday we saw like two manufacturers are a lot quicker, are ahead of the field. So I wouldn't read a lot into it. I think we just focus on what we feel the balance would be good and what not. And then keep our noses clean and be in the hunt for the race.
Well, you and the team, Sean, you obviously feel that you've got a chance of competing for that pole position, because you've just said there, working on qualifying, so the McLaren you feel is fast enough.
We're working a bit of both, I think in the McLaren car at least, compared to what we had before, the package for quali and the race is quite similar. So like if we get a quicker lap time in quali, then we're also getting a quicker overall race car in the race, so it's a bit of both. But you never know what people are using, fuel loads and things like this. I would love to say we're sandbagging a lot and we have good pace, but unfortunately I think a lot of other cars are doing that. So, we keep focused on what we're doing and then we try to do our best.
Are you involved in qualifying tonight?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. Thanks for talking to us.
Do you know what? If I want to actually be heard by anybody other than myself, I don't have to push a button. Joe Bradley, how many years have I been doing this and I still can't manage to get it right? Finger trouble from Hindhoff there. Talking away in my own head anyway. Joe Bradley and Sean Galale down there. Already Francois Perraudot has brought the number 183 AF Corsa machine. That's one of the Pro-Am cars. 5th in Pro-Am at the moment and 10th in LMP2 of the whole class together. Got the United number 22 in the pit lane as well. Pietro Fittipaldi bringing that in. That's got its nose off as well. Oh, nice wear across the front of the tyres. That's pretty good. I think they'll be happy with that. They looked like they were making a slight either track change or maybe a slight camber change at the front end of that. I would say that was a camber change. Can't do that much because Goodyear, like Michelin, have the maximum cambers. Although we were talking about this yesterday, and that's the red wall Goodyear Eagle. So that is the red. That is the red. They've caught me out with that before. They've got a red wheel rim on that car. That was a medium because it had a big M on the side.
Exactly. Yeah,
Use your eyes, son.
The Goodyears have that M on. And Johnny and I were discussing this before we went over breakfast this morning, that Goodyear, they do have a hard tyre, but they've not yet released it. So it'll be in place for the WEC at Sao Paulo, but they don't think that the hard tyre, however hot it gets here, is going to be suitable for conditions at Le Mans. So pretty much all of the LMP2s and the LMGT3s will be using that medium Goodyear tyre.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday as well about that slightly different construction of the Goodyear tyre.
Ollie Jarvis reckoned it was 2 seconds a lap slower.
Slower? That's interesting. That's very interesting. It's a different in sidewall. That's a slightly more compliant sidewall. Is how it was explained to me, that teams have been given some camber back. I think it was 0.1 of a degree. Not huge, but they all makes a little bit of difference. I wonder if whilst we're under red and our CrowdStrike pit lane team are getting some interviews keyed up. We've got the 83 Richard Mille yellow Ferrari going back into its pit box. The trolleys are out. Race control telling all of the teams to tell their drivers to pick up the pace to enter the pit lane, which generally means that the issue has been sorted on the track and we can go back to green as soon as everybody get back in. I know that Kerry is listening in back at our main control room in London. I'll tell you what, I was going to say we'll take the update early, but let's not. Let's hear from the Canadian wizard that is Ron Fellows, one of the nicest blokes in the pit lane and heavily involved with Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. We'll take a CrowdStrike pit lane update and an interview with Ron. Do tell him I was asking after him, Ryan Marine, and his lovely lady Linda.
I will do exactly that. We'll start by saying John Hindhaugh says hi to you and to Linda. Do you have a message for John?
Hi, John. Love you.
Love you too, Ron.
He says he loves you right back. You're here, of course, with AWA, the very proudly Canadian team. You can't miss the fact they got the maple leaf all over this machine. How proud does it make you to see Canadian motorsport, which you championed for so long and continue to do so, represented on the world's biggest racing stage?
Yeah, no, we're here with an ambassador role for Corvette Racing, and yeah, Ori's dad, Carlo, he's our partner with at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. So this is awesome that they've got Corvette, and they had a great run in the GTD class at Daytona. He earned the spot to come and get the invitation to Le Mans. So yeah, it's great to see, and they've got it decked out in red and white. So yeah, I get goosebumps when you see a lot of Canadian flag attached to this car.
A lot of IMSA teams, or drivers really, when they come here, they will employ a European team, maybe bring over a few personnel to embed with the European team when they come to Le Mans. But that's not the approach that AWA has taken. This is that team that helped to win the Aiken Award for Ori Fidani a year ago and then won the Rolex this year.
Yeah, it's no different. I mean, you got to, in order to learn, you got to jump in. And you know, Andrew and the team have done a really good job doing lots of homework. Same with, you know, Ori, Matt, and Lars in terms of driving the place. You know, it was no different for us 25 years ago when we came here with Pratt Miller. You know, it was a steep learning curve in 2000, and the beauty is that they have, you know, they've got, AWA has the access to Corvette Racing and Pratt Miller people, and getting lots of support in terms of trying to shorten that learning curve.
Well, you bring up a good point, because for people of my age group, by the time I was paying close attention to this race, Corvette Racing was an established brand. They were the brand to beat in a long-distance race like this one. But if you read the history books, when you guys came here with Pratt Miller for the first time, you were up against some really established European teams. It was a real challenge.
Yeah, no, the team to beat back then, 25 years ago, was the Orica Dodge Viper team, and you know, loads of European experience. Have been to Le Mans. We had not, but hey, you know, that was it's easy to say how, you know, in our third year we managed to get a win here, second year rather, but I can tell you that there were, in the early development days, it was tough slugging. We weren't quick, we weren't reliable, but we got there with a lot of hard work and great people, and I'm super proud to have been part of a number of firsts with Corvette Racing, 25 25 years ago plus.
When you think back on your experiences here over the years, is there a singular moment that stands out to you, Ron?
Well, certainly getting that first win here in 2001, it was a culmination of a great deal of work on behalf of GM Racing, and that was Herb Fischel and Joe Negri were running it back then. Jim Campbell was also around, and still around, and to see the smile on their faces that, you know, about 10 years worth of work to get Corvette to Le Mans, and then to get the first class win. Yeah, I mean that certainly stands out. And there was a race in 07 that we could have, should have, would have, but I won't get into that one.
All right, Ron. Hey, thank you for taking us down memory lane. Thanks as well for all the work that you do for Canadian motorsport, not just here, of course, but all year long.
Thank you. All right, take care.
Pleasure to meet you. Thanks so much.
Right then, while we're under red flag, this is for actually tyre barrier repair now down at the Daytona chicane on the exit of said piece of track. Alexander Malikin in the Pure Racing number 37 LMP2 Oregon just tried to avoid Celia Martin, who was having her own moment on an outlap on cold tyres. And he clipped the tyre barrier. Pretty lucky, actually, he wasn't slightly further to the right, because that is concrete wall behind there. Where he hit, it was just the extension of the tyre stacks. Here's how they stand then in this update. We'll take the Le Mans GT3 first. United Autosports and their two McLarens first and second. It's number 59 from number 95. Codis in third. The best of their cars is the number 78 Lexus RCF. Then it's Team WRT, quickest last night in qualifying practice. Still to set the grid this evening, of course. We'll have live coverage of that for you here on 91.2 FM. And the top six made up by the Manthey First Form Porsche, number 92, Ryan Hardwick last in that car, and TF Sport for Corvette. So Corvette, Porsche, BMW, Lexus and McLaren, 5 different manufacturers in the top 6 in GT3. All the same manufacturer in LMP2, because that's all we have nowadays, but it's good enough to give us some very pure and exciting racing. The Oreca with the Gibson engine, and it's United Autosports going 2 for 2 in the two classes. In terms of the number 23 car, which was last driven by Daniel Schneider before this red flag came out, just a nose coming off the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. That's the one with the black pinstripes on it. And that's sitting on its jacks. Not the high jacks, though, in the garage at the moment. So United Autosports number 23, leading from Inter Europol, and Tom Dillman in second position. It's the number 43. And then the second of the Pro-Am cars, PJ Hyatt, is the 199 car. United, by the way, the first of the Pro-Am cars. Top 6 made up by EDEC Sport, the number 28, Paul Lafargue. Ollie Gray for VDS Panis Racing. Great to see the VDS colours here again. The TDS in 5th. That's number 29 car. Matthias Besch last in that car. And United's number 22, which is also getting some remedial work at the front end of that car. Pietro Fittipaldi took that in. And in the hypercars, it's Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, Toyota, Cadillac, BMW, Cadillac, Toyota for the top 11. Actually, I went one too far, apologies. 51, EF Corsa, Ferrari, Alessandro Perguidi in the car before we went red. Phil Hansen for EF Corsa brought the more yellow 499 in second place. Then the two Porsche Penske Motorsports substantive cars, 6 and 5, Matt Campbell and Julian Andler. And then the top 6 there, although I went a bit further, Ferraris, Miguel Molina, and the number 50 with Toyota Gazoo Racing and Nick de Vries. Not in the Hyperpole, remember. As we go back green, that's your top 6. And we have got an hour and 10 minutes on the nosy still to go in this Free practice 3 with Hyperpole still to come tonight. Well, it's not as hot as we had yesterday, in nowhere near actually. As it stands right now, officially from the FIA and the ACO, track temperature here at Lassard, 32.8 Celsius. And our hourly update with precision by Kes Cobb, thank you, comes to an end, and as you can hear, we've got a green flag, which is great. So we've missed absolutely no racing or no track action whatsoever. If you are just joining us, and many people will be coming down today, tuning in for the first time on 91.2 FM, thank you for spending some of your Le Mans week with us. As they come up to speed, and before we see some laps, let's take a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Joe Bradley can bring us up to date with some action. Where are you, Joseph?
I am at Peugeot. The 93 car was ready to go, and then they've just pushed the car back in. Mikkel Jensen was looking on. Any real problem to worry about there for last-minute things?
No, we were just considering to do a setup change, but time is also running short, so everything under control this practice. Just need to find a little bit more pace to be more competitive for the race, so we work hard. Still an hour to go here and an hour at night. So let's hope we can fine-tune it a bit and get more competitive.
What's the mood in the team, Mikkel, with regards to missing out on Hyperpole tonight?
It's obviously not great, but it's a 24-hour race. If you start first, if you start 20th, it doesn't really matter. I think it's more a confidence thing. You know, to show that you got the pace. We didn't show that in the qualifying, so now we just work purely on the race and try to optimize everything we can, and hopefully on Saturday we will be strong out there.
Does it kind of take a pressure off you? Now you can just focus on the race, 24 hours. It's a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long race. It takes off some pressure. We can focus 100% on the race now. All the procedures we need to go through, the setup. You know, some others have to run the low fuel to prepare for the Hyperpole, and we just go full fuel, race runs only, focus on the setup, the tires, everything to maximize the race. So definitely putting more effort into the race, let's say, than if you would be in Hyperpole, where you need to optimize the qualifying as well.
You mentioned the tyres. We always talk about the tyres, Mikkel. Motorsport's all about the tyres, from karting all the way to this very high level. What exactly are you trying to find in the tyres? It is performance? Is it longevity?
Yeah, it's the black gold, as you say. So you need to make that work. If you don't make it work, the car can be horrible to drive at times. So once you understand the tires, especially here with the temperatures these days, it's super tough to make it last. So it's more about longevity at the moment, as you say. The hypercars are heavy and abrasive to the tires, so you really need a setup that's smooth, fast, but not hurting the tires too much. So you play a lot with the camber and caster on the car to make the tires be in the right window, and then with the temperatures, you need to maximize everything. So a lot of focus going on the tires.
Do you think, Mikkel, there'll be much time to gain under race conditions with regards to, say, full stinting the tires, quadruple stinting the tires? That something that the teams are aiming for?
It's obviously a big question. So we know in Le Mans it's quite easy to triple stint the tires because there's not so many corners on the distance here. You could be quadruple the tires, but it seems like in hypercar it's quite tough to make that happen more than in LMP2 because the cars are very heavy and hard on the tires. So I think we will see some try of the quadruple, but maybe the triple is still the optimum. So you still need a lot of work to even make it work optimal for the triple stint. So that's why it's always a question of how aggressive you are on setup and in driving style first stint to make it last for the second and the third. Because in the end you want to optimize your average on the 3 or 4 stints that you do. So a lot of data to get analyzed and get gathered from all these practice sessions to be spot on Saturday and Sunday.
And when we talk about that triple stint as a driver, does the car become a little tricky when those tyres are worn out?
It's tricky when the tires start to go off, especially with 30 degrees temp now. It's hard physically when you get into the second and third stint and start to struggle with the balance of the car. You also get more physically under tension because you need all the small movements to make the car be in the right window, and it's a big challenge. And obviously the temperatures make it even harder.
Is the 30 degrees going to stop you guys trying soft tyres maybe?
Oh yeah, the soft will not work at 30 degrees. So it's in these conditions, it's a tire for the night. And even last night, it's a question if it's even a tire for the night, if it's that hot. But it seems like it's going to cool down more for the race. So probably the soft is going to be taken into use at night.
You guys have a great race. We are always big fans of Peugeot. Thank you, Mikael.
And great fans of Mikael Jensen as well, who was giving us some fantastic insights there from Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Just as a point of order there, Joe's spot on actually, because last night, and Mikael's spot on, last night at midnight, it was still air temperature of over 20 degrees, and the track temperature, I think, was still in the mid to high 20s, even though the sun had gone down, an hour or so beforehand. So it will be right into the early hours of the morning before anybody, all things being equal, before anybody even thinks about the softer tyre compound.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was 30 degrees track temperature, I think, as we finished the session last night.
Yeah, I think you're right. At midnight.
And one or two teams did try the softer tyre, which was how we got on to discussing the white sidewall.
That's right.
On the softer Michelin tyre on the hypercars. No, I mean, I think, no disrespect to Mikael Jensen and Joe, but all of the drivers that we've been speaking to, I mean, they must hold the Radio Le Mans commentators in a certain high regard, because they're being incredibly open. We had a lovely interview with Oliver Jarvis early on, where he was, as I say, describing how the new tyre is costing a couple of seconds, and he was very open about the car not feeling as secure as he wanted it to be feeling on the circuit, and he was quite prepared to discuss that with Nick. And then Ryan Marine yesterday evening had a lovely conversation with Matteo Capietto,
yes,
and how much fun he was having here, describing going through the Porsche curves with the headlights on, not being able to see where you were going, and it was quite scary. But would he rather be anywhere else?
No.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
So, no, we've had some lovely interviews, and I think, they're certainly worth listening back to.
And we will have the archive posted as soon as is humanly possible. I got a penalty, and it's a significant one in terms of time. Probably not much in terms of anything but a wrist slap. And this is for the number 95 United Autosports, Darren Young, driven McLaren, second in their class at the moment, and that is a 5-minute stop in the pit lane. So that's a 5-minute hold in the pit lane for track limits.
Yes,
so race control beginning to put their foot down with a firm hand. And as that's happened, Matthias Rudy's just gone to the top of GT3 as well with a faster time than either of those two United Autosports. But I like this, Paul. You and I have discussed this before. This is race control, not just telling United and McLaren and Darren. They are setting out their stall here to say, guys, we're getting closer to the race. You've got to play the game now.
And we've seen far fewer track limit violations in this session than we did in any of yesterday's sessions. So either they're becoming more lenient or the drivers are learning how to behave. Not sure which, but I'd like to think that the drivers are learning how to behave. However, I would say that I mean, you're right, it's not a massive penalty which is going to affect their race hugely, but the track limit offences were committed by Sean Gallale driving that McLaren.
Right.
And they've impacted Darren Young.
Yeah.
And Darren's only been to Le Mans once before, as far as I know.
That's a very good point, Paul.
And so his drive time got just spot on an hour of this session still to go. But his drive time is going to be compromised a little bit by not being able to use that. And Darren, as I say, the least experienced driver, a lot of experience in British GT racing for British fans who know the name, but less so here at Le Mans. And I know he's loving being here and driving at Le Mans. Wouldn't miss it for the world. But he will, say, just suffer a little bit as a result of being coming on the radio. Darren, you've got to come in. We've got to spend an extra 5 minutes in the box.
And you don't know what that's done to their run plan, because have they put a new set of tyres on to try and get some data? Have they put an old set of tyres on that is a stint old, 2 stints old, that they wanted Darren to get the feel of on full tanks? You know, that you're right, and you know, I sort of blithely said it doesn't make that much difference, but you're right. It could do. It could put a bit of a spanner in the works. And Matt Campbell is just another track limits away from also getting parked up. This is the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine that is 4th quickest at the moment. They made the headlines in entirely the wrong way yesterday evening after the first of our qualifying sessions before we go into Hyperpole this evening. And by that, I mean they were disqualified from that qualifying session. Post the session itself, the car was found to be underweight, and they will start therefore at the back of the hypercar class in 21st position. Big curb strike for the Mustang number 77, Bernardo Souza, the bronze rated driver in the number 77. Qualified that car yesterday, didn't quite make it into Hyperpole. The 88 did. And that car at the moment on its outlap, sitting in 62nd position and 24th in GT3 for Dennis Olsen, just going out again. That car has only done 4 laps in this session.
Yeah, had a very long pit stop at the beginning of the session, so trying to make up for lost time for that car. Other cars improving. I was about to mention that we haven't had very many improvements, but Sheldon van der Linde, it's always a good prompt for them to go quicker. Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW M Hybrid V8 car 20 has just put in the 326.367. That moves him up to 3rd fastest and the best non-Ferrari in the times. We just had a quicker time as well for the Cadillac Whelen team, but the V-Series R car number 311 with a 3 minutes 28.072. Marcus Sorensen just increased the pace as well in the 009 Aston Martin. So the 007 and the 009 now separated by just 0.03 of a second with that improved time from Marco Sorensen. However, having said all of that, in general, the times are slower today in the free practice session than they were yesterday. Yesterday's session ran from 3 hours, from 2 o'clock through till 5. Today started 3/4 of an hour later, so we've got just under an hour of this session still to go. But the times in general are quite a bit slower, and particularly, I was just mentioning to you during the break there, John, from the Alpines, the best of the Alpines actually, we just had an improvement from...
Of course you did.
From one of them, but the 2 Alpines, Fred McAvitie's best time in the number 36 car, a 3 minutes 28.702, and he's only just done that time.
That was last time around, yeah.
The other Alpine, and I'd say that's an improvement back to where he ought to be, really. Paul-Loup Chatin is currently at the wheel of the number 35 Alpine from the Alpine Endurance team, and he's done a best lap of 3:30.035. Now, yesterday in the free practice session, the Alpines, the better of the 2 of them, did a 3 minutes 26. So the overall best time from yesterday is 3:25.1. So we're a little bit slower in terms of the overall best. But in that midfield group, I just reckon the track's a little bit slower.
Of course, what we don't know, because we don't get that data, is how much in terms of tyre resources has been thrown at the car. And again, this could be people getting used to worn tyres. Hello to Mike Perrin who's tweeted at RSL_studio using the hashtag 2020RLM24. And he says, Kes Cobb arranging the green flag as Nelly Telly and Eve did for the Indy 500, so that Andrew Marriott didn't miss the start. Power of Radio Show Limited knows no limits. Very funny, yes, absolutely. We do our best. We do our best. Good to have your company, everybody. And wherever you are in the world, keep tweeting in to us. Hello to Paul Earling. It was a Mediterranean veggie jalfrezi for lunch, and 2 USAF C-130s flew past low and slow late this morning. Could this get any better? Yes. I'm on leave tomorrow. What an excellent Thursday so far. Thank you. Team effort, of course. And if you want to drop us a line, it's at RSL_studio, hashtag 20RLM24. That's because it's our 20th Radio Le Mans 24 as Radio Show Limited. Coming up in the break, by the way, we will have some Le Mans memories with Peter Mackay looking back at Porsche's excellent history here. The most overall victories of any manufacturer, sitting on 19 at the moment. So P-Mac will be zipping up his Porsche anorak in the break between the sessions. Let's head back to the pit lane. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I'll just quickly say on the subject of Porsche, an improved time for Mathieu Jaminet in the number 5 car. He's put in a 3:26.7 to go 4th fastest. So we are seeing in the closing stages some improvements there. So having cleared up the Porsche situation.
Let's go to Joe Bradley, who's talking with another Northerner. He's talking to Jack Hawksworth.
So that you're not going to tell me what you've just told your teammate, are you?
But keep it secret.
Top of the screens, mate. Was that a qualifying situation for you out there?
Yeah, exactly. We're just kind of getting ready for qualifying this afternoon, so we're going to just kind of working on that now, and then this evening we'll work a little bit more on the race car, but just kind of, running through our program, and it's been a good week so far, so just chipping away at it.
So I saw you go across there and talk to your engineer. You've come across, talk to your teammate. You feel there's a little bit more performance there that's in the car?
I think just really refining and understanding how the tyres work, both on the long run and on a shorter run, especially when it's this hot. It's very sensitive to temperature, and with such a long lap, how you bring the tyre in, how it behaves on the long run, just trying to optimise that.
And how much different is tonight is a different environment. It's a little bit cooler maybe. Does that matter a massive amount for these cars?
Oh, massively, yeah. At night, the grip level is a lot higher. The temperature of the tyre is more stable. And, for instance, I think at night it will be quite easy to double, triple stint a set of tyres, right? Whilst in the daytime, doing double, triple is going to be hard graft.
We've been told about new tarmac and re-tarmacking out there. Has that made a massive difference from your standpoint?
So I didn't realise any tarmac had been put down until somebody told me. But the track seems faster this year, so must be a bit grippier.
And is that something that you just kind of feel through the stopwatch? You can't really feel anything through the wheel?
No, I think through there's a couple of sections where the track does feel a bit higher grip, but it's not massive difference.
I saw a little bit of fuel going in there, just a touch. So we're still with the qualifying runs?
We're running through our programs.
All right, mate. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Thanks for that. Great insight.
Very good. Jack Hawksworth there with Joe Bradley. A couple of northern lads enjoying being at Le Mans. One or two areas that have been re-tarmacked, resurfaced on the racetrack, including the entrance to the Porsche curves, exit of Tertre Rouge, a couple of other spots as well. Drivers seem to not necessarily be of one mind when it comes to better or worse.
Isn't it interesting? Because some drivers say, how it
massive. Could feel it straight away. Yeah.
And then Jack Hawksworth didn't even notice until somebody told him. I suppose it reflects a little bit the differing experiences. Jack's only been here once before.
Correct.
So
I think he got about 24 hours notice, didn't he?
Yeah.
When he was called up last year after the Mike Conway cycling incident that robbed them of Jose Maria Lopez, and so he had no track experience, but he had the car experience, and off he popped into the Cordis Lexus team.
Yeah, see, he had a rookie test in the Bahrain rookie test with the Toyota hybrid team not last year, 2023, back end of 2023, when he drove a Toyota GR010, and it obviously was a experience for him.
I should say that Jack again is a super sub this year for Ben Barnicat, who's been out after, guess what, a cycling incident, and therefore he had a little bit more. He had a little more notice given for that. The good news is, if what I've been reading is to be believed, that Ben Barnicat will be back for next weekend's Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen, and he'll be back in harness for that. Joe Bradley can bring us a little more on this. Is into pit lane with a very sideways moment for the Porsche Penske Motorsport Matt Campbell number 6. Bradders, what do you got?
So hang on a minute. So Jack Hawksworth stood in for Lopez last year after a cycling incident. This year,
for Mike Conway, he broke something.
Yeah. Mike, and then Lopez stepped out of the Lexus
Correct.
into the Toyota.
Exactly.
This year, Ben Barnicat has had a cycling incident.
Yes.
And once again, Jack Hawksworth takes over and gets a job at Le Mans.
Yeah.
I think that's a pattern of behaviour, isn't it?
Well, you would have looked at that.
That's called a clue, that.
You would have looked at that as a clue, wouldn't you? Absolutely, your old job. Thank you.
He's coming across the wall. I'll just caution him and ask him.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm not going to caution him. He wouldn't know what I was talking about.
I think it was really interesting that both of the guys had had their bikes recently services at Hawksworth Cycles, which I don't know if that was important. A quick pit stop and in an electric motor takeoff for the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. Just a moment or two ago, a little bit of a moment for the number 46 BMW at the first chicane on the Mulsanne, that being the blue and yellow car. That's the car that was fastest in qualifying yesterday. So you can say that that car is on provisional pole position as it stands right now. Who was in that? It was Ahmed El Harti, and just ran through the tyre barrier, rejoined, no harm, no foul. And we've got a Peugeot going slowly for Paul de Resta, so that makes it the number 93 Peugeot with the wing on for the second time. It's the first track that the winged car has been back to for a second time in the FIA World Endurance Championship. It came out of Arnage and the car didn't pick up out of the right-hander at Arnage. He's staying to driver's right himself as he's in the sunshine heading towards the Porsche curves. He's got drive and he's got engine power. He's sitting in first gear at 60 miles an hour, 62 miles an hour. He's got battery power, about half of it. Very interesting.
Interesting as well, picking up on what Mikkel Jensen was saying about the Peugeots just lacking a little bit. How much it was optimism on Mikkel's part and how much he actually did have a plan, I don't know. But he tended to imply that there would be some improvement coming for the race, with them being able to concentrate purely on race setup now. But things haven't really looked like being going anywhere near Peugeot's way from the very moment the cars took to the track on Sunday, really, for the test day.
It's a better day than I think we could have expected when we got up in a thunderstorm, thunder and lightning this morning, very heavy rain. Took all the dust off the cars, though, which was pretty good. As we go into this evening, expect an overnight temperature of 15 degrees, partly cloudy. It'll feel fairly sticky. Tomorrow, on Friday, 31. Thunderstorms again, potentially dropping to 18 overnight. 26 and 25 on Saturday and Sunday, with a slightly better day in terms of the forecast. Less cloud, at least, on Sunday. And for the drive home on Monday, it's going to be hot with 28 degrees. So the number 93 Peugeot is into the pit lane, immediately goes back into the garage. Paul di Resta has limped that car home, looking in his rear view mirror, stuck in first gear or only able to drive at 62 miles an hour, 100 kilometers an hour. They're looking under the front of the car, and Joe Bradley is the nearest to the Peugeot Total Energy squad.
Yeah, the front of the car has come off. They were running their fingers underneath the steering rack, which is, of course, electrically operated, but it's still hydraulic in there, and they were looking like, to me, as though they were looking for a leak to see if there was any residue from that steering. So maybe, and this is pure speculation, Paul has mentioned and reported in a handling issue that has brought the car in. I mean, there's nothing apparent on the car. We've got a bit of a flat spot on the left front, but that might be just off coming into the pit apron. That would have disappeared by the time he came round. So rear deck has come off. We've got quite a bit of work going on, but nothing really that I can see sort of. In fact, yes, I can see the big jacks have come out.
Oh dear.
So it means that the car is going to go up about a metre high, so that means a big job.
And they do that, Joe, explain why they do that.
It's basically they're wanting the car up high so that they can actually get underneath it. So this might be quite well. Anything that needs the car really high so you can get underneath it is never a good sign.
Yeah, that looks like they're going to start thinking about the floor coming off that car, and that, as Joe said, probably means that there's something more sinister going on. Interest to me was that was the front end of the car. I expected them to immediately go to work the back, because I thought they had a transmission or some kind of driveline issue. It may be that Paul had a warning, of course, and was told not to exceed a certain speed and to bring the car back slowly. Joe just telling me on the talk back in my ears here that Mikkel Jensen's been told to take his helmet off and stand down for a while. He's not going to be required. He's looking for improvements at the moment. Robert Kubica in the pit lane in second. On outlaps, Robin Freins in the number 20 BMW MT WRT BMW Hypercar. That's a third place car. The number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport Macha Jaminet, and the 31-1 Felipe Drugovich, drafted into the Cadillac Whelan program. So that's third, fourth and fifth just going out of the pit lane, Paul.
Brendan Hartley's just put in an improvement in the number 8 Toyota. 327.741 moves him up the timing screen to 8th, ahead of the other Toyota, the number 7 car, which is still in the hands of Nick de Vries. Nick's dominated the driving of that car today. Not sure if anybody else actually had a chance in the number 7. Nick de Vries, Mike Conway drove it for a stint on it. Yeah, Mike Conway drove it for the first hour pretty much, and Nick de Vries has driven it since then. But as I say, at the moment it's Brendan Hartley, the quicker of the 2 Toyotas.
Just a note about a Hyperpole tonight. Let's have a listen to Mick Schumacher. I'm pleased these engineers said that. I was just about to say the same thing. Put the mic a bit closer there. Obviously, some issue with applying the power. So basically what the engineer is saying there is, I'm ignoring everything you've said because I couldn't really hear it. You'll have to wait until you come closer to the pit. A note about Hyperpole sessions tonight is the number 35 Alpine returns to the pit lane. It was brought in by Paul-Loup Chaton. I'll see if we can grab a look at who is taking that car out. Potentially two sessions for the classes, and what are the regulations, Paul, in terms of who has to do those sessions, who is allowed to do those sessions, what can be done within and between those sessions if you're fortunate enough to get through in any of those three categories?
Well, you can't do the sessions, I'm afraid.
Can I not?
You can commentate on them, but
Okay.
you're not allowed to drive.
Okay. Need to get me B like international B back again.
But I was about to say that anybody can drive, so which is why I kind of corrected myself.
You know how to be out the door, don't you?
Yeah, so there are no restrictions about bronze drivers or silver drivers having to drive the cars in the Hyperpole sessions. Anybody on the team can drive. However, whoever you put in the car for Hyperpole 1, and bear in mind that there are two Hyperpole 1s, because LMGT3 and LMP2 run together for their Hyperpoles 1 and 2, and then the Hypercars run on their own for their Hyperpole 1 and Hyperpole 2. But the only restriction is that Hyperpole 1 must be driven by somebody different in Hyperpole 2.
Okay.
So you have to change the driver between Hyperpole 1 and Hyperpole 2.
But it could be the person who qualified the car yesterday into the Hyperpole.
Yep,
All right.
yep.
So today's a reset then in that case?
In that sense,
right.
yes. And you're not allowed to change the driver during Hyperpole 1. There isn't really time to do so anyway, but you're not allowed to change the driver during Hyperpole 1. You're not allowed to change the driver during Hyperpole 2. But you have to change, as I say, have a different driver for Hyperpole 2. You're not allowed to refuel during Hyperpole 1 or during Hyperpole 2. You can refuel between Hyperpole 1 and Hyperpole 2.
And the tyres?
And the tyres, you have 3 sets, which you can use however you want. And
can you mix and match them then?
You can mix and match if you wanted to use, I mean, in effect, you have 12 tyres.
Right.
So you can use 6 in Hyperpole 1 and 6 in Hyperpole 2. You can use 1 set in Hyperpole 1, knowing that you're then going to get 2 chances in Hyperpole 2. But Hyperpole 2, again, only 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So Hyperpole 1 is 20 minutes, Hyperpole 2, only 15 minutes. So by the time you've done your outlap, you're talking 4 minutes into the session, and then you're doing a maximum of 4 laps. If you're going to put a pit stop in the middle of that to change tyres, you're struggling.
Let's head down for a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Alex Quinn is standing by for a little chat.
So the number 45 CrowdStrike Oregon, I've just watched team principal getting his hands dirty. Stuart Cox, get out of the way, I'll put this on. Wishbone change, front upright just being bolted on. Alex, a problem with the 45, but you went at the wheel. What do you know about that?
Yeah, we're just getting Nicky out for some qualifying runs, and around here to be quick you have to take the curbs, and just a little bit too much, I think. It's quite a common failure here when you take the curbs, so that's all it is. We're on it. Obviously, like you said, Stuart is getting his hands dirty. I love Stuart, and what other team manager would you see getting your hands dirty? So we'll get it changed pretty quick and get back out there, I'd say.
Now, normally a car braking like that is a bad thing, but personally I'd like everything to break in practice, please, and stay together for the race.
Of course, yeah. Now's the time to experiment with the limits ahead of Hyperpole later this afternoon. We know in the race we cannot take them, so it's something we're certainly aware of, and like you said, now's the best time for it to happen.
Well, you have to take them in qualifying tonight, yeah?
To be quick, you have to take them.
You have to take them and damage the car, but in the race, no.
Yeah, well, we're seeing now how much time we're spending in the box. If that happens in the race, it's race over, so absolutely not in the race, yeah.
And how hard is it to stay disciplined like that when you're in the heat of battle?
It's tricky because, Le Mans known for being a 24-hour sprint race, but it's going to be important that we keep our head cool and not get in any battles that we might, feel enticed to get involved in. So, yes, we'll have to stay calm and avoid the curves for sure, and hope that others take them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Alex. Good job on the 45.
Ryan Marine standing by for an update for us on the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, the 10-1 or the 101. But before that, some news of a change at the top, a huge sideways moment for the car that's just gone to the top of the timings. Mathieu Jaminet down to a 3:24.7 and puts a second on the field. James Collado out in the AF course of Ferrari number 51, the 499P. Surely that cannot have been that fast lap from Jaminet. That must have been the next one by. Paul's shaking his head. That was on his fast lap when he was completely sideways.
Absolutely, and
that's the way to get through the chicane then.
Had he kept it in a straight line, yes, Jaminet certainly ringing the net of that Porsche 963 and goes to the top of the times, as you say.
Just for Guff Lamont, who has tweeted in, why has the 10-1 or the 101 Wintilla Racing Cadillac been in the pits for so long? It's only done 8 laps. Guff, you ask on at RSL_studio, and thou shalt receive, courtesy of Brian Marie.
Well, I do have the answer to that question. As a matter of fact, I've been watching that car. I've been trying to get an update, but they've been all hands on deck. However, it looks like the problem is about to be resolved. Here's the story. They went out, and within the first 2 laps, they saw something on the telemetry that indicated a problem with the power plant. And ultimately, they've elected to go ahead and do an engine change during this practice session. It's taken them roughly 90 minutes, but I'm told they're just wrapping that up and hope to get the new engine broken in here before this session is done. So right now the crew just buttoning things up, getting the body work back on, and very soon we should see that car back out on track, which again comes on the heels of a great qualifying session last night, which saw all 4 Cadillacs move on to Hyperpole, which is a tremendous accomplishment, especially for this Wayne Taylor team that's making its debut here. But they did find themselves on the back foot. However, good work to get that engine changed more or less completed.
So the question I suppose I've got to ask, Ryan, is were they going to change the engine anyway? Because a lot of people leave the engine change to the race engine till later in the week, or had they already changed to their race engine after the test day?
I did ask that question, and I got a wry smile. This is absolutely not planned. This was not what they were planning on doing whatsoever. So they were forced to scramble a little bit here when fate's fickle hand reached out and touched the number 101.
It's Ryan Marine, part of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. Paul Trusswell and John Hindhoff in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. If you want to burn a bit of data, or you're sitting at home, not at Le Mans, maybe not listening, hang on, some radio. Here's Dries Van Tor. So that sounds like a seating issue for Dries Van Tor. I know how he feels. Our studio chairs this year are doing something odd to my back. I can't decide whether it's the angle or the height or whatever, but I may have to do some repurposing and swapping around. Oh, I know why it is. I'm on the wrong one. I'm on the grey one, and I had the blue one the other day because that was much better. Now, if you're watching, if you've got
Chairgate.
this is Chairgate all over again. Johnny Morlam en route at the moment down to Le Mans. Studiovision back with you this year, and if you don't know what it is, Google it. Other search engines. Oh, that's much better. Fantastic. And please do let us know if you're watching. Thanks to Nick Damon and his expertise for getting that out to the world.
On the subject of Dries Van Tor and whether he's comfortable or not, he's not as quick as Robin Freins in the other BMW. So of the 2 BMWs, the number 20 car has done a 3:26.367, and that was actually a Sheldon van der Linde time, but significantly quicker than Dries Van Tor has managed in the number 15 car. The number 20 car is currently 4th for the BMW M-Team WRT, and the 15 car is currently 7th. So they're up at the shouting end of the scoring times. but I think Dries would like to be the quicker. And as I say, whether it's his comfort or something that's not quite right with the car, don't know. But they've got those two cars into the Hyperpole session still to come, and they'll be looking to start the race, obviously, as near to the front as possible, with particularly Dries's record. Sebastian Bourdais has just improved in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. He's done a 327.071 to be quicker than Dries van Toor, so he moves up to 6th. And so the top times, Porsche 963 quickest, Ferrari 499P second and third, and then the BMW M Hybrid V8 of the number 20 car, Robin Fines, is 4th fastest, ahead of 2 Cadillacs, another BMW and a Porsche. But Toyota's currently just 11th and 12th. Fastest of the Alpines is 14th. 2 Aston Martins are creating themselves pretty well at the moment. 2 Valkyries, 15th and 16th out of a 21-car field. That's good going.
It's getting harder and harder to get an entry to Le Mans as the FIA World Endurance Championship continues its upward trend, although not a full entry for the WEC this year. There are a couple of free places on the grid. However, I suspect that won't be the case next year. One way to get in is if you're competing in IMSA as a non-pro driver, and you are the best non-pro driver in the prototype or the GT category. There are 2 awards which attract Le Mans invitations, the Truman and Aitken Awards, to great names in IMSA racing history. The former of those winners from last season is with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane for this CrowdStrike report at Inter Europol. It's Nick Poole, who's got his family over as well, I believe, Joe.
Yeah, we are, of course, talking about Nick Poole. He's just jumped out of the number 34, the Inter Europol car. And I'm going to ask Nick the same question I'm asking everyone who hasn't qualified into Hypercar this evening, into the Hyperpole, I should say, this evening. Nick, the pressure's off. You can enjoy this now.
Yeah, you know, it's a long race. Obviously, it's disappointing to not get to watch the guys go and run Hyperpole, but I think we have a good car for the race. I mean, poor Luca left the pits, and before I think he was down pit lane, he had a flat with a valve failure, so it's kind of just one of those things. But we're rebounding from it. I think we'll be strong in the night and hopefully strong on Sunday afternoon.
We all know how cruel this sport can be, and that was certainly a cruel sight that we saw last night. That allows you to prepare. I mean, we always think by Saturday lunchtime, no one even remembers qualifying once that grid gets underway, do they?
No, it's true. It's kind of fun being out there. We did a long run to kind of judge tire wear just now. And most of the guys around are doing quali sim runs. So it's a bit like, oh man, are we off? And then you realize that they're prepping tires for a single lap or 2. But yeah, this is always a special place, though. It's so hard to get it right. But hopefully both cars have a good run.
So you won the place here at Le Mans, Nick, with the Truman Award over in IMSA. Just what is interesting is how you turn that award that allows you to come to Le Mans into being here at Le Mans with the team. What's the process? You ring the teams, ask who wants to drive it?
Yeah, you know, we won the championship obviously last year, Kuba, myself, and Tom. And so it was a no-brainer in terms of who to partner with for the race, and kind of as soon as the season finished, we knew what was going to happen. And we started doing what we could to prep for it. We didn't really get to test much for the race, but that's okay. I mean, clearly their results over the past few years demonstrate they know what they're doing, so I'm excited to get the race started.
Yeah, you've placed yourself in a very strong team, and that gives a confidence from a driver, a non-pro driver like yourself.
100%, and you know, it's fun having continuity for someone like me in the AM spot, having someone like, I mean, a new addition, Nick and JV and Luca, and then also Tom and Kuba from last year to lean on still. So I feel like I'm in a really good spot.
And you're here with the families here, we believe, and everybody's enjoying the French experience, I think.
Oh, yeah. You'll probably see our group of friends and sponsors wandering around the paddock with cowboy hats. We've got a big Texas contingent, so we're going to try and do them proud.
Well, it's 30 degrees, so they're going to need those hats, Nick. Thanks for joining us, mate. Hopefully we'll have a good time session and everybody gets those laps in.
Thank you guys for being here and covering it. Appreciate
we love that. We love that. Thank you, Nick.
Met Nick, his mum and dad, and the rest of the family at Chateau Alain on the day after, the Sunday after Petit Le Mans last year. And we had been to the Hall of Fame induction meeting, and we were heading back out to the car, and there he was, and had a good long chat with the whole family. Great to know that he has managed to make that work. Just because you get the invitation doesn't necessarily mean you're automatically going to be there. There's still a bit of work to do. Full course yellow at the moment, with Mathieu Jaminet having come into the pits under the watchful eye of Thomas Loudenbach and Urs Karatel. Thomas Loudenbach, head of Porsche Motorsport, Urs Karatel, who you might have heard talking to us on 91.2 FM. If not, I'm sure it'll play again, and the archive with the features as well as the live is gradually being updated as we go along and play those features through. Urs is head of endurance. So 5 Porsche from Ferrari F course at number 51, and Sebastian Bourdais just pitted in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Let's talk to another driver who was involved in qualifying last night as the bronze driver in the Proton number 77 Ford Mustang GT3. Hang on a second, he's Eduardo, race director.
Full course yellow will be removed in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
And that wasn't Eduardo, actually. My apologies to him. So we are back to green flag racing. Yes, let me go back to who I was going to introduce as our next Crowd Strike pit lane report. And it is Bernardo Souza from the Ford Mustang team. Now, I was talking to him just before lunchtime, Joe Bradley, for it is Joe who is down there, and I've said we've decided we're going to call him Bernardo Souza because he's with Ben Barker and Ben Tuck, and just having 3 Bens in the car makes it much easier for us.
I'm going to put that to Bernardo. Is it okay if we call you Ben? Eindhoven's just told me that. That's quite funny. Ben Souza. Ben Souza. Here we are.
Sounds good.
It does. Next door to where I was speaking to Nick Bull at the Europol, the 77 Ford Mustang caught my eye. Is that setup work going on that front corner? Are we changing a bit of camber there?
We're changing. We're trying to find better solutions. We're struggling a little bit, but yeah, it's part of the game. Unfortunately, I think we are not on the leader pack. Although the boys are doing a great job, mechanics, engineers, the drivers, we are really pushing, but we're still not there.
You haven't qualified for Hyperpole, so are you guys chasing race setup right there? Or performance? What do you have?
We're trying to find the solutions for to build up a better performance. We've been trying many solutions. We're still not comfortable and happy with it. But okay, we have a comfortable car, but it's not enough. And we can just look at the timetables, and we are not there. So we are trying. Almost 20 minutes to finish this session. One more at night. So we have 1 hour and 20 minutes to build a proper car and to have a proper setup to try to be on the fight position.
Well, you're a racing driver. You're never happy with the car. You guys are never happy. It's not so much that. I want to ask you about the whole experience of being here at Le Mans, because you're never happy wherever you are.
Yeah, it's true. We were never happy. We always can say, but this and that. But when you look at, okay, if you're leading pack and you're in front, if you're just complaining, that's mental games and just pure nonsense. Not pure nonsense, but okay.
I know what you mean.
But then when you're, I don't know, 1 or 2 seconds off the pace, then it's not nonsense. It's a true gap. So that's why we are not happy. We are fighting and trying to build up and to reduce that gap. It's not being easy, but let's see.
With all of that kind of work ethic going on, Bernardo, what are you feeling from the experience of being here as part of this huge event?
It's Le Mans. Well, although everyone talks about it, you never have you have no idea what is truly Le Mans if you're not here. Like as I told this morning to the Ford media stuff that we had. Like when I arrived on last Sunday and I went to the pit lane and just looked at all of this, and it kicked me and it was like, whoa, it's a huge emotion. Le Mans, it's a different thing. It's the spirit of Le Mans, the true meaning of the spirit of Le Mans. It's sorry, it's hard to say in words.
You have to you have to enjoy that, but you have to put that to one side and think like a racing driver.
No, it's actually it just brings you in. It's even better when you arrive here. Like it kicks you in on the emotional side really big, but then it kicks you in at the same time as a professional mindset because you're like, it's Le Mans. It's the main event on endurance race from ever. So it kicks you in two ways, like the emotional side. Wow, I mean this is Le Mans, but then at the same time it's like, come on, you're in Le Mans. You have to perform.
That motivates you.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Great to talk to you, Bernardo. Great to meet you. Ben from now on, of course. Ben, all the Bens in the 77. 3 Bens. Brilliant. He's all for that, mate.
Yeah, Bernardo rather than Bernardo. Yeah. The best story that we've got out of those 2 cars, and a little bird told me this, and I have had it now confirmed. So those guys, of course, get the choice of any Ford product that they want to drive around in because they're Ford performance drivers. And for example, Dennis Olsen lives in Norway. He's got a Ford F-150 Lightning, which is the fantastic full electric, the BEV, battery electric vehicle, off-road truck type thing. But you could take anything. Ben Barker has taken a Ford Nugget. And what is a Ford Nugget? I hear you say. It's a little RV. It's a little camper van based on a Ford Tourneo or Ford Transit. And it's in that lovely red colour. And he and his other half are very big into outside going camping, hiking, biking, surfing, boating, canoeing and all of that sort of stuff. So he has got a Ford Nugget, which I applaud him for that, for being a little bit different. Pit stops and driver changes for the Ferraris. In comes the 10th place hypercar, and Nicholas Nielsen getting out, Antonio Fuoco getting in. Meantime, let's check in with that number 101 Cadillac. Jordan Taylor brought that car in. It's not been a perfect run for that car. Ryan Marine is with the man who has, well, his initials above the door, if not the full name. Wayne Taylor Racing is WTR, and Wayne Taylor is with Ryan now for this CrowdStrike report.
That's right, and the final touches of that engine change are going on right now. In fact, looks like Ricky's got his helmet on. Ricky Taylor about to climb aboard. So hopefully, Wayne, that is some good news. But it has been 2 hours that you've not been out on track dealing with this. These are the ups and downs of this sport and of this race in particular. That said, on debut, you're through to Hyperpole. How would you assess the week so far?
Well, I think it's been pretty good, considering the fact that we've never been here as a team. And 2 of our drivers haven't driven for a while. And, you know, we had a goal to make it into the first Hyperpole, which we did. And then, unfortunately, when we did the race engine change and everything this morning, we had some issue that needs to be analyzed on the engine side. So we've just changed engines. The guys did an amazing job, did it in 1 hour and 33 minutes. And so I think Ricky is only going to go out and do an out and in to make sure there's no leakage and stuff. And then when we go to the Hyperpole, we're probably not going, we're not putting together a qualifying sim. We're going to basically run it in race trim because we haven't had enough mileage. So we'll be safer to run in race trim.
With that additional engine change, is that an issue at all with the regulations here at Le Mans, or is that acceptable?
No, totally acceptable. I mean, there's not much you can do if the engine goes down.
This is
right?
true.
I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be racing. So no, it's just time is of the essence right now.
Hey, Wayne, it's a delight to see you here. I know this is the culmination of a lot of years of work. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So final hourly update for free practice 3. We're heading towards Hyperpole this evening, where we'll set the grid for the 93rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours here on Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. And it is Porsche Penske Motorsport, Julian Andlau taking out the number 5 car that has just been fairly recently put to the top of the timing by Mathieu Jaminet. The time, should you want to make a note of this, 3:24.717 is 0.988 of a second. I'm calling that a second. That's a second ahead of the rest of the field, which is headed by Ferrari. Many would see Ferrari as the favourites coming in after their performances, their excellent performances in the FIA World Endurance Championship to this point this season. So number 5 from number 51. And then another second further back, it's the best of the Cadillacs. It's the Earl Bamber driven at the moment Cadillac Hertz Team Jota number 38. All 3 of the drivers are left-handed, and all 3 of them have a name beginning with B, so that is the 3 Bs. Should be the LBs, really, shouldn't it? AF Corsa, Robert Kubica. That car's been in the pits a wee while. As well, the number 83 yellow Ferrari. And making up the top 6, BMW M Team WRT, their number 20 car, Robin Freins, went out in that a little while ago and has been clocking up the laps. He, in fact, has done... Oh, actually, no, he's done a 5-lap stint and then come back in again. Behind them in 6th place is the second of the Cadillacs. This is the Action Express Run Whelen Cadillac for Jack Aiken in the number 311. They run 31 in the States in the same way as Wayne Taylor runs the 10. So they've sort of just added a 1 on the end of their number. I'll run down the top 10 as that's where the points would go. Well, actually, it's not quite as easy as that in the race. So in 7th place, BMW, number 15 for Raffaele Marciello. Number 12, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, their second car, Will Stevens, with Tom Brady's shirt number on the side of the 9th place Hertz Racing Gold Machine. Just going back out, Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa is the 10th placed hypercar. A few people asking about Aston Martin, sitting at the moment in 15th and 16th position for the 009 and the 007 in that order. And that means by no means are they at the back of the field. And they've done a 29.0 and a 29.2. So that puts them 5 and a bit seconds away from the guys at the front of the field. But remember, that car is as heavy as the hybrid versions of the hypercars, but without having any hybrid. We have an errant wheel on the circuit, which has come from one of the GT cars. I'll get back to that in a moment when we finish the update. LMP2, 2 Pro-Am cars at the top of the timing screens. The number 29, Rodrigo Salas TDS racing car. That's recently gone to the top with a 3-minute 20... Check that, 3-minute 36.8. It was the number 28, wasn't a GT car at all, my apologies. It was the LMP2 of EDEC Sport and Job van Eitert, who was in the red, white and black number 28. It was a left front wheel that went missing on that car. We'll get to him in a minute in the timing. United Autosports, Ben Hanley now behind the wheel of the number 23. That's second in Pro-Am and second overall. Into Europol, Nick Yellerly, a winner on the streets of Detroit for BMW in the GTP, the hypercar class, effectively for IMSA, and a pole sitter as well. First person to beat Dries van Tor to the pole this season. So he is having a rich reign of form. Fourth position for United Autosports, number 22. David Annemai Hansen's back out in that car. Louis Delatraz is fifth in LMP2. Is the third Pro-Am car. It's a 1-1. The 199, Spike the Dragon, purple EO by TF LMP2 car. And the top 6 is EDEC Sport and that Job von Eitert. That's the 28 car. That's not the Genesis Magma car, but that is out at the moment in the hands of Jamie Chadwick. And that is sitting in 15th position. Here's the GT3 rundown. It's Porsche, Lexus, Aston, McLaren, Ferrari in the top 6. The number 92 Manthey first form car, Richard Leitz, is out in that one. Pit lane for Finn Gertschitz. Gertschitz has already shown some form this year in that car, in Spa in particular. Number 78 Acodis ESP Lexus then in second. Third for Zach Robichon for Hartner Racing's Aston Martin, number 27. Fourth for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Valentin Asclo. And it is Le Mans as well. That is the name for Lake Geneva. It's a little play on words, but that's how the team wanted it. That looks like that was nearly a brand new tyre, by the way, that came off the car. It was indeed an outlet, says Paul Truswell, off to my right. James Cottingham is just pitted in the United Autosports McLaren in 5th in GT3 and 6th Vista AF Corsa Thomas Fleur in the number 54 car. Manthey Antares Au in 7th, the number 90. United Autosports 2nd McLaren, the 95, going back out in the hands of Sean Goulet and Jonathan Way for Zigo Sport Tempesta in the 193 in 9th, and in 10th, just in the pits, Jose Maria Lopez in the second of the Accordes, the number 87 Lexus. We have a slow zone in the Porsche curves, whilst that wheel and tyre combination are picked up from the circuit from our hard-working marshals. Thanks to them. That's our final lap, hourly update in free practice 3. There are just under 9 minutes to go. Track temperature staying remarkably stable at the moment, as is the air temperature. That's around about 28, 34.1. It's dropped about 0.3 of a degree of Celsius, but still way too hot to be thinking about the softer compound tyres for those who have them in their arsenal. So Paul Truswell, last 8 minutes as it is now. Are we going to see anybody from the Hyperpole qualifying ranks go out there now and try to put a quick one in, or is it folly because the track could change, will change so much?
It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised by it. I'm not surprised by anything these days. Kamui Kobayashi has just put in a better time in the number 7 Toyota. A little bit of niggle perhaps between he and Nick de Vries. So Kamui Kobayashi, the number 7 Toyota, the red and white car, has done a 327.356 to be the best of the 2 Toyota Gazoo racing cars. Number 7 in 7th fastest. And I'm not quite sure if he was there as you were going down the hourly update rundown, but the Manthey first form Porsche is now leading the way at LMGT3. So we've been used to seeing the Lexuses up at the top of the field. Beginning of this session, the United Autosports McLarens were there, and we've now got the fastest LMGT3 car in the hands of Richard Leitz, but it was Ricardo Perra who set the time, 355.934 for the Manthey first form Porsche, and that's a very good performance indeed. And I mean, you know this, John, but I'm a a great believer in Porsches going about their business without any fuss or fun. They're boring blue Porsches this year rather than boring white Porsches.
I've got 3 boring blue Porsches.
Well, there you are.
And they can be as boring as they like, so they're not costing me any money.
Yeah, but they're quite bright, the blue, though, and they're not. They're difficult to miss.
They're not
somehow.
shrinking violet.
In the old days, we'd always have a Porsche that you only noticed on Sunday morning somehow. How's that car been still going? But anyway, no, hats off to Manthey, as always, and in particular to Ricardo Perra, who, as I say, we know is a quick driver, and he's taken it to the top of the list in LMGT3.
So a quick CrowdStrike pit lane report regarding that 93 Peugeot. That a short while ago we saw come into the pits. Paul de Ressler limped the car into the pits on what looked like limp mode for sure. The car was taken in. We saw the mechanics go to work, and what looked like to me they were searching for a leak. Well, I was kind of on the nosy. However, the leak was at the other end. It was at the back of the car, and a small hydraulic leak. Must have been a small hydraulic leak, maybe a union. I can't delve that deeply into it, but the car was very quickly rectified and back out. They're busy mopping the floor at the moment because it's covered in a little bit of hydraulic oil residue at the moment. But the 93, no problems, now out on track.
Happy news for Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing, the number 101 with 7 minutes to go in the session. Engine change complete. Ricky Taylor took that car out on track for that crucial install lap here after having to undertake emergency repairs.
A couple of updates then on cars who have been suffering some issues there from our CrowdStrike pit reporters, Joe Bradley and Ryan Marine. Nasty moment for Earl Bamber coming through the end of the Porsche curves a moment or two ago in Cadillac Hertz Team Jordan number 38. It looked like he lost power. He was trying to get off the racing line, but had to change his mind as a line of cars were coming through. And what were you watching there, Paul?
The fact that now second quickest is a Cadillac from the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, Will Stevens. I was expecting to have to say it was Sebastian Bourdais, but it's not. It's Will Stevens in the
Bourdais in the 3B car, don't forget.
In the
38.
Yeah, sorry, the other Cadillac Team Jota. But it's tended to be that car which has been the quicker of the two Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. But Will Stevens in the number 12 has done the time, 3:25.609, puts him now second quickest. So Porsche is quickest, thanks to Mathieu Jaminet's efforts with the 3:24.7. Then the Cadillac 3:25.6. And then a 3:25.7 for the best of the Ferraris. Yeah, I think we are seeing just a little bit of preparation for this afternoon, this evening's Hyperpole sessions. I've forgotten who it was that Joe was talking to, but he was saying about some teams being out there preparing tyres for the Hyperpole session. That was a driver who didn't quite know what the rules said, because you're not allowed to prepare tyres in this session for the Hyperpole. You don't want to scrub them in.
Right. Well,
that.
you don't get them until Hyperpole starts.
Until the Hyperpole starts.
Yeah.
So you don't have that opportunity. And there is some question from Michelin as to actually whether you need to scrub tyres these days. Time was when that was a good thing to do to get the sheen off, but Michelin has developed a way where that's no longer necessary when you buy a new set of tyres.
Sean Gallel getting a little bit of coaching from, I think it's David Pittard, isn't it, who is doing that. Very proud BRDC member and a very quick driver at the Nürburgring, where he will be next weekend. Just a little bit too fast there, Sean, through the two chicanes. Just take it a little bit easier and prep the exit more. That's what he was telling them. Hello to Neil Bourne at RSL_studio. Hashtag 20RLM24. Fabulous view from the bottom of the hill at the Forest S's during FP3. That's where he is, listening on 91.2 FM. Let us know where you're listening into, round the circuit or round the world, as we're down into the last 2 minutes. Quick update from Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Joseph?
You obviously heard me in your ear, didn't you?
Yes.
David Pittard is coaching Darren Lung.
I think I think he's got duties on both of the cars, to be honest.
He's probably sticking his oar in on everyone in that car, isn't he?
He's
wanting that car to win, isn't he?
He was saying to me that it gets quite intense when he's talking to both cars at the same time. He's got two different buttons on his headset. We're coming towards the end of this session. I'm looking to see if anybody's going quicker, and at the moment I'm not seeing any major improvements. We'll keep an eye on... Right, Robert Frines is trying a bit hard.
50th, Antonio Fuoca's just improved. He's up to 8th. And Raffaele Morciello at the wheel of the BMW 15 is just under 3:27.080 to go up to 9th fastest. So
Track limits as well. 5th offence for the number 90 car, and Taras Howe in the car at the moment. 6th offence for Sean Gallale and the number 95. Now, he was being told to slow down through the chicanes because he wasn't prepping the exit enough. So suggestion there would be that maybe he was taking too much curbs on the exit.
Having taken 5 minutes out of the session, Sean hasn't really learned his lesson, has he?
Well, that car. No, you said it was Sean who did it. Yes, that's right. It wasn't he who served the penalty. Down to the last 15 seconds, and then we'll get a quick roundup of what's happened in this final practice session before the end, before the Hyperpole session. But we've got one more to come tonight.
Two Cadillacs
Check
now,
flag.
2nd and 3rd. Earl Bamber in the 38 car now goes 2nd. The Cadillacs Team Jota, we've got Cadillacs V-Series Rs in 2nd and 3rd places, and both of them are the Cadillac Team Jota team cars. 38 Earl Bamber, 12 Will Stevens, 2nd and 3rd, John.
So was he then looking for room when he was slowing down, coming through that? Checkered flag is out. First car to see it, James Collado in the Ferrari AF Corsa. We've got a great feature coming up on 91.2 FM and RS1 later in the broadcast, with James Collado being interviewed by Johnny Molam, and that it was really good fun listening to those two guys doing that. Checkered flag is out. Let's take some post-checkered flag analysis from down in the pit lane. The driver's eye view brought to us by CrowdStrike, and this pit lane report is Ryan Maroon.
And John, if anybody puts in a flyer, feel free to jump on in and interrupt. But a chance now to quickly touch base with Tom Van Rompuy from TF Sport in the Corvette, who made it through to Hyperpole last night. And I was telling you a moment ago, Tom, the team's reaction, they were elated. I'm sure you were as well. What do you think your chances are in Hyperpole tonight?
Well, for sure, the first operation now is to get into the top 8. Let's hope. I'm not sure if we will make it. I know Charlie or Rui will do their best, so let's hope. Would be great to put it in the top 8.
Was the focus of this session on your qualifying setup?
The focus this session was already on the race pace, because obviously that's more important than the qualifying. Would be nice to go a few places up, but the race is the most important. It's 24 hours long, so this is the most important for the moment.
And of course, much different conditions now as well than you'll be doing in Hyperpole a little bit later on. How much does this track change depending on temperature, wind condition, wind direction, things like this?
Quite a bit, because it's a long track, long straights, so any wind direction can make quite a sufficient difference. Also from car to car, like our car suits more like the hot conditions. During the colder conditions we suffer a bit compared to the rest, let's say in the night. So let's see how that works out during the race.
All right, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Hello to Moni, tuning in from the Cube in the Pacific Northwest. Monica, I hope you and Billy are doing well. New fastest time in GT3 to talk about, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, Zachary Rochon in the heart of racing, Aston Martin. So a 3:55.897 for the Aston Martin Vantage. And so that knocks the Ricardo Pera time of the Porsche off the front. These are purely free practice times, so it doesn't really matter, but it's quite exciting. So Aston Martin quickest in GT3, Porsche second, Lexus third, and then another Aston Martin from the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans team. Valentin Hasselclos, the driver at the end there, but he is 4th in the LMGT3 category.
So, Paul, with a couple of cars still to come, as just giving out a couple of quick waves on the Studiovision. Hello. Sean Belby thoroughly enjoying every minute of the commentary here in Indianapolis, getting excited for Hyperpole. We're getting excited for Hyperpole. Here comes an Alpine. Now, has Mick Schumacher gone through? I think he has. In the second of the Alpines. Yes, the 36 car has seen the checkered flag. I think everybody's come through now. Maxime Martin was still to come through in the Iron Lynx. Yes, that car's come through as well. There's a few teams still to do a bit of work. It wasn't clean for everybody. I thought it was interesting what Wayne Taylor said about just effectively running that engine in. Second new engine they've put in this week. He didn't sound happy to have put the race engine in and then have had to take it out again and put another race engine in. So here's how they stand. Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari, BMW. Who have I missed out there? Toyota. Toyota Gazoo Racing not in the top 10 in that session. So if that's how the race finished, they would not be in the points as it stands right now. If that's how it finishes in Hyperpole, they will not be going forward in the Hyperpole. Actually, the number 7 car was in 11th position. Goodness me, they'll not be happy with that. The second car in 14th. Aston Martin Racing in 13th position in that session, only 2.7 seconds away from the top time. That is improvement at every stage from the heart of racing Valkyrie as the circuit falls a little quiet. That's about all from us. Stay tuned, more to come on RS1 and, of course, here at 91.2 FM as we build up to Hyperpole live later this evening. Mm.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. Welcome to coverage of our first race of the week then for this latest round of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, with the first ever time, I believe, that this race potentially is going to run for 60 minutes. They were typically always 55 minutes, maybe even 50 minutes in the past, but that is partly to do with a brand new engine for the LMP3s that, of course, don't get a chance to run in the 24 hours of Le Mans. That's reserved for hypercars and the LMP2 machinery, but LMP3 is a great way to learn the track because they are rapid cars, and they're now powered by this 3.5-litre twin turbocharged Toyota, not a million miles away, in fact, from the engine that is in the Toyota GR010, probably from the same block and therefore loosely related. We have 2 layers of LMP3 driver makeups this year. So an addition is the LMP3, effectively a pro class, although it's actually the middle class, which is now named a Pro-Am division, which is always how it used to be. We had a bronze and a silver, in some cases bronze with gold. But this will be race 3 of the season. There are 7 in total because the 4th race of the year actually takes place on Saturday morning, race day here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And because of that, it's half championship points, or thereabouts half championship points on offer for today's race. My name's Johnny Palmer. We are broadcasting live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And I'm delighted to say that for the first time this week, we can hear the dulcet tones of Bruce Jones, who's only very recently arrived here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We're going to plunge you into the deep end here, Bruce, because we've got 58 different cars and therefore double that amount of drivers.
A mere bag of tail, it must be said, having done the long distance races, things besides. But it's brilliant. You just want to get in and get on, coming down. But boy, I was just amazed how hot and humid it is. It may be dying down a bit, but Northern Europe's not been that warm for a few weeks, but certainly for the drivers. They've had their moments, though, haven't they, Johnny? I went to look what happened in qualifying as soon as I got here and found the answer was nothing.
Not a lot. Yeah, I sat in this very position in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre witnessing qualifying, 20 minutes. And as is the tradition, the first of 2 20-minute qualifying sessions, there's no restriction on your driver. So you can put a gold or a silver in the car. I suppose you have to now these days in the LMP3 category because it's a sort of a minimum of 2 silver-rated drivers. Within 5 minutes, there was a red flag. We then got going again, but it obviously takes quite a bit of time to get everyone who is out on the 8.5-mile racetrack to get back to the pits before the session can be live again. And only after a short period of time, then 3 or 4 minutes, there was another red flag. I do have a record of precisely what happened. So first of all, there was a crash for the number 84 car. And the 84 is an LMP3 entry from ANS Motorsport. I don't know whether Julien Lemoine... No, I do know.
It was Trajani, Paul Trajani at the wheel at the time.
Yes.
So that was an accident. The next one was a car stop, the GG Classics Ligier stopped near Indianapolis. And the third one, David Fuminelli, had probably the most spectacular one when his Kessel Racing Ferrari caught fire, and they decided they probably ought to do something about that. So that pulled off just before Indianapolis. So, yeah, busy out on the track. But it meant nobody laid a time down. So what could they do? And clearly they took the decision, go back and just basically give them their times from free practice 1 to define their grid positions. And what it has done is put the championship leader back in 22nd position on its LMP3 Pro Class grid slot. So only 23 cars in that class. It's starting 22nd, and that will be Pierre-Alexandre Provost. And he's had a really good season so far. Second place in the opening race at Barcelona. Headed down to Paul Ricard and took a victory there. So just a whisker of a point ahead of the best of the rest, but not what the doctor ordered, was it?
We had to wait a long time for a grid because, I mean, a similar situation in actual fact for Saturday's race as well, in that there were times posted in qualifying 2, 4 of them.
4 drivers.
4 drivers. But interestingly, we will have an official pole sitter for each of the 3 categories because each of those 3 were featured in those 4. Bizarrely, but I cannot believe that they're going to be taking a grid from that qualifying session either. So there was eventually then a bulletin issued, bulletin number 8, which told everybody the various scenarios that might have happened. I noticed bulletin number 8 is also now amended. Right, so in consideration of the exceptional circumstances during qualifying practice 1, where it was not possible for all cars to set a lap time, the application of their authority under various articles have been determined the following. The starting grid order for race 1 at this competition will be based on the best time for each car set during free practice 1. The starting grid will be subject to any penalties that have been imposed by stewards, and cars that did not set times in free practice 1 will be placed behind those within their category which did not set times. And we have 3 cars that are going to start from the back of the order. So the starting grid for those competitors who have been ordered or permitted to stand at the back of the grid for race 1 will be set out below, and they are, as mentioned, the 84 car, the 33 Kessel Racing Ferrari, and the 64 M Racing Ligier for Michael Doppelmayr and Pierre Caffer. So those are the 3, the 84 the edition, that will all be starting towards the rear of their individual classes. As I say, we've got LMP3, we've got LMP3 Pro-Am, and we've got not LMGT3, that features in the main race. This is just standard GT3 and the normal championship regulars, together with lots of extras as well. What it does mean is that Hugo Schwarzer, who will start on the front row then for RAce GP, he'll take the starting stint with Adrian David. And I remember Adrian David putting in some good times during that free practice 1 spell, so it's probably one of his times that has eventually given them pole position.
You would certainly think that, but looking across their season, an 8th place in the first round followed by a 5th place, that means they're ballpark, but that's a real gift to be starting on pole position here. But it's a packed grid, and it's when you look at the success of Road to Le Mans over the years. The Michelin Le Mans Cup has been going really well, but I mean, it's a race that just everybody wants to go for. Of course, everyone who enters it thinks they might have a chance to get on the main grid for the 24 hours in years to come. This may be their moment in the sun, but it's a global thing. You look at the entry list, and people absolutely chip in from great distances away, because why not? It's an international race, and of course the World Endurance Championship, with the extra sort of places on the grid for cars from the Asian Le Mans Series, it very much has a hook everywhere around the world. But Adrian David will be doing the second part of this race, and over the years there have been incidents, and a lot of the second drivers don't necessarily get a start in this race, because it is an absolute action magnet, I think we can call it, and it's going to start very soon because the 1-minute board is about to be shown.
It isn't officially a timed race. Interestingly, at the top of our screen, it says 14 laps to go. I think it's a question of which we get to first often, but should be a 60-minute race, because the previous races to this have been timed at 2 hours, when for a long period of time it was 1 hour and 50. And interestingly, the Michelin Le Mans Cup for British fans do get a chance to go to UK soil for the first time in 6 years now, because they'll be going to Silverstone later on in the year. That is a slightly shorter race at 1 hour and 50 minutes, even though we've got these new Toyota engines. I can only think that's a bit of compression within the schedule, the timetable, in order for the race to be slightly shorter. But it'll be RAce GP's Hugo Schwarzer from the left side of the grid. So pole position here at Le Mans is on driver's left, and he'll have alongside him Luciano Morano, the young single-seater ace, has dual nationality, French and American. And the Forestier Racing by VPS pilot begins the number 92 car then from the LMP3 class. Romain Favre and Ewan Thomas, who's been a late addition into the Breton Racing crew. You might not even have that in your notes, Bruce, but Ewan Thomas was a surprise to me in the number 53 car to be starting that. Still sharing with Marius Fossard, so British and French combination in the Breton Racing 53. Lena Bula, a star of single-seaters, including the F1 Academy, so coming out of the same sort of area as Jamie Chadwick has done in recent years, although, of course, Jamie had a big endurance racing profile prior to things like W Series. But Lena Bula clearly looking at longer-distance stuff for her future, and the 23 events racing crew. Oscar Tunio starts the Gebhardt Motorsport number 70 from the 6th place position. You mentioned lots of different corners of the world represented. Well, he's Colombian and a bit of a star in the Duqueine D09. So I think Oscar might make some progress in towards that top 5 in the early stages. There are some other interesting starting drivers further down the order. So within the LMP2 Pro-Am part of the field, which starts from 24th position all the way back to 43rd, you don't have to put your bronze in for this opening stint. Incidentally, every driver has to do a minimum of 25 minutes. That's obviously lessened compared to I think it's normally 50 minutes in a 2-hour race. So just the 25 minutes, at which point you come into the pit lane, make a stop of at least 2 minutes, and it's timed from pit in to pit out, change your driver, and send the car back out again to the end of the race. But got to make sure that each driver has done a minimum of 25 minutes in the process. But just looking down, yeah, so Tim Merrieux is a silver in the 28-23 events Ligier. So he's a silver in amongst a load of bronzes otherwise and could make some progress. So too Kevin Rabin for CD Sport, number 31. And Dane Aronson, the young Dutchman who shares with Ben Stone. Aronson in for the opening stint in the other Breton racing car. So just because they're in this order, certainly this is not necessarily how they might have gone in qualifying. These are ordered in free practice times, and we've got then that mixing pot of some quicker drivers quite a bit further down. They will have chosen their starting driver, though, before free practice, certainly before the qualifying session, and then they didn't necessarily know they were going to be in this order.
No, of course not. And you could just imagine they thought, well, give the less experienced driver, a chance to get a few laps in, and the quicker driver can go out later on. But just looking for a few names. I mean, certainly Oscar Tunyo from 8th place on the grid's likely to go, but right down at the back of that the pack in the lead LMP3 Pro grid, just looking at Marcus Pommer, Colin Noble. They're going to be coming forward at great velocity, but they're starting respectively in 21st and 19th positions. And that's in that grid. And then you go down through the LMP3 Pro-Am, and some other drivers definitely will be out of sequence. Romano Ricci, Fraser Ross. And we'll just see how it unfolds. And then back to GT3, and again, it's a huge mix. You couldn't have predicted. It was a bit like put your name in a hat, we'll shuffle it, and you've just got as much chance at getting at the front than otherwise. However, it is what it is. But right now, it's all focused on what is about to follow, because the field really working its way around the track. And the opening lap on these races over the years has, I hold my breath until you've got at least 3/4 of the field through, up over the rise, crest the hill, when they go up to the Dunlop chicane, and then just see where they are from there. There's always one hero who does end up with an aero, but with a Z on the front, I'm afraid. Someone just outbreaks themselves. It's the nature of this beast. So it's as much as anything using your mirror to see if somebody's coming up at an unusual rate up your inside. But fingers crossed we'll get everyone through the first chicane, and then it'll settle down. But with that jumbled grid, people are not going to be wanting to hang around. There's no caution. You've only got, as you say, 14 laps. And if you think about the natural passing places on the circuit and pinpoint those, and then you divide the number of, your number of laps by the number of places you need to gain, they've got to gain 2 or 3 places per lap. And of course, there's the pit stops, and it's the timing of the pit stops. So if you're in traffic and you're being delayed, pit stop early.
To let you know then, the cars are on their formation lap behind the lead car from, well, they're using one of the Porsches from the 24-hour band of safety cars, effectively. So it's the lead car heading round with no lights flashing because it's not in safety car mode yet. But they will have already, if you're here at the circuit and listening to us on 91.2 FM, they've gone past you through the Forest S's and up towards Tête Rouge. And you will have spotted that the leading 23 cars, because they've been arranged in the 3 different batches, they've all got race numbers backed in a gold colour, which is LMP3 colours for the Michelin Le Mans Cup and Road to Le Mans. Then the purple race numbers for LMP3 Pro-Am. And towards the back of the order, the colour is, now I have to make sure that I'm not getting mixed up with the green that runs in the 24-hour race. I'm pretty sure they're white. So it's a white backing for the race numbers in the GT3 part of the order. And pole sitter in the LMP3 Pro-Ams, Rinaldi Racing's Stefan Aust. He shares that car with Felipe Fernandez-Larza, so it's a German combo there, starting alongside another Rinaldi Racing car of Steve Parrow and Mikkel Pedersen. And the pole sitters in GT are 2 AF Corsa, the front row, AF Corsa Ferrari 296s. The pole car is Alessandro Cozzi, who shares with Alessio Dono, and alongside him, a certain Monegasque driver, Vincent Abril, beginning the 52 car. Now, he is very much gold and sharing with Laurent Demius the Belgian. But again, Abril, I would have thought will get to the front. He's only got one car to pass, but he could potentially open up a decent lead there in the opening stages.
Yeah, not running as a hare, just going for it. That's what you'd expect. Right, just to run down through the classes, Provost and Rodella lead the outright championship by 1 point from Drew and Ultramar. They both had a first and a second across the first two races, but as I pointed out, Provost's car is starting in penultimate position in the front grid. The Pro-Am class is led by the crew that's on pole, Ost and Lazer. Second in that class is starting right at the back. That's Julian Lamar. His teammate Paul Trajani had the accident that... and then third in class is also on the front row of the Pro-Am grid. That's the Steve Parrow started car. GT3 points leader is Philip Sager, third position from the back of his pack. So a lot of the front runners so far across 2 rounds have got a lot to do. But you know what? They haven't got a lot of time, but an awful lot of caution is going to be required in this. But looking back to GT3, you just have to expect that Alessandro Cosi, as good as he is in developing his craft, Abril will be wise and he'll just be herring off at the front of that. So we will see.
I just hope that you and I are not left to rue the phrase an awful lot of caution, because you can use that on the first lap, yes, but we might end up with an awful lot of caution as in safety car within this
see
race.
What you did there. Yeah, I like it.
I mean, only based on previous years, and hey, we don't necessarily have to read into the qualifying sessions earlier on in the day, but bear in mind we only gleaned 4 individual lap times from 2 20-minute sessions, so the omens are not necessarily so good for us to get to the end without some sort of intervention or neutralisation of the race. This is such a famous track, but it is very, very fast in certain places. And when you're trying to get 58 cars around, particularly when drivers are starting with limited or no experience of Circuit de la Sarthe, yeah, we're going to be heading into the unknown to a certain extent for some of these drivers. But Hugo Schwarzer and Luciano Morano will have their own arm wrestle from the front of the grid. They're all now being given the instruction to get into grid formation. Gwen Bossier is the race director for this series and has had several late nights in the past, I think it's fair to say, as they tries to untangle a race result from the Michelin Le Mans Cup. It's nothing but entertaining, frankly. And how far up might an LMP3 Pro-Am car be able to get into that solid bank of 23 LMP3s that don't necessarily have all the quick cars at the sharp end? Well, we're about to find out here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, because for the first time this week, the Road to Le Mans events are about to start with a 60-minute race, round 3 of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, otherwise called the Road to Le Mans. We're almost at a decade, actually, of these races supporting the 24 Hours of Le Mans. A great mixture of LMP3s as well, the Duquesne, the Ligier, the Adesse and the Ginetta. And the red lights will be extinguished now, and the 1 hour begins to tick down. It's a good start from the Team Virage car of Theo Mikuris, who immediately runs out of line, but it's absolutely neck and neck at the head of the order as they go through the Dunlop curve and into the chicane. Cold tyres, cold brakes, all looking to slow at the last possible moment for the Dunlop chicane, and plenty of them running over that second element of it. But so far, so good in terms of no contact in the leading batch of LMP3s, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, Luciano Morano from the outside of the front row, or the pit wall side, locked up, went across the chicane. He's emerged in the lead of the race ahead of the pole starter Hugo Schwarzer, who's done nothing wrong. In behind, there were at least half a dozen other cars in the top class alone that ran across that Dunlop chicane. Start under investigation. That's absolutely standard, but I do think Morano's going to have to give the place back, having short-cutted. But in a world of black and green races for SDA by VPS, 2 in the top 3, but our pole man, Hugo Schwarzer's got a really good toe off Morano. Maybe Morano went, okay, I'm going to have to give the position back, but his teammate is looking to come through as well. Romain Favre is trying to get a drag, but Morano, as they get to that first chicane, slots back into second place. So our pole sitter back at the front. Already those first 3 cars starting to make a break.
So it's the blue door mirrored for SDA Racing by VPS Ligier, Luciano Morano, who was briefly out front, and various start proceedings are going to be under investigation now. A chance actually for Hugo Schwarzer to make a small attempt of warming the tyres, but the toe down the Mulsanne straight between the Daytona chicane and the second chicane almost came good there for Luciano Morano. And off the road, though, and taking a bollard out is Hugo Schwarzer. And now here come the Forestier racing cars, almost getting hooked up with one another. We do have a lead change, and through into second place will go Romain Favre, and almost Ewan Thomas benefiting from that as well. Or is that Theo Mercouris?
Theo Mercouris up from 8th place, really flying, really clean. And as those first 3 cars had a little hiccup there, he just suddenly got into range and very nearly past the pole starter, Hugo Schwarzer, who's fighting back. Has the bollard gone? It's got out from under his left front corner. Bit of a lock-up for the car in second place. First 4 cars, nose to tail through Mulsanne corner. Fantastic.
So not a good start for Ewan Thomas, who may not have known he was coming to Le Mans until a few days ago. Now pulling out from to the right-hand side, the second of the Forestier racing car. So Favre and Morano going hammer and tongs. Hugo Schwarzer thinking, which one am I going to sit behind to try and get the toe? Now out into the dust goes the green door, and it's going to be 3 wide. No, not quite into Indianapolis, because that would have been ridiculous. And eventually one of the 2 green Forestier racing by VPS cars has to sort out which one is going to lead. A massive lock-up, though, into Indianapolis for Hugo Schwarzer, and this might be Theo Mercouris' chance. He's too far back, though, into Arnage.
Yellow flag at Marshall Post 24, so the actions carry on down the field. I haven't had a sight of the GT3 field yet. Can't blame the TV director. He's looking at furious action. And in 5th place overall, Lena Buller's really starting to close in as well. Expect Oscar Tunyo to be in the mix. He's in about 6th place. But the first 3, suddenly there's a bit of a gap. Hugo Schwartzer's fallen back because he locked up big time when he moved into Indianapolis for the first time. But whoa, that's the cleanest start I think we've ever seen in a Michelin Le Mans race.
Terrific, but there's no shortage of the action though either. I mean, we've had side by side very nearly 3 abreast going into Indianapolis. The rapid approach to that right-hander followed by the much tighter left, but we do now go safety car before the first lap is completed, and that's got to be, it is because of the number 4 car, which has ended up in the gravel trap to the...
That's the Odess, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the Odesses. So that was started by Mikael Christensen, and that is the approach to Indianapolis. So it has turned left, possibly tagged the barrier the other side of the Marshall Post first, and the message is now being received by the race leaders, the 2 Forestier racing by VPS cars. Romain Favre in front of his teammate Luciano Morano. Considering Favre started 3rd, that's a great effort to get ahead of Morano, to get ahead of Hugo Schwarzer, who finds himself in 3rd position now.
I tell you what, that lead battle, the first 8 or so cars, was fantastically clean. A little bit of lock-up here, a little bit of lock-up there, but they gave each other space. And, the order jiggled around a bit, and I really thought Theo Mercouris might suddenly go from 4th to 1st. But in the pit lane, however, they're preparing for cars to come in. Nielsen Racing looking at a fresh set of tyres. Has their driver got a puncture? Let's face it, there's been a fair bit of action, but safety car leading the field around. Of course, that's also eating up the advantage of any quicker driver in a pairing that started. By the way, Vincent Abril has taken the lead in the GT3 class. And I was about to say, look for Bradley Ellis. He started 6th in class in the Optimum Motorsports. McLaren has powered up to 2nd. Another car off his car, number 12. That's WTM by Rinaldi Racing. That's Valerio Rinicella and Griffin Peebles, the Australian. That's just pulled up at the side of the circuit. Can't see any damage on that one, but he wouldn't have stopped if there wasn't a problem.
Rinicella, who began that car in the orange and blue and white livery for the Duquesne, but it's already to the side of the road. Is that a puncture or an issue with suspension? Maybe if he's had side-to-side contact, it could have knocked the geometry of the car out. It looks like all 4 tyres are still inflated, but, well, having said that, tricky to tell whether the front right was quite as it was when it left the assembly area.
But it's always hard to tell when they run off the track because it's nowhere near as smooth as the track itself. The irregularities, there are 2 tones of different tarmac. The car, unfortunately, for Rinicella is being shoved back behind a gap in the barrier, and another gap in the barrier is the one at the right-hand kink just for Indianapolis, and that is where a Manitou lifting vehicle, snatch vehicle, has picked up the Odess of... just trying to remember who's driving that. I've gone completely mad.
It was Mikkel Christensen.
Mikkel Christensen. I was going to say Jensen Christensen on board, but the ignominious hoist, remove, and lower back to terra firma, but out of the race. So safety car leading around, waved yellow flags for all the field, and for some of the drivers, they might be going, well, that was a bit of a good start. Others rueing the fact that they've shifted down the order. A couple of LMP3 cars that have been delayed enough to be among the GT3 runners at the back of the field.
True. But GT3 is led by a Ferrari of the Monegasque Vincent Abril, number 52. Remember, he is gold graded, as we've said, so his teammate will have to take over after 25 minutes or to ensure that Laurent Demieux does do 25 minutes the other side of the pit stop. Then we've got Bradley Ellis's Optimum Motorsport McLaren in second. That's car 5. Lucas Dunner in the Team Motorpark Mercedes is in third. But as far as the start to this first Road to Le Mans race was concerned, they're so tightly bunched, waiting for that instruction that the race is live. And the two Forestier Racing by VPS cars wasted no time in ganging up on Hugo Schwarzer, who initially got a pretty good getaway. He had the inside line then for the Dunlop chicane after the Dunlop curve. And around the outside went Luciano Morano, but right across the next bit of the chicane and took the lead that way, which is exactly what you referred to, Bruce.
Yeah, sometimes it's sensible not to go powering back into the track when the cars are 3 abreast around the corner, but certainly I think that lead was a give back because the driver who went from second into first, Luciano Morano, just must have known, well, that wasn't legal, was it? And you know what? They may just notice. So that was good. Then we had the fantastic run down the Mulsanne Straight for the first time. They were already really fighting for position before they got to that first chicane. A few lock-ups and all 3 of the front runners running wide at the exit of the second chicane, so it was super lively. But, you know, I would say, by Road to Le Mans standards, that was a really clean start. Unfortunately, we didn't get the whole way around the lap. Unfortunately, we got the safety car, but the offending Adès has been picked up and lowered behind the barriers, so you feel sorry for Henry Cubides, the Colombian racer, another Colombian racer, so he will not get a start in this race, or run in this race. He's never going to do the start.
Yeah. And I would imagine, having not actually seen the incident itself, but surely that was contact, too many cars in one place heading into Indianapolis, which is a natural pinch point, and the number 4 car maybe pitched sideways after some side-to-side contact on that high-speed run. When you are actually trying to shave quite a bit of speed off the car to head into what is a fast approach, the right-hander, and then the much more meaningful stop into the left-hand bit of Indianapolis.
Yes, it's one of the few points, other than the chicanes, around the lap where you've really got a quickish corner into a very slow corner. So there is that element. You've had that really quick run all the way from Virage de Mulsanne where you're going, go for it, keep the foot down. But then you come around and that's the first point you have to suddenly put on the brakes. But you know what? You get that concertina motion. It could have been 5 or 6 cars ahead of him, made a slight lift or went on the brakes early, and then, you know, you're just reacting to what you see in front of you. Or he may have been pushed. That's the other option.
Yeah. I mean, that's the sort of obvious reverse to what we were suggesting. Tyre temperature should be pretty much up to its best heading for Marshall Post 24, where the incident happened.
Our field of cars is only now just going past the very point at which the Adès number 4 has been put behind the barriers. At a bated pace, of course, behind the safety car, so give them another chance to look at Indianapolis corner, check conditions at Virage d'Arnage. They often have quite a lot of gravel on their approach. It's been scooped out the gravel bed by people running wide at Indianapolis. So, you know, drivers have to be absolutely on their toes and just looking at every single detail, because let's face it, in a field as big as this, there could have been another 30 or 40 cars past that section of the track since they last went round it. So slowing down on the brakes into Indianapolis, take a look at what's happening at Arnage, and then likewise at the corners further round. But I'm just debating where exactly they were on the track when the message came through about the safety car. They hadn't completed the first lap, so they were able to pick it up. But again, it's that hurry quick and then slow down, but keep your focus.
So 10 minutes, nearly 11 minutes of this race gone, and 13 laps to go is the sign. But of course, if we get to the 60-minute marker before those 13 laps are finished, then that will be called the end of the race. 2 hours for round 1, 2 hours for round 2, and then these two races are effectively a split round to the Le Mans Cup, and with another hour to look forward to on Saturday morning, with lots of eyes peering at this race. Not only the fans I'm talking about, but also potential team managers looking for the next rich vein of talent for either their LMP2 program or maybe even Hypercar in future years.
Oh, absolutely. You just never know where it's coming from. But the weird thing for these drivers is to do a race today, have a day off, to consider what went right, what went wrong, and of course it'll be the flip. The starting driver today will go second on Saturday, but to have 2 days, or from one afternoon, Thursday afternoon until Friday and Saturday morning, lots of time to contemplate braking a little too late into that first chicane or anywhere else around the circuit.
So Romain Favre dictating the pace here into the Ford chicane and slowly upping it because the safety car has now disappeared into pit lane. We are up to almost 12 minutes. Oh, and there's a spin now for one of the RHGP cars. So RHGP's Edgar Pierre possibly has been delayed as a result of that. Yeah, Pierre's name dropping down the order in car number 86. GT's now threading their way through the Ford chicane with Gino Forgione, who's got ahead of Vincent Abril. Now, did he straight line the Ford chicane in the process? There was certainly some sort of moment there.
Well, he went past Bradley Ellis as well, because Ellis was in second place in his McLaren. But think of that. You're just getting your mind set for the restart, and then someone about 20th in the field goes round, and you've all got to take evasive action. There will be winners and losers in that one, that's for sure.
Forgione straight lining the Dunlop chicane now as well, and he's dropped back to 4th position, I think, knowing full well that he'd made up a number of places. So Vincent Abril continuing to lead GT3 and the number 52 Ferrari for AF Corsa ahead of Bradley Ellis. And coming out of the Ford chicane, it was the number 86 of Pierre Edgar, who got a tap, actually, from the Ligier in behind. And that was one of the Danish cars. Try and work out precisely who that was, because, of course, they've now changed order. It might have been the high-class racing car of Max Meyer, actually, number 20.
I think you're correct there. Again, didn't get a clear shot. But what we're doing is settling down again this time, just trying to see the front three runners, well, the front runner trying to get away, but everyone in behind trying to use the toe. But Forestier by VPS Racing doing really well. Morano head of Romain Favre, and still our pole sitter, Hugo Schwarzer, sitting in behind. A little bit of a gap back to Theo Macoris, who, don't forget, started 8th, had that really good start on the opening lap to gain 4 places. But right now, he doesn't seem to have a pace to keep up with the front three coming out of the second chicane, and certainly there will be some incidents for consideration. Cars 20 and 86 are down for We're Looking at You. That's high-class racing. Good call, Johnny. So that was Maximus Meyer, who's sharing with Philip Lindbergh. And 86 is the RHGP Joel Grandforce Edgar Pierre car that went for the rotation.
Yeah, at the Ford chicane. Theo Macoris, a champion last year in the Ligier European Series, the sort of lowest rung of the ACO rules ladder, raced with a guy called Hayden Chance, who is also in this race, but they're not in the same car these days. Ginetta fully crossed up into the Daytona chicane, and that might have been Freddie Tomlinson, who's been put in for the opening stint, I reckon. And there are a couple of, well, yeah, if that was the number 3 car, that's Freddie sharing with Wyatt Brikarczyk, the American, 2 silver racers in DKR Ginetta number 3.
So it's busy, but it's not crazy. This is good news indeed, particularly for the second drivers in this enormous field of cars. When your grid's so big, it goes onto the second timing screen. If you hit 41 cars on the first page of the timing screen, you know there's a lot out there. But having these 2 classes, having the Pro class and the Pro-Am class, has really helped boost this field, give it more structure. But it can almost become intermingled. But the fact they have them starting as separate grids means there's less intermingling than you'd think. But anyhow, Rinaldi Racing, Stefano started on pole in class. He's the Pro-Am class leader, so he's in his rightful place. Ahead of Christian Short. Good to have Christian running so well. Just behind him, of course, the field was closed up by having that safety car lap. But into Europole competition, Christian Short tucked in behind Stefan Aust.
On we go then to lap, this is lap 3 that we're currently working for the Road to Le Mans. And Forestier racing by VPS and Romain Favre ahead of Luciano Morano by 1.2 seconds. Hugo Schwarzer in 3rd with Theo Macoris chasing them down in the colours of Team Virage, the yellow and orange. Theodor Jensen not that far away either for CLX Motorsport. CLX, the new name for Cool Racing. They've got cars in the main race this weekend as well. Alexandre Coigny and Nicolas Lapierre, the C and the L in CLX Motorsport.
Having blown the trumpet for Theo Macoris going from 8th up to 4th in the Pro class, I will also blow the trumpet for Christian Short, 8th up to 2nd in the LMP3 Pro-Am. He's fighting hard. Edgar Pierre is just trying to fight his way back. He was the one who went for the rotation down at the Ford chicane. He has just moved ahead of Christian Short. He's got to pick off Pro-Am class leader Stefan Aust, and then he's back with his class rivals. But a setback for him, but well done, Christian Short.
So over the rise and underneath the Dunlop Bridge comes the GT fight. And it's now Bradley Ellis then ahead of Lucas Dunner in the Motor Park Mercedes. McLaren then out front from the three-pointed star, and Vincent Abril slipping a couple of positions in the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari. Sergei Nikolai in the 95 Ebby Motors car running in 5th place. That's because Abril, through the next split, switches around again and runs in 3rd place. Steve Yantz with a good run in the Get Speed Mercedes, the Luxembourgish driver in number 14, now ahead of Sergei Nikolai.
3 abreast is good. 4 abreast on the approach to the first chicane, a little dusty because you've got 2 cars effectively on the track and 2 over the white lines on either side, kicking up on the less travelled part of the circuit. Anyhow, all good, all neat. And of course, when you look at GT3, you sort of become accustomed to sort of cars you see in it, but we only have the one BMW, and that's the car being shared by first-time Le Mans visitor Samantha Tan, who's raced on circuits all around Europe, the North American scene as well, and she is out there, but it's her teammate Gustav Bergstrom at the moment who's having a really good fight with Sergio Nikolai. Sergio, of course, we've seen over the years in the Creventic series as a winner at Mugello early this year, but good little battle between them. But then you've got that interruption of a couple of LMP3 cars, which of course have their performance delivered in a different way around the circuit. And in some ways, it's great for us to see the sports car fans, but it's really difficult for some of the GT3 runners when they get certain points on the circuit, and the LMP3 cars so much more streamlined.
Yeah, Sergi got the wrong side of one of the slower LMP3 cars, wanted to go to the left-hand side, then wanted to cut back again, and both Nikolai and the BMW that we were talking about almost made contact. Likewise, again, the typical colours of Ebby Motors Porsche, that multicoloured paint scheme with the bright wheels, again almost making contact into Mulsanne corner this time. Forestier by VVS Racing, though, a gap starting to open up between Roman Favre and Luciano Morano, 29 from 92. Hugo Schwarzer slightly more distant in the white, pink and black colours of R-Race GP. And Theo Mercouris is trying to stick with that car up ahead. The smallest gap, I'd say, is now between 3rd and 4th places, with Theodor Jensen looking to latch his way onto the tail as well. As now there are more yellow flags, this time at Indianapolis, yes, and one of the Inter-Europol competition cars has rotated.
I think it could be Christian Short. No, I think he's still there. Well, let's have... Again, such a tricky corner in Indianapolis. If you just run a little wide over the curbing, you're likely to go around. And unfortunately for Inter-Europol competition, their 43 car, David Pun and Sergio Setti Camara, round it went across the track, facing the wrong way, and has got to... get back on the horse, and now finally with a 3, maybe a 4-point turn after the entire field has gone through, almost he can continue. Not now, there's one other straggler just rejoining the race, another car from LMP3, but expensive error there. No damage done to the car, but about a minute and a half shed.
Yeah, the problem is race gearboxes, especially when they're hot, don't particularly enjoy going into reverse and then going into a forward gear straight away as well. So it might be a little bit temperamental in terms of the final engagement.
Yeah, and having taken a look at that incident, it wasn't a case of just a wheel or 2 popped over. It was all 4 wheels fully over the curb, and actually it was at the point where they were running out towards the gravel trap, and I thought there's not much more track before grass, and round it went.
Yeah. So a real shame for David Pun, who is looking to try and get, as you say, back in the race as quickly as possible to recover the situation. It's very difficult to go a lap down here, unlike other European racetracks, I suppose. So another safety car might help David out. He's sharing with Sergio Setti Camara, the Brazilian, who is gold, and will be taking over potentially within the next 4 minutes. Now we've got big problems at Tête Rouge with a sideways R-Race GP car. That's the 88, which runs in the LMP3 Pro-Am part of the race. Romano Ricci. Fabien Laverne, his teammate, but Romano Ricci, mightily experienced. And has he made this error on his own? Yes, he has. He's found too much grass on that run from Forest Esses towards Tête Rouge. lightly glanced the Armco barrier, but it's done significant damage to the rear left corner, as in the legality panel is no longer on the car. And the more vulnerable thing is where he's sitting now. Does the car restart with him broadside to all that traffic?
Yeah, broadside at the point at which their cars are naturally going towards the outside of the circuit to carry as much speed as possible, but it was the smallest of glances against the barriers. At first, I actually thought it was simply because of the roughness of the grass as the car was bouncing sideways across, but the legality panel, off it came. Our race leader, though, doing a really good job, Romain Favre, from his teammate, about 2 to 3 seconds clear, in fact, just over 3 seconds clear, and then second, third and fourth getting closer and closer. I haven't talked too much about the others behind them, Theodore Jensen and Oscar Tonio. I expected Oscar would do really well from 6th on the grid, but you know what? He's in 6th place.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of P3 experience. He went across in about 2023, I think, to the German series, if not the 2022. Had been a single-seater racer, but... anyhow, we never know, because sometimes on that opening lap you're avoiding other cars, and certainly he wasn't one of the ones that went to run across the outside of the circuit and rejoined at the Dunlop chicane. But anyhow, we're biding his time. He's likely going to stay out as long as he can.
The GT3s have certainly started to dispatch some of the midfield runners in LMP3 Pro-Am now. And remember, in the case of Bradley Ellis, who is silver, up against a lot of bronze drivers who begin their LMP3 drives in Pro-Am, actually just finding that the GT mechanical grip is that slightly better than that of the baby prototypes in LMP3. 2 more minutes to go. The race leaders in terms of Romain Favre and Luciano Morano haven't yet crossed the line. I think they're going to arrive on the main straight too early to make a pit stop now, because they haven't quite done their 25 minutes. But if you're further back, maybe outside the top 15, we might see some early stoppers now just to get a bronze out of an LMP3 Pro-Am and switch as early as you can to the silver or the gold.
It may be a very, very good tactic. A gaggle of cars just ahead of, I suppose we're looking just at about 30th in the order. Bradley Ellis, and he's the leading car in LMP3 and he's Optimum Motorsport McLaren, but a gaggle of P3 cars among them. And another car that's damaged is pulling to the side of the circuit, front right tyre, smoking away as it limps towards a position of safety, finds a gap in the barrier. Very good work of that driver.
That's Ewan Thomas, who started the race in 4th position, you might remember, for Breton Racing. So a disaster in the end for Ewan. Let's hope he comes back for lots more Michelin Le Mans Cup action in the near future, sharing with Marius Fossard, but it looks unlikely that Marius will get a race today. There is another opportunity to remember on Saturday morning. 40 seconds to go until effectively the pit lane opens to do a legal driver change, because you will have completed the required amount of time.
And I think the very last car in this field, apart from a couple of the stragglers rejoining after spins, would have passed pit in by the time that window opens. But only just. But for our race leaders, they're just thinking, you know what, I'll do a spotted braking. I'm arriving at the first chicane.
So second place for Luciano Morano. He's now 3.2 seconds away from Romain Favre, who is up the road and gone. This is a mightily impressive drive so far from the silver-graded Frenchman. Louis Rousset to take over the number 29 car. Possibly at the end of this lap, maybe the end of the next lap. But there is a rear gunner within Forestier Racing by VPS, which is in the form of Luciano Morano, trying to keep his car as wide as possible to keep behind him Hugo Schwarzer in the best-placed Duquesne 09. So it's Ligier, Duquesne, then a couple more of the JSP 325s. Theo Mercuris got to 4th, but can't find his way further up the order. And the similar story for Theodore Jensen and Oscar Tunio, as you say, started in his current race position of 6th.
Okay, 7th position, though, Cedric Ultramar, just a point off the championship lead, sharing with David Drew. That is a really, really strong driver lineup for CLX Motorsport. So, you know, it's about the performance across both of the drivers, and I think that could well vault up towards a podium position. But that lead advantage was 3.1, 3.2, now 3.5 seconds for Romain Favre. So the 20-year-old French racer, you know, just a couple of years ago was racing in the Alpine Cup for VPS Racing. Now he's with Forestier by VPS Racing by VPS, doing a fantastic job in this opening half or so of this Road to Le Mans. 9 laps to go, and what I like next to that, at the top of the timing screen, there's a green flag symbol.
Yeah. Bradley Ellis loving his time out front in GT3 in the Optimum Motorsport car. Remember, Optimum have run here in the past, running McLarens in the 24-hour race. So they have some data, no doubt, to call upon. And Bradley, a former British GT champion, good few years ago now, but he's never lost any of his speed.
18 years ago, he was the GTC class champion. I had a very quick squiz. I just happened to be looking, and 2007 seems recent to me, but you do this. Take your shoes and socks off. That's a lot of digits required to count that many.
It's true, but he's still very much in racing paddocks and doing a lot of coaching, I'm sure, still as well. But clearly, I mean, you're comparing silvers and golds with the bronze drivers in a lot of the other cars, but if you can make a break and then hope dearly that there's not going to be some sort of caution to undo all of this hard work, then they could be en route to a very good result.
Now, what happens? You're the championship leader. I'm talking Pierre-Alexandre Provost. He started, remember, 22nd out of 23 cars in the top category off the grid. He's worked his way up to 11th place, but he's got a warning flag for track limits, and those are cumulative, so you've got to watch it. Right, now, the front runners dive into the pits, but not the first three. First three cars go past. Favre, Morano,
well, Schwarzer did.
Schwarzer did. Sorry, yes, he did. But So
the top two stayed out, and the fourth place car, the Team Virage Theo Mercouris, has chosen not to make a stop just yet. It's difficult to tell whether Mercouris or Lehman is generally the quicker of the two drivers in the number 16. Romain Favre, why bring him in? Because he's in such a good zone right now. You don't want to disrupt that too much, just as long as Louis Rousset gets his 25 minutes in.
No, and also he was sitting on an advantage that stretched, from 3 seconds to over 4 seconds. Nobody's challenging him.
Yeah.
One person who may be about to be challenged is the team manager of car number 21. That's AF Corsa's Ferrari in GT3, started by Gino Forgione. Team manager to race control. But there was that moment, remember, he took the lead in the class and then dropped back and seemed to give it back. Maybe they deemed he'd been a little bit too much rough and tumble. But we'll leave that one to the race officials, but certainly a potential sort of cloud over their race performance.
Lena Bühler, unfortunately, with a very untidy route into pit lane. She whacked the curb to her left, and that meant that Miklas Born, before they got to the speed limit area, was able to overtake in that narrow pit lane entry road, but you can pass another car just before you get to the white line. It's 60 kilometres per hour in pit lane, and a number of cars have now made it to their teams. They're not obviously using the garages here this weekend. Those garages reserved for all the 24-hour teams. So instead, the tyre trolleys have been rolled around and put in front of the 24-hour teams. You're not allowed, therefore, to step into the garages. And likewise, the teams occupying the garages this weekend can't cross the line at the front of their garages and interrupt proceedings. It's a minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes here, Bruce. So time from pit in to pit out, and you've got to be so careful when you release the car, therefore.
No, absolutely so. But it must be said that, during the 24 hours, we very seldom get the entirety of the field in on one lap or 90%. So it's like you've never seen before. Hold on, Theo Mercouris, something I think just fell off his car number 16, running down towards Mulsanne corner. Maybe it was a bit of debris in the circuit. But
he's missing the rear left legality panel, the thing I call a bullet, the little cheese wedge shape.
Okay.
There isn't one on the rear left now. So that might have to be addressed during the pit stop as well, because it carries a tail light, and were it raining, a rain light as well. So very often there might be a message on the screen to say that's got to be repaired during the pit stop. They'll really hope that they get a message to say, well, they don't get a message basically to do anything in the pit stop, because they're definitely in the hunt for a podium.
Absolutely so, but Favre's lead is stretching and stretching. He's gone at the start of this lap from 4.2 seconds to 6.6. He's absolutely doing what he wants, but Morano in second place is now being pushed very hard by Theo Mercouris. More problems. Remember, Edgar Pierre got spun around at the end of the opening lap and dropped down the field. He's also got a warning, under investigation for an unsafe rejoin. So it wasn't his, but it was his car. Better luck on Saturday, guys.
Well, that's the nice thing about these Road to Le Mans events. You do get another stab at it and another hour-long race, fingers crossed, as the 51 Ferrari has come in and is already sent away. So that's the Alessandro Cozzi pole-sitting GT3 car that he shares with Eliseo Dunno. And Dunno now heading back into the race. It's fair to say that particularly Eliseo didn't necessarily get himself an awful lot of good headlines in Barcelona, bearing in mind he was the one that basically barged Marta Garcia out of the way and into an absolute car wreck, which resulted in a big fire. She was in hospital for 3 or 4 days afterwards after that big crash, and very apologetic, Eliseo Dunno. Actually, he's shown good form in the Le Castellet race after that. So there's no knocking his speed, just needs to be aware of that close quarter racing, of which we've got plenty of so far, Bruce.
Yep, and our top 3 runners who didn't come in, remember 3 of the top 4 cars issued a visit to the pits, but now Favre, Morano and Theo Macoris arrive on the spot. I'm just going to see if Colin Noble's going to come in, because he rocketed up the order in LMP3 Pro-Am. He started right down towards the back, just waiting for, he'll be about the next car to come past the pits. Will he continue or dive in? But again, I said the Scot was going to make progress, and he certainly had in class. But I think there's a lot to be said when, let's say 70% of the field come in on one lap. If you're going well and you started down the order, stay out and you can finally run at your natural speed.
So here come the rest of them, if you like. Forestier Racing by VPS and Roman Favre, Luciano Morano, the Team Virage car of Theo Macoris. You could argue that it's a fight in the pit lane, and there's only so much you can do apart from do the pit stop absolutely on the 2-minute marker. You can lose time in that respect, I suppose, if you're 2 minutes and 1, 2 minutes and 2. That could mean the difference of being on the podium and not. The one thing you cannot do is be quicker than 2 minutes, even by, let's say, 1,000th of a second, because it still counts as a pit stop that is too fast, and you would need to come in and serve the time that you didn't during the pit stop. So it's far better, so many people say, to actually lose 2 or 3 places. Oh, now the 29's being moved into a more appropriate position. I thought for a second, this is very similar to what happens when cars are pushed into the garage. You can't push a car into the garage at the moment, because they're full of 24-hour cars. Away goes the 29, though, with new driver Louis Rousset at the wheel, and they were purely angling that car at Forestier Racing by VPS to give it the best angle of attack, the best exit possible.
But that is just so intelligent. Otherwise, they're sitting 4.5, nose to tail, and of course, you're going to have to just adjust the steering wheel. It's not the quickest way out. They had time in hand. That 2-minute minimum pit stop certainly allowed that. Now, 10-second penalty for car number 20 for contact, high-class racing. Of course, that was Maximus Meyer, who was the one who spun round Edgar Pierre. And so the punishment doled out to him. A whole host of crews are now getting a warning for exceeding track limits. It's modern racing. They seem to do it aplenty. Of course, some older drivers have a very, very clear solution for it. Put some walls by the track and so on and so forth. But you're allowed to push it several times. But once you start becoming a multiple offender, then the penalty be coming your way. But as yet, generally good.
Yeah, so a number of messages, as you say, a flurry of them coming through from race control. Go on. What have you seen now?
Car number 7, just mentioning Colin Noble, unfortunately, drive-through penalty now for track limits. So he'd exceeded a few times in gaining positions, having started back in 19th position, worked his way into the top 10. That's what really hurts. Drive-through penalty. Also, car number 94 for the same offence, high-class racing. The other car, that was Jens Reno Moller and Seth Lucas's car. So all those little tenths of a second that you've gained, completely thrown out the window.
But there has been a change at the head of the order, because now this is the point where I look across to make sure that the 2 minutes has been done. And the first car I see is actually the third place car of David Drew, 1 minute 59 seconds. That's not enough for car number 97 that now runs third. However, the picture is much rosier for RHGP and the other CLX Motorsport car, although they're going to go 2 abreast now as Adrian David goes well over to the right-hand side. This is the run down towards Indianapolis, or is it Mulsanne corner? But they're still side by side for the lead of the race. It is Mulsanne. They turn slightly right to avoid the roundabout, and now a much sharper right past the old signalling pits. And Adrian David is better on the brakes in his Duqueine to lead by 0.2 of a second over Adrian Clomenil, who's been a qualification specialist in the European Le Mans Series through the course of the year. CLX Motorsports car again getting a good run on the RHGP. And Adrian David, again, it looks like he's driving off the circuit almost deliberately, but he says, no, this is the faster line for me.
I just wondered, it's happened twice on 2 consecutive straights. So you saw the number 85 car of Adrian David putting both of the right-hand wheels over the edge of the circuit. And then on the run towards Indianapolis, Johnny and I both suddenly had a sharp intake of breath. There was nearly door handle to door handle rubbing, if they had door handles. Anyhow, into our nage, Hadrian David just in front. But I don't understand this gambit of running outside the edge of the circuit on a straight. Surely that's where the debris goes, where the balls of rubber. But now he's side by side challenging. He'll be on the inside line, but the faster pace is coming on the outside line. And by the dint of what? A quarter of a nose cone. David back to second, but he's on the inside line of the corner. Then he's on the outside as we go through the sweepers. And now he has to cede that position.
Well, David was never going to back out of that until he had no other option. And I suppose going down towards Maison Blanche was one, but so there are barriers there with marshals assembled for any incidents into Porsche curves. We've had several of them over the years. So a lead change, Adrian Clomenil and his teammate in the number 37 car, Theodor Jensen, absolutely ecstatic at the news of that. And now the second CLX car has a little look up the inside of Adrian David as they head into the Ford chicane. The problem is there's this cloud now hanging over David Drew's car, number 97, because by my reckoning, well, by Al Kamel's reckoning, the 97 car has been too quick in its pit stop and is below that magic 120-second marker.
It's a haunting figure, but I tell you what, others have done worse. Just looking across the screen, Nick Halstead's car, Optimum Motorsport. That was the car started by Bradley Ellis, that McLaren. 1 minute 44 in the pits. Oops.
Oh dear. And it is the same number, I should say, for a GT car as it is for the LMP3s. It's 120 seconds for everybody. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. It's not as if the car's coming for a second pit stop, and that was the quicker one. Nick Halstead then being released, still in the race lead, but because they've bought back about 16 seconds on everybody else. Meanwhile, a couple of moments ago at the Dunlop chicane, there was a half spin for the TS Corsa Duqueine of, now this was always going to be tricky, Przemysław Pieniaszek.
I always call him Robin Rogalski's teammate.
Okay, that's it, much easier. Robin Rogalski, also Polish, but we had the silver in first, and now Pieniaszek is the bronze racer for TS Corsa. And the 24 car is going to have to obviously slowly rejoin and in a safe manner. We've got 6 laps to go, or 22 minutes or so remaining on the clock that will get to an hour, and that will govern the final lap of the race.
Well, no bad positioning. Top 3 cars covered by 0.8 of a second. So that's still really fancy last year's Michelin Le Mans Cup champion David Drew, because it's such a strong driver lineup. His following on from Cedric Ultramar, a first and a second so far this year. They're on the money. And you look at the way this grid was, so haphazard, because the way it had to be laid out according to their form in free practice 1. Surely the cream rises to the top, but very close indeed. A driver who's absolutely flying is Bent Valence. Back towards the end of the top 10, Reiter Engineering Ligier. He is putting in some very quick sector times, but he's 12 and a bit seconds down, so he's going to need to do that because the clock keeps counting down. 6 laps to go. As I said, top 3 cars now covered by 1.5 seconds. It's nip and it's tuck. But for CLX Motorsport, first and third, Clomenil in first, Hadrian David between him and the second CLX car of David Drew. They're making their escape.
Couple of cars that are going to be given 5-second penalties at the end of the race, and they are the 86 and the 34 cars for leaving the track and with a lasting advantage. So RSGP's now Joel Gramfors and the Inter-Europol competition car of William Carlson, who took over from Chris Short. So they won't get the 5 seconds in race, but Al Kamel will add it at the end. As a little bit wayward there is the Team Virage car of Sasha Lehmann. No, it's not Lehmann. It is Rick Cohn, who's another one who's charging forward. It's both Cohn and Bence Valent, a man that you've mentioned, 8th and 9th. And they're kind of racing together at the moment. But Rick, the Dutchman, has gained a number of spots, even through the last split.
He certainly has. And just going back to that mention of car number 86 pick up another punishment. That's Joel Granfors having taken Edgar Pierre is spun. Then they get a penalty. And also that's a 5-second penalty for gaining an advantage by leaving the track. But also under investigation for an unsafe rejoin from an earlier incident.
Oh, yeah.
So plenty happening. Too much happening to them in the situation. Right, what's happening in GT3? Optimum Motorsport, Nick Halstead in the lead of the pack, but quite a large element of that will be the simple fact their pit stop was 16 seconds or thereabouts under the 2-minute minimum. So they'll be handing that back, that's for sure. So now that will put Team Motor Park. It was started by Lucas Dunn, now they're Mercedes driven by Heiko Neumann. They race together a lot, and that should effectively be in the lead of GT3.
Great lap from Adrian Clomeneel in the race-leading CLX Motorsport car. That was the Theodor Jensen car that was running 5th, 6th place, and they've managed to jump so many cars in the pit stop, and there's no question that the pit stop time was fine, 2 minutes and 1 second, so they even gave it that little bit of an insurance policy. But Clomeneel now with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 350.148, and he's even faster now through the first sector of the next lap down towards Tête Rouge. That gap has built back to Adrian David to just north of 2 seconds.
Right, looking to what's going on in the LMP3 Pro-Am. They're in ninth, the first two cars, 19th and 20th positions. Rinaldi Racing Ligier of Felipe Fernandez Laza, the excellent racer, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours just a couple of years ago, just ahead of Terence Woodward by half a nose cone. 23 events racing going well. But certainly it now seems as though Felipe Fernandez Laza is starting to make his break, banging in that car's fastest lap of the race and settling down very nicely indeed. Car number 71, it's red, it's white, it's blue.
Just noticed that one of the cars that will get a 5-second penalty is the 34, running 4th in LMP3 Pro-Am, so that'll take William Carlson significantly further down the order. He will desperately be hoping that the race is not neutralised in any way, because obviously a 5-second penalty when everybody is nose to tail is far more costly than it might be now that they're a bit more spread out. Big doubts about whether Nick Halstead and Bradley Ellis will be allowed to keep their race lead in the Optima Motorsport McLaren because of the time spent in its pit stop. And I'm also drawn to Colin Noble's car. Well, actually, Colin started that number 20, that number 7 Nielsen Racing car. It's now done its drive-through penalty, which took it 32 seconds, but Colin should have been taken out of that car, I reckon. And
should be Tom Fleming.
Tom Fleming to take over, yeah. Might be just a driver ID problem, which they may be sending information down or instruction down from race control now to get that rectified. CLX Motorsport, the gap's come down a little bit because Adrian David's done the best of anyone's middle sector, 88.8 seconds in total. That's Tête Rouge through the 2 chicanes and all the way to Mulsanne corner. So 2 seconds becomes 1.6 at the head of the LMP3 fight. David Drew trying to pressurise as well. No information yet about whether a penalty is forthcoming regarding that.
No, now one thing in this race, when you have a safety car early on, obviously it slows down the whole field, bunches up the entire field. It does mean that our race leaders will take longer and longer to catch the tail of the field. And as it is, just exiting Arnage is our race leading car, Adrian Clomeneel, the CLX Motorsport Ligier, whereas the last of the effective runners is just turning into Tête Rouge. We may get through this race before they catch the tail of the pack. It's fine if you're the race leader, but if you're the one chasing, you have fewer chances arriving in your lap where the leader might hesitate as you catch the tail enders and you can dive through. I'm not saying they won't catch them, but it's looking unlikely, I'd say.
I noticed that the 71 Rinaldi Racing and LMP3 Pro-Am leader has some company, and that was actually Philip Lindbergh, who'd been caught by Felipe Fernandez Laza. So the blue and red LMP3 Pro-Am with the purple race numbers is now a couple of LMP3s clear of the second place car of Terence Woodward, driving 23 events racing number 28.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a time penalty to be added, unfortunately, to the number 20 car you just mentioned there, the Philip Lindbergh car. So that will rather hamper its causes. So again, stay out of trouble. Johnny, how many years have we been commentating on sports car racing? Anything that has a pit stop and all the hard work, and you just cringe when you start to see the messages coming up. You know how much work the sponsors have put in, the team owners put in, all the mechanics, and it's one little slip. And it was never the driver's fault, of course.
No,
but actually, in pit lane, it more than frequently is not the driver's fault. You know, the lollipops come up a trifle too soon. They hadn't looked at their deltas from pit in to pit out and understood exactly when the car can be released. But again, I will say these drivers, their teams are only based in the pit lane for the duration of the race. You've got all the garages for the long 24 hours runners, and it's a very, very cramped environment. I really get it's easier to make a mistake here than it is at a regular circuit when you're the star show of the meeting. But however, it's still, the ramifications are so huge in comparison to losing just a couple of seconds in the pits. And yet, they're competitive people. They're going for it.
14 minutes to go. We are currently on lap 11, but it's now time certain, this race, as I thought it might be. So we were going to go to a potential of 14 laps or 60 minutes, but we're inside now the final 15 minutes with Adrian Clomeneel. Still only 1.6 seconds to the good, and he's just gone over track limits, I notice, in the first sector as well. So you only get so many chances with that, but the little orange lozenge that now appears next to sector times on our clever Alcamel timing screens is there for everyone at CLX Motorsport to witness. The fight for second place is still on. Bear in mind, David Drew remains third on the road, despite this little cloud above his head, and a best lap time from car number 97, a personal best time for that car, a 3:50.4. So that gap's continuing to come down. David Drew to Adrian David, who's second.
Well, it does seem that whatever experienced racer Michele Rugolo can do in the AF course number 21 Ferrari, it's not going to be enough, because a drive-through penalty for them as he left. Sorry, it was a safety car infringement for them. Drive-through penalty, it's over and out, isn't it, really? So Gino Forgione had that very elaborate first stint. I thought the punishment might be coming for corner cutting there, but no, safety car infringement. Actually, that said, that could be in the first part of this race. It does take a while for some of these penalties to come through, but 10-second penalty, it's not going to help. Drive-through penalty, well, that's that.
Having a look to the outside line now is Louis Rousset, who took over the number 29 for SDA Racing by VPS Ligier from Roman Favre. And it's a new driver, of course, into the 16 Team Virage that was started by Theo Mercouris, and Theo handing over to Sasha Lehmann. So Lehmann now eyes glued on the rear mirrors to find out precisely where Louis Rousset is going to put his car next. Further away in the distance is the other Forestier Racing by VPS car, with now Charles Roussin at the wheel, but neither of these two need to worry about Charles just at this point. This is set to change potentially, well, even before the end of the lap, maybe. They're so tightly bunched.
This is one of the best Road to Le Mans races I've seen, because so many times you think across the years, Johnny, if there hasn't been a degree of contact and confusion at the opening corner, the Dunlop chicane in the opening lap, it's often the race when a mercurial cloud comes through and drops a huge amount of water on the circuit, and it's nice to see so much green flag running. We've still got to get another 11 and a half minutes in that I will not scupper, but certainly, you know, this is a really good start to the weekend. And let's face it, their qualifying wasn't a good start because they didn't get any flying laps in. That's why this race, the first of two here at Le Mans, this is Thursday afternoon, Saturday morning to second one, was started according to the order after free practice one. Most unusual, but you do have to find a solution. But right now, I'm saying well done to the drivers.
Did Gwen Borsier and the rest of his team have to go down to the remote paddock and have a stern word? Here's David Drew's good run then on Adrian David as they pop up over the hill at the Dunlop Bridge. And David Drew, for the time being, is going to go into second place, heading for the Forest S's here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Fabulous racing again between these two guys, the David Drew, the Swiss, and Adrian David, the Frenchman, down to third position now in the 85 RHGP car. Now, was there a sneaky radio message at RHGP to Adrian David to say, don't worry too much, David Drew's likely to get a penalty, don't force the issue, you can let him by, and we think we're probably still in second place, as a very wayward Ligier coming out of the Porsche curves at what was called Corvette curve, the 84, I think that is, 84 being the ANS Motorsport car of Paul Trajani that he shares with Julien Lemoine.
He's had a meeting. He was the first driver to go off to bring out the first of 3 red flags in qualifying. That was a case study, though, of when you're off the circuit, don't panic. Just try and get your rejoin. He bounced through the gravel, across the grass, and just the roughness of the area outside the circuit, and then back to terra firma. But his eyeballs, I think, will be just, still boinging up and down.
They will. Hugo Schwartz glaring at the RHGP screens on the pit wall, trying to work out where possibly Adrian David might be able to get back ahead of David Drew. But I honestly don't think it's going to be a pressing issue now, because although that 97 car is into second place, it's in a long list of cars now that has just appeared regarding the pit stop reference time, which is 2 minutes. So those cars being
Optimum Motorsport McLaren, as we mentioned, GT3 leader.
1 minute and 44, and you've got to be in the pits for 2 minutes. So they've massively blown that. 62 Breton Racing Ligier, now driven by Ben Stone and started by Dane Aronson. We got the 65 car of Heiko Neumann, which is the Team Motorpark Mercedes. The 97 car of David Drew, which I've mentioned, and the fifth of those cars is number 99, the Van der Snell's Moore Motorsport car. And that's a shame because Mark van der Snell, who started it, had quite a good opening stint. He's dad of the Dad and Lad crew, by the way.
Right, so in terms of, that's the bad news, but the good news is for those around them. And Get Speed Mercedes, Anthony Bartoni, American racer, is second in the GT3 class, actually catching Nick Halstead down to 3.8 seconds away from the lead. But that Optimum Motorsport car that Halstead's driving and the car that's third in the GT3 class, that's the Motorpark Mercedes, have got those punishments coming their way. They're under investigation for being below minimum pit stop time. So suddenly it's not a McLaren that will be leading because clearly, well, nothing is definitive yet, but it's a definite countenance. But 1 minute 44, that is quite hard to argue that. 1 minute 59, you could have half a chance of putting in a reasonable explanation. But I do feel GT3 will be in the hands of Get Speed very soon indeed. And Sergio Seti Camara is just in front of them in the Europole competition. Ligier recovering, but at the moment, 37 overall for Get Speed. That could be good for the class lead.
And by the way, the third place GT3 Team Motorpark Mercedes, they also did a 1 minute 59 pit stop. So that's why they are in the list. This podium could look very different from how it is formed in this race, with the highest placed car, the Get Speed Mercedes, in the clear, we reckon. And then the 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, which was started by Anthony McIntosh. Parker Thompson, the Canadian, is now at the wheel of that. He's the silver rated, whereas Anthony is bronze, both from North America. CLX Motorsport 1-2 at this stage, but it is likely to switch back again to RHGP and could well see Team Virage, Sasha Lehmann and Theo Mercouris, who started that car, to finish on the podium in third, because they did a bang on the money 2 minute pit stop, so that's fine also.
Very impressive drive. You picked him out a short while ago, Dutch racer Rick Cohn. He's right. He's up in 7th position overall, but he's right on the tail of those two Forestier racing by VPS Ligiers, Louis Rousset and Charles Roussin, and the Dutchman is right under their rear wing. Two black and green Ligiers, and tucked under their tail, Rick Cohn. His is largely yellow-black with some orange flashes, but he's in their slipstream. He's hunting. He's caught them. Now he's got to pass them.
It's concertinaing up very nicely between these three that you mentioned, 5th, 6th and 7th. What about the battles in amongst LMP3 Pro-Am? Well, Felipe Fernandez-Laza is just gone down the road in the Rinaldi Racing red and blue liveried 71. He still has this cushion of Axel Nose and Wyatt Brikacek in the ANS Motorsport and DKR Engineering Ligier and Genettas. So remember, they are LMP3 cars rather than the LMP3 Pro-Am lineup. The 29 car of Louis Rousset has just had to go straight on in the second bit of the Porsche curves and loses a big amount of time there. Did that actually reverse their places then? No, 29 is still ahead of the 92 car. So the two Foresti Racing by VPS cars still in the same order. Charles Roussin behind Louis Rousset, but it might have bunched them even closer to Rick Cohn as Nick Halstead will cross the line. No longer on the road as the GT3 race leader. So Anthony Bartone is now in the lead both on the timing screen and also, we reckon, as far as the stewards are concerned.
Yeah, he was able to actually gain about 4 to 5 seconds on that lap over the McLaren driver. Not just gain, but overtake as well. So that was neat and tidy.
Yep.
But, you know, the message was come up way. And Optimum Motorsport, don't forget, Bradley Ellis, who moved from about 6th in class up into the class lead, did really well. But unfortunately, along the line, there was a bit of a fumble in the pit stop. 16 seconds under the minimum pit stop time. The penalty, surely, is one they can't argue. Hasn't come yet, though. They're under investigation.
Matteo Crisoni's in this race. I don't know whether we've had a chance to mention that, but he effectively took over from the Iron Dames in what was it the 83 Porsche that was initially entered for Vanina X and Marta Garcia. So the new drivers in that Porsche for Iron Link's Proton are the German racer Patrick Dinkeldine and Matteo Crisoni, who is the silver, who's now taken that car over and is going rather well. In fact, I think I just saw Crisoni do the fastest lap in the GT3s full stop? Yes, he has. That's a new class lap record to this point. Not lap record, but fastest lap of the race, 3:58.602. He's down in 7th position. And Crisoni looking to try and get ahead of Heiko Neumann in the team Motor Park Mercedes next. So Get Speed and Anthony Bartone, they did do their pit stop properly. The Optimum Motorsport crew are in the list of those that did not. Eliseo Dono should be fine in the 51 Ferrari, which would make him second in the GT3s, and therefore third, the 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin for Parker Thompson.
Right, about a lap ago, we saw David Drew moving ahead of Hadrian David. Did Hadrian move aside to atone for a potential punishment coming his way? Anyhow, now David Drew, the Belgian racer, has got into second place. He's off after his CLX Motorsport teammate, Ligier from Ligier. It's almost precisely a second between them, but last lap was the fastest lap of the race, and it wasn't Clomanil, it was David Drew. That's why he's closing down. But just remember, 1:59 was their pit stop time. 2 minutes is required. I'm talking of David Drew's car in second place overall.
Now then, I've just spotted another huge name in this race. I knew he was taking part in LMP3 action, but Thomas Laurent in the number 2 DKR Engineering now finds himself in second place in LMP3 Pro-Am, having dispatched Terence Woodward. Julien Henrion continues to ascend as well as we're working the final lap of this hour-long race, and at the head of the order of LMP3, so therefore the overall lead, Adrian Clomanil is still there, but by less than a second now to the chasing David Drew.
Car number 97. Name the driver. David Drew.
Yeah.
He is 1 second. He's 3/4 of a second now down on the race lead, but he's got a 1 second stop and go penalty. Not a 1 second penalty, a 1 second stop and go. He must be thinking, I saved a second, and the rest has been ejected. And it's a 16-second stop-and-go penalty, by the way, for that number 5 Optimum Motorsport. How come so much more? Well, because they stole so much more. They stole 16 seconds, and that is how it's worked out. Come to a halt, 1 second, you can go again. Not you, number 5, 16 seconds.
And the annoying thing for CLX is that they were probably short by about a 1/10 of a second, or maybe a 100th of a second, but it's rounded up to the next nearest second. Doesn't really matter because it includes a run down the pit lane, and that's 533 metres to do at 60 kilometres per hour. So horrendous from David Drew's point of view. Is he going to fight his teammate? Probably not. They're in great formation. Adrian David's at safe distance at 6 seconds further back. So get the photographs done now from a CLX Motorsport point of view, because this isn't how the result sheet will look on the final lap. Question is, of course, where exactly will David Drew finish? Because this has been called as the final lap, and he hasn't served his pit stop, so it will be likely converted into a time penalty, therefore, which might be something like 35, 45 seconds.
I was going to say, getting down towards between 12th place downwards, so maybe anything between 12th and 15th. Yeah, there's nothing you can do because checkered flag can be proffered any time, just over half a minute from now, and yet they're not yet towards the end of the lap. They're starting to approach the Porsche curve, so they won't get there before the end of the duration. So for CLX Motorsport, it will be not bittersweet, it'll be sweet and bitter, the other way around.
Indeed. And Wyatt Brikacek is probably not too far away from having Thomas Laurent for company, but they are in different categories of LMP3. So Thomas Laurent's done a grand job in getting that DKR Engineering Ginetta up to second place in LMP3 Pro-Am, but it's looking like a win for Rinaldi Racing, for Stefan Aust and Felipe Fernandez-Laza in their LMP3 Pro-Am. But David Drew's not going to head to the pits. He wants to make sure that he is at least a finisher, and then race control can think about the penalty afterwards. But on the road, it is a perfect result visually for CLX Motorsport, because Adrian Clomanil and his Danish teammate Theodor Jensen, who began this race an hour ago, are victorious in the number 37 car in the first Road to Le Mans race of the week. So Ligier take it from the Duquesne of Adrian David, because now David Drew is getting his penalty. So Adrian David confirmed as the second place finisher in number 85, ahead of the 16-team Virage duo Sasha Lehmann and Theo Mercuris, who make the podium ahead of two fighting for SDA Racing by VPS cars who led the race, remember. Charles Roussin finishing ahead of Louis Rousset. We're now waiting for the winning team in LMP3 Pro-Am. Big grins from Theodor Jensen, though, and I'm sure Hugo Schwarzer, who is the teammate for Adrian David at RSGP. And the 71 car will now cross the line. LMP3 Pro-Am winner, Rinaldi Racing for Stefan Aust, who started, and he handed over to Felipe Fernandez-Lauser, who is a mightily talented German racer of the gold grading, as Bruce said a couple of years ago, taking victory in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, finishing ahead of the number 2 DKR Engineering Ginetta of Antti Ramo and Thomas Laurent. And it was the 98 car completing the podium, another Ligier from Motorsport 98 for Gillian Henrion, the highly talented Frenchman who's come right through the ranks of both Ligier European Series, then the Michelin Le Mans Cup. He was champion in both and now actually finds his way into the European Le Mans Series for this season. But he shares this race with Eric de Donker, and it's going to be a bit longer of a wait now to get full confirmation, Bruce, of who's going to take the major spoils in the GT3 part of the race.
Yeah, it should be coming up in about 25 seconds, but it should be Get Speed. It should be Anthony Bartone, family steeped in drag racing, but he's the one that's been the convert. He's come out to play. And just Mercedes being challenged very hard indeed. Has he just lost the position? I'm just waiting to see. Going through the Porsche, out of the Porsche curbs, Corvette curbs. No, it was a P3 car that was a very high shot. P3 car came through. Caution was the better part of everything there for Anthony Bartone. No point having a P3 car recovering. Take me off. I can win by the smallest time possible if I so choose. Next car in the group, as he's been passed by Przemysław Pianezek, and that was the Duquesne that went past. It should be Alicia Dono close behind. Should be second or thereabouts. And Parker Thompson, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, tucked in behind. But that's the top three. So it's the Mercedes of Anthony Bartone, GT3, the Ferrari of Alicia Donna, and barring penalties, Parker Thompson, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin.
Yeah, that was close at the line for second and third, and had Parker Thompson had another lap, he might have been able to get a drag run or the tow from Alicia Dono on the AF Corsa 51 Ferrari to get the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin past or at least alongside the Ferrari. But we got to the full complement, as in the 60 minutes. And having said quite a few things about the Michelin Le Mans Cup, particularly after their performance in 2 qualifying sessions earlier on that almost didn't take place, that was a tremendous race. You made the comment, Bruce, that it was possibly one of the best Michelin Le Mans Cup races we've had the pleasure to call. And maybe a stern word was had between the 2 sessions. But when we got to the evening, really good racing from both drivers in each of the cars.
Yeah, and also in GT3, second was not too far behind Anthony Bartone, but Dono and Parker Thompson were chased across the line by Kessel Racing's Ferrari, Andrea Bellicchi. Those 3 cars covered by under a second. So some really, really good scraps there. And the key to me was the amount of time spent under green. And it really gave, particularly the second drivers, who often get short shrift here in these Road to Le Mans races, they got plenty of proper racing. We had that early safety car period, bunched the field a bit, but again, it was the case that the front runners weren't catching the tail enders before the end of the race, which really does help out, because so many a race has been sort of alternated. For CLX Motorsport, though, in the end, Adrian Clomanil took victory, but the car that chased him over the line, David Drew, tumbled all the way down to 14th place. Said it'd be between 12th and 15th, and that was a big, expensive mistake. 1 second under in their pit stop, and it cost them 12 positions. And I think David Drew probably had the pace if he hadn't had to know he was going to have a penalty, and he didn't want to try and overtake his teammate. I think he had the pace to go by, but for Nicolas Lapierre and all of the CLX Motorsport squad, it looks good on the images. Victory 1 is in the bag. Wait till Saturday morning to see who's going to get the second one. Of course, the grid for that completely different as well.
Well, it remains to be seen how that grid's going to be formed, actually. We've done 1 from free practice 1. There was a free practice 2 that got, I think, to its full duration, but we've already attempted to form the grid for race 2, and that gleaned just 4 times. So, yes, discussions may have already been had. Maybe they're going to head into Friday night as well. But there are so many very happy drivers up and down the order, including Stefan Aust, who did the opening stint in the Rinaldi Racing Ligier. But it is CLX Motorsport who win after 14 laps, after the 60 minutes, by 8.4 seconds in the end, because remember the gap back to the now absent David Drew and bumped up to second place. Adrian David and Hugo Schwarzer behind Theodor Jensen and Adrian Klomenil. The podium completed by Theo Mercuris and Sasha Lehmann. Rinaldi Racing, Stefan Aust, Felipe Fernandez Larza take victory in the 71 Rinaldi Racing crew from Anti-Ramo on Thomas Laurent in their Ginetta for DKR Engineering, and Motorsport 98 Eric de Doncker, Julien Henrion finish ahead of the 34 car of William Carlson and Chris Short, although that car for a time was also under investigation. So again, take the provisional result with a bit of a pinch of salt. Get Speed's Mercedes, Steve Yance and Anthony Bartone in the number 14 car, finishing ahead of the 51 Ferrari of Eliseo Dono and Alessandro Cozzi, and the 59 Racing of Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin of Parker Thompson and Anthony McIntosh in the 59 car. Complete their podium in GT3, and we have one more race to come then for the Road to Le Mans, which will be race 4 of the season for the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and we look forward to Saturday morning for full coverage of that. Quite a programme of races to get through, in fact, on Saturday morning before we can even think about a 4 o'clock start for the main race, Bruce.
Take every step, one at a time. But yes, I mean, it's an extraordinary meeting, but it's 10 years of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and I would suggest that's one of their very best races. Certainly, there was racing up and down the order. Also, a smattering of penalties up and down the order, and a lot of the teams, I think they're one lap away from another driver penalty that could have cost them for exceeding track limits. But, you know, hopefully lessons will be learnt. But you know what? That was one of the cleanest starts I've seen. Yes, half a dozen cars in each of the classes. Each of the 3 classes seemed to shortcut the chicane. But on the opening lap, if it's that or an accident, it's sort of better they do that. But, you know, lots of racing, but, you know, bragging rights to CLX Motorsport. Very well done. And in GT3, Get Speed, well, they put the marker down for Mercedes. One more to come.
Yeah, so we'll be on air for that at 10 to 10. The race itself begins at 5 past 10 on Saturday morning and lasts an hour. So make sure that you are tuned to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And if you're not here at the track, around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Coming up next then on 91.2 FM as we draw the Road to Le Mans race to a close, we'll be hearing from Dieter Gas. Gas heading towards then the Hyperpole session, and we've also got some Le Mans memories from recent years as well. Great to have people like Johnny Molan bringing us his recent memories over the last 20 years of the Radio Show Limited gang, being part of Radio Le Mans, and James Collado giving a great interview to Johnny as well. So a driver interviewing a driver, and that's floating around not only on our archives but also throughout our 91.2 FM output. We look forward again to Saturday morning and 10 to 10 for coverage of the second Road to Le Mans event. And before we head into our next segment, let's take a look at this evening's weather at Circuit de la Sarthe. Still pretty warm and humid with a 28 degrees Celsius temperature right now, but 0% chance of rain in the next few hours. It's going to not exactly be chilly overnight, a drop to 16 degrees Celsius at about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning with the small chance of a passing shower. But the forecast for tomorrow is part cloud but mostly sunny at Circuit de la Sarthe.
everybody, and welcome along to our coverage of Hyperpole. Hello, everybody, and welcome along to Hyperpole. This is John Hindhaugh with the right headset on now. In sound and vision on Studiovision, Nick Damon doing the usual bits and pieces for that. And it is a big hello and welcome to the 4Performance Global Broadcast Centre here at the end, our studio complex at the end of the Bugatti circuit for the first time in 2025. Hello to JMO. It is Johnny Morlam.
Glad to be back. Looking forward to it. This is going to be very, very exciting. Earlier on, we were watching the Road to Le Mans race, and I noticed there was an awful lot of gravel out there, especially through Indianapolis and Arnhem. It should be interesting to know if they sweep it, because
sweepers have been out.
15 minutes. There's a lot of pressure on around a Le Mans lap if only you've got 15 minutes to make it count.
Paul Truswell is the other voice that you will hear. We are setting the pole positions for the 93rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's Hyperpole, and it's next. Good evening, Paul. How are you?
Very well, yes. All well dinnered, fine food as ever, and raring to go. Yeah, it's perfect conditions out there. Somebody was suggesting we might be having rain showers. The only thing that I did notice is a slightly gusting wind, which might affect them.
Was that what you'd had for your dinner?
Could well have been to do with
with
the chili con carne, yeah. But it was, but as Johnny was just saying, Johnny Mullen was just saying, there isn't a lot of time in these sessions to do what you're going to do. So, you know, you've got to go out, decide what you're going to do, and do it straight away.
We will talk about the format, because it is a new format for all of qualifying this year, including these two Hyperpole sessions for the individual classes. We're going to lump GT and LMP2 together, but Hypercar will have their own Hyperpole. No choice in terms of the tyres for LMP2 and GT3. There is a Goodyear Eagle tyre. It is their medium. Should they need it, there will be a wet weather tyre as well. It's the yellow decals and the yellow M. Actually, it's a black M on a yellow background. The wet weather tyres are blue. Should we get to that? Before we get anything else, let's do an update on the track temperature, because that could be crucial in the next 20 minutes. You're not going to believe this, but it's gone up again. It's now 35 Celsius. That's gone a good 3 or 4 degrees since before we started the last race. We'll discuss what that means with Johnny Morlam in a moment. Track temperature. How much difference does it make to how you will attack, and I mean attack, this next 20-minute session?
Well, it's a really good question, John, because as we can see, the cars, you're going to be watching all the tyres are on. We don't have tyre warmers anymore.
No.
And at Le Mans, the one thing that you used to always have was tyre warmers, and you could get out there and get on it, and you could almost feel sort of coming out of Dunlop that the tyre was ready. Now it's going to be all about that outlap, and it's a long outlap in terms of preparation for that one flying lap, because you know that you're probably, unless you're really unlucky, not going to have traffic if you time it right, because obviously we've reduced the number of cars on track and it's a long circuit. So it's going to be all about prepping your tyre for that one push lap. And the person that does that best, the car that's set up to do that best, will have a huge advantage for that qualifying session.
We have a 20-minute session coming now for a field of 24 cars, split 12 and 12, so a dozen of each from LMP2. As far as this is concerned, and as far as most things concerned, until we get to the podium ceremonies at sometime around about 4:20 on Sunday afternoon, let's just talk about LMP2 as a full category. That's how it will be considered for this qualifying session when you're behind the safety cars, should that happen. But of course, we do have Pro-Ams, and just for the sake of probity, it is 6 Pro-Ams that are in this category. But put that out your mind for the moment. Paul Truswell, do's and don'ts here all these guys have been handed a 3 more sets, 12 tyres from Goodyear for this session. It'll be 12 Michelins for the next.
That's right, but they have to make the 12 tyres last across the 2 Hyperpole sessions, as you were saying. 12 cars from each category participating in this session, and at the tail end of that they will take the bottom 4. They'll be going back into their garages, and then Hyperpole 2, 15 minutes for a further for the remaining 8 cars in each of the categories then. And then it's from those 8 that we'll then get the grid positions. In effect, Hyperpole 1 you then forget about, because all Hyperpole 1 does is determine which 8 cars is going through into Hyperpole 2. The 12 tyres last for both.
Yeah, okay. The ones that don't get through, that's their grid positions locked in, though.
Exactly so, on 5th and 6th row of the grid.
Okay, understand that. It's going to be slightly different in terms of the numbers, but not in terms of the process when we get to Hypercar. So potentially, if you're doing well, you could be doing 2 20-minute sessions here, and the second 20-minute session will decide the first rows of the grid and pole position.
No, the second session is 15 minutes.
Ah, right.
So we have a 20-minute session Hyperpole 1, 15-minute session Hyperpole 2.
Right.
And as I say, 3 sets of tyres to split amongst them. You are not allowed to change the driver during Hyperpole 1. You're not allowed to change the driver during Hyperpole 2. And you have to have a different driver in Hyperpole 2 than you had in Hyperpole 1.
The key thing is, though, you can't change your tyres. You can do whatever you want with those 12 tyres.
Whenever you want, whatever you want.
But you'll be very hard-pressed to get more than 1 set of tyres into a 15-minute session, because it's a 4-minute out lap, a 3.5-minute push, a 3.5-minute in lap at best, and then you never get it on to get out in time for. So you'll only get 2 sets if you're lucky in a 20-minute session.
In this session,
and that'll leave you 1 new set for the second session.
In this session here.
If you make it.
Exactly, that's the plan. The problem is to decide which driver, and there's no worry about bronze drivers, incidentally. The bronze driver doesn't have to start in Hyperpole 1 or Hyperpole 2 if he doesn't want to. Can do, doesn't have to. But there's no restriction on which drivers you use, only that it has to be a different driver in Hyperpole 2 than Hyperpole 1. The other crucial thing is they're not allowed to refuel during the session either, so they've got enough fuel on board now for the whole of Hyperpole 1. They can refuel between the sessions, so they can put an extra bit of fuel in for the second Hyperpole.
Right, let's run through who is in and who is not. LMP2, RLRM Sport, Patrick Pile in the number 16 doing this first part of qualifying. It's Renger van der Zande, United Autosports going all in with the 22, and Ollie Jarvis doing the first session as well for United Autosports in the Pro-Am number 23. Algarve Pro Racing, Lorenzo Fuchsa in the number 25 car. EDEC Sport, Sebastian Alvarez for the number 28 car. TDS has Clement Novalak in the number 29. The 37 Pure Racing CLX, Tristan Vautier, that car with problems in the previous sessions as they had an issue where he hit the wall in that car, not Tristan and one of his teammates. Nick Yellowleaf for Inter Europol in the 43. The yellow and green car, Algarve Pro Racing, Nicky Katzberg, the number 45. He will be driving this first 20-minute session as the cars disappear onto the Mulsanne straight. The leaders are already down towards the Mulsanne corner for the first time. Frank Pereira is in VDS Panis Racing, that's number 48, LMP2 AF Corsa. Antonio Felix de Costa in the Pro-Am numbered 183. And Dane Cameron, current American champion for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship with Porsche Penske Motorsport, released by those guys at the end of last season. He is in the 199. In GT3, Simon Mann for the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. It will be Zach Robichon for the Aston number 27 from Heart of Racing. Team WRT have plugged Kelvin von der Linde in their BMW number 46. Vista AF Corsa have put Frankie Castellacci in their Ferrari, that's the 54 car. Sebastian Bowe in the United Autosport McLaren, they've got both cars in here. Lynn Hodenis for Iron Links, the 61, that beautiful Silver Arrow AMG. Codice of Finn Gertzitz, well, we know he's quick. He qualified on pole at Spa earlier on in the season with the number 78 Lexus TF Sport. Charlie Eastwood in the 81, the Solus Corvette. Gianmarco Leverato for Proton competition in the 88. That's interesting. He wasn't the guy who qualified them through, so that's interesting there. Ricardo Pera for Manthey first form in the Porsche number 92, and the McLaren Sean Gallale in the 95, and for United, and Zigo Sport Tempesta Chris Froggatt in the number 193. Those were the drivers on the outlap. They're coming round to start their first flying lap, and we're already, Paul, down to 16 minutes.
Yeah, as Johnny said, it takes 4 minutes just to do the outlap. Now we have a flying lap. But what was interesting there is you were running down the drivers. I was just checking the category, the grading of those drivers. There's an awful lot of platinum drivers out there.
Very good point.
And, of course, you're only allowed to have one platinum driver in an LMP2 car. So a lot of the LMP2 car teams want to put their gun driver in for this session to ensure they get through to the Hyperpole session, the Hyperpole 2 session. In order then...
The pole session, effectively.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they're going to have a slightly less quick silver or gold driver doing the driving for the Hyperpole 2.
Just 24 cars, but already we saw coming through the Ford chicane people stacking up and going back. That's in the 20-minute session. What's that going to be like in the 15-minute session? It's going to be chaos.
Yeah, I must admit I don't understand that. I can understand a GT3 car being close behind an LMP2 because you know he's going to pull away going through into Dunlop, but having LMP2s starting their lap with only 3 or 4 or 5 car lengths between them and the car in front, another LMP2 car, doesn't make any sense to me.
I know these cars don't run the downforce they used to. They don't, the LMP2s I'm talking about, they don't run the power that they're used to, but they're still aero cars, and I know they run skinny here, but there will still be disturbance. There'll be a disturbance in the force.
Well, interesting to see that it's no team cars working together there, so I can't see it being a benefit. You will get some element of slipstream, but sort of somewhere like Indianapolis, if you're catching someone and you're within 5-6 car lengths of them going into the Porsche curves, John, you're definitely going to be losing front downforce.
Yeah, you're going to get aero push, is what we here have talked about. The other thing this week that you haven't witnessed and experienced yet, a little bit of a slide for Spike there, the 199 car. That's Dane Cameron. He's on the run down from Mulsanne. The amount of insect life that is out there at the moment, he hasn't done half a lap yet, and you can barely see through the windscreen, and they're going to be looking into the setting sun in that next session.
Yeah, I noticed that driving down within the speed limit, clearly, obviously, on the French auto routes. There's quite a lot of flying live bugs around in this area.
They were alive.
They were alive. But
I've heard that David Attenborough has rung up to see if he can do a 5-part programme on what's on the front of your Lotus. Is that right?
Maybe. The camera angle, though, is not that bad when you're in the car. The sun coming down, when it oil and the rest of it, but it's not as bad as that camera angle would seem if you're lucky enough to see one of those onboard shots.
We'll keep an eye on the time. It's Clement Novalak at the moment who has the best split times in the TDS Pro-Am number 29. We've got our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters down in the lane. We are going to look at the cut-off point. So the cut-off point is 8th position. So that's where we're going to be watching. We want to know who is going to go out and who is going in. So that's the bubble, if you will. We also get track limits popping up straight away now. So Lorenzo Flux is going to lose this lap. That's Frank Pereira is going to lose his lap. Finn Gersitz is going to lose his lap, although in fairness it wasn't quick. Neither is Gianmarco Leverato. Maybe he's not going to worry too much about that because he wasn't quick, and Chris Froggatt as well. At the top, Dane Cameron puts in a 3:37.777. That's 6.5 tenths quicker than anybody else until Ollie Jarvis goes through for United Autosport and the number 23 car. Remember, that is a Pro-Am car, but that's very much a pro driving it. There is nothing preventing a Pro-Am car being on top, and already a yellow at the entrance to the Porsche curves. That's been resurfaced. There's loads more grip there as you turn in, but there's a bump just before you get to the left, and it's the Ferrari that has gone off. It's the silver Ferrari.
54.
Number 54.
Vista AF
He's
Corsa
stuck.
car.
He's stuck.
That's
as well.
not going anywhere. This is going to be a red flag. We need to get, well, Ollie Jarvis is through. It is a red flag. Who has got the laps in? Ollie's got one in. Clement, Dane Cameron, Nicky Katzberg for Algarve Pro Racing, Patrick Pele. Now, they've stopped the clock.
They have stopped the clock.
But it's 4 minutes to come around.
Yeah, you'll be able to get one lap in still. But the trouble is, you've actually used a set of tyres. So do you then put another new set of tyres on? I mean, that's an incredible lap.
You can't take them through the race. So you've got to give them back at the end of this.
No, absolutely. So you would probably put another set of tyres on unless you're struggling for warm-up. Obviously, in the LMP2, you've got downforce, so you can actually bring your tyres in. But I noticed Ollie Jarvis, that's an incredible lap. He's on pole at the moment by 3/4 of a second. You could see from his sectors, didn't actually have any of the fastest sectors, but he was right there in all of them, a really consistent lap. And then he would have actually pushed. He would have been on a second push lap, probably go about half a second quicker. The fuel load lightning all the time, remember, John?
Yeah, looks like the back end just came around from Frankie Castellacci. That's an unusual mistake from Francesco as he is in the gravel and beached in the gravel. He will lose his times for causing a red flag.
That's what I was just about to say. Does
yeah.
that mean that ultimately, will they get him back? Will he be able to go, or is that him
Well,
done?
he'll be able to go again, but he's going to lose at least one lap. Does he lose his worst?
He loses all his times and he's not allowed back on the.
Oh, okay.
So that's
fine.
him done.
So he's
Okay.
done.
That's him done, basically. He's going to be starting.
I feel for him. He's going to be feeling so terrible. He'll feel like he's let everyone down. It's a terrible feeling.
I'm going to ask Paul in a minute how that lap compares to what we saw earlier in the day, but let's head down and bring in another new voice in this session. Peter Snowden is joining us for the first time in the CrowdStrike pit lane. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, John. And just while you were chatting through before the Ferrari went off and caused the red flag, the number 88 Proton Competition Ford Mustang from LMGT3, they were prepared to come in and do a tyre change already. So that was absolutely almost like they timed perfect, fortuitous. It came in, did its tyre change. It was red flagged as it came in the pit lane. So it's gone to the head of the pit lane now with fresh tyres. That's the first car on the queue for when the red flag goes back to green.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Snowden, as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane team, will keep across everything that's going on down there. Not everybody has got a full lap in, flirting with disaster as well, coming through the end of the Forest S's and clipping the barrier with the left rear corner. The CLX number 37 car, that car was in the wall in the last free practice session before this at the Daytona chicane, not with that driver in it, I have to say, Tristan Vautier, but we have already seen some big accidents at that area. Looked like he just started to understeer off before he got to that right-hander that leads into Turk Rouge.
Well, it kinks there. It kinks back to the right. It's very, very easy. As you come over, you crest, the car goes light. It's actually quite easy to actually drop a wheel just off the edge of the track. And, of course, because it's kinking back to the right, you then start going off. You can't actually just go along the grass and bring it back on again.
And the Ecodis Lexus at the first chicane has also had an issue. So more than one problem out there. It's the Ferrari that's caused the red flag. But Finn Gersitz, we heard he'd had a lap disallowed, but I said it wasn't going to matter because he was slow anyway. Well, now we know why. He went straight on at that first chicane.
I think, John, you're seeing with all of this going on that a lot of this is down to not having generated enough tyre temperature because you're starting on stone-cold tyres, and it is difficult to get the pressures and the brakes right up.
So we're still under red flag, but our race director, Eduardo Freitas, is saying it could be a short call. Let's check in with our second pit lane reporter this evening. That is Joe Bradley. Which end of the pit lane are you at, Joe?
I'm a pit out, but I'm kind of focusing on LMP2. Snowy's going to focus on GT3, and the word on LMP2 is the second lap will be faster on these tyres. It's irrelevant now, but expect if everything goes well, that's the optimum lap, the second one.
Thank you, Joe. A new construction of Goodyear tyre with a slightly softer sidewall for the LMP2s. They're in conjunction with the tyre supplier, the teams and Orica have been asking for that. That has happened. It means that they are allowed a little bit more camber. Not a huge amount, but enough to make a difference. The cars feel a little bit different. Suspension setups have had to be slightly tweaked.
That will help with tyre warm-up as well, being able to run
Indeed.
a little bit more camber. But it goes back to my original question. What, for example, does Ollie Jarvis do now? Does he put on another new set, go out and basically repeat the process of what he did the first time? Or does he keep this set, hope that they've got enough life in them still, because obviously it would have been a very slow in-lap, and then go again on the same tyres?
Let's see if Joe Bradley can shed some life on that. Giuseppe?
I think that decision's already been made, guys. We've got fresh tyres for the 23, the 22 and the 199 in my area of the pit lane.
Right.
It looks like everyone's going to
who
go
are
out
they
fresh.
for those people who
so 23
don't have an
and
entry list?
22, they're the United Autosport entries. The 199, that's the AO. With TF, that's what's the dinosaur called for this one?
Spike,
the what's it? Yeah, it's just
Spike
come
the
in now.
what's it?
Yeah, Spike the purple what's it is passing me now, and it will peel off to the right, and the team will go to work and change tyres on the 199. The 22 United car is with us. That's getting tyres. So we want to get this done and then get back out in the queue to get straight out and on with it.
I'm sure that Gunnar Jeanette is going to love you for Spike the Purple What's It. He'll be spiking your purple What's It. Here's Eduardo. Probably with a countdown. What are you going to say, Eduardo? Oh, nothing. Peter Snowden watching GTs.
Yeah, just very quickly, that 88 Proton competition Mustang, I think it's Dennis Olsen at the wheel of that, I'm not sure. But when I said that came in, that's prepared. That's the car that's on the bubble right now, on the cups are going out. That's number 9, P9. So they were obviously anticipating that when the red flag happened. So they're in prime position with those new tyres, as Johnny was describing, to get out there and resolve that situation and get back up the order.
They've saved Dennis Olsen, I think, for the next session. That's Gianmarco Liverato behind the wheel of that car. As far as the timing is saying, so we have frozen the time on 11 minutes and 26 seconds, with most of the team not yet having, most of the cars not really having put a...
Pit exit will be on a very short call. Pit exit open will be in a very short call.
Thank you, Eduardo. In race control, which is in the...
Pit exit is now open.
That was very...
Is now open.
He said a very short call. It was 2 seconds afterwards. Race control in the Starship Enterprise end of the module Sportif towards pit in. Right, Jay Moore.
It'll be really interesting to see if everyone else was watching the sector times and how Oliver Jarvis, who's on pole by 3/4 of a second at the moment, did his outlap. I noticed that he was relatively slow in the first sector, but really ramped it up. He was about 7 seconds quicker than anybody else through the second sector, and I think he got his tyres right into the operating window, and that's reflected in the time that he did. Will they tell their drivers to push in the second and third sector a little bit more potentially than they did the first time?
Paul Truswell, 3:36.984 is Ollie Jarvis's time. How does that stack up with what we've seen so far this week?
Well, yesterday's qualifying session, which was a half hour, but only P2s and LMGT3s, 3:35.4 was the time set by Louis Delatraz. Now, bear in mind, Louis Delatraz isn't out in this session. They're holding Louis back in the AO by TF car. They've got Dane Cameron in it for this session. Louis Delatraz is going to be out in the next session. But I think you're going to need to be in the 3:35s, maybe a high 3:35, in order to top the times. Where you're going to be in order to be in the top 8, again, I think you're going to need to be in the 36s.
To transition
To
through.
get into
It's difficult though, because you're looking at somebody who's just doing one lap. That's the problem. You've got one lap, and that's going to do a 35 with one lap. It's difficult when you're bringing the tyres up from completely cold. If he'd done a second lap, Ollie, almost like 2 consecutive laps, almost guaranteed he would have gone a second quicker and been in the 35.
Well, there's time for a second lap on this set of tyres, so there is the prospect of that. Bear in mind, this is not that lap, this is the out lap.
Yeah.
We're then going to have the first lap, and then we get the second lap. So it is only going to be those 2.
It's all going to change.
Couple of P2s carving their way past the GT cars and then slowing down and weaving in front of them. That is just bonkers stuff going on in the middle section of the Lindoin and Adier, the Mulsanne straight, coming down to that right-hander into Arnage, into Mulsanne, excuse me, and now running down, facing the sun. It's Spike the Dragon first of all in the line. That's Dane Cameron. He's got track position sitting in behind him. That is, I think, well, I can see a United car third in line. I think it is the AF Corsa Antonio Felix da Costa car that's sitting in there, the 183. Yes, it is.
Agreed.
That was the car that Francois Perraudot went straight on at the Porsche curves, which was a very, very odd one earlier on. Looked like it might have been a stuck throttle. Let's take an update with this CrowdStrike pit lane report from Peter Snowden.
Yeah, John, I know that Joe is covering LMPs, but B2, but I'm down at the opposite end of the pit lane at the moment, just covering that. The Inter-Europol competition car number 43, the Orica Gibson, that came in for absolutely nothing but just stop stationary windscreen wipe, just what you were saying, clean, as in about the bugs and that you were saying, but sat there, but very delayed going out, as in doing nothing. They've obviously got a bit of a strategy to work out when to get out there and get a run on this, but no change of tyres, anything other than literally a windscreen clean, but very deliberate, sit and wait, we know when our gap is.
Nick Yellerly in that car, coming off a win on the streets of Detroit for Acura, and a pole position for them as well. He is absolutely in elegant isolation. He's in the middle section of the Mulsanne Straight at the moment, with not another car behind him until Dane Cameron, who is coming up to the Dunlop Bridge now. In front of him, the only car ahead of him is already at Arnage, Indianapolis, and so he's got a big bit of real estate.
And this is what I was saying yesterday in the only qualifying session, the Q session from yesterday. We saw a red flag, and then everybody queuing, desperate to get out. And I was thinking to myself, the last thing you want to do is to be desperate to get out. What you want to do is actually sit back in the garage, wait for a minute or 90 seconds, and then go out. And that's what Nick Yellerly has got the Inter-Europol competition team doing, and he's virtually the only car in the sector.
Hello to Drew Adamson from iRacing, the man who puts all the big events together. Massive sports car fan. He's tuned in, watching and listening. How much or little time, says Right Turn Lover, between Hyperpole 1 and Hyperpole 2? I think it's 10 minutes. So 15, excuse me. So you can refuel between those sessions, but not within the sessions.
But the 15 minutes includes getting back to the pit.
Correct.
Which could be 3 or 4 minutes.
That's exactly the point I was going to make. Right, let's keep an eye on the numbers at the moment. Ollie Jarvis is about a quarter of a tenth up on his own time. Nicky Katzberg's 2/10 up at the moment. Katzberg beginning to show there in the Algarve Pro Racing number 45.
It was interesting that the top 8 on that lap all pretty much did the same second sector and third sector splits, and they were at least 5 to 6 seconds quicker than they were the first time around, and matching what Ollie Jarvis did. So I think they must have been told on the radios, you need to get a bit more temperature in these tyres on your out lap. Don't be too gentle with them, it will compromise your actual flying lap. Although, as Paul rightly says, we're potentially going to be running into a second lap, so potentially that first lap not absolutely hammering around. If you get your second lap on lighter fuel, might pay dividends.
Yeah, bit of a banker lap. They will have been fueled to do however many laps the run plan demanded, possibly even 3 flyers, but certainly 2 flyers, and then coming back round again. We've had a slight delay, but we've not lost any time, but you've had to go through the process again on the second set of tyres. We'll have 5 minutes fewer in the next part of qualifying. That will be 1 set of tyres only, and basically smoke them if you got them.
I think we're going to see a time here from Clement Novalak. There's going to be, and Renger van der Zande. They're both really on it. I think it's between those two at the moment, with Nicky Katzberg as to who the top 3.
Great second sector for Ollie Jarvis. He's 2.5 tenths up on his own time, but he's going to have to, because Clement Novalak is trending to nearly 6 tenths up There's a lot of positivity, and one of the McLarens has stopped. Oh, my goodness. Now, off at the side of the road, he's actually run on to one of the access roads that is in between the first chicane and the second chicane. So that's actually where the public road doesn't go straight down the Mulsanne Straight. There's a roundabout to take you into where La Taverne is and the shopping village. I think that car is out of the way. I don't think we'll stop here. Here come the times. Dane Cameron to the top, 3:36.2, 3:36.1 for Renger van der Zande. Sebastian Alvarez, 3:36.6. Where's Ollie Jarvis's time? He's not there at the moment. Comes through on the line, and at the moment, but let's remind ourselves, it's the top 8. Patrick Pilet is the last car at the moment. So no Nicky Katzberg until he comes through. Now he's up into the top 8 positions. So it's Pilet on the bubble with Tristan Vautier and Nick Yellerly not in the show at the moment in GT3. Simon Mann leads with a 3:54, but on the bubble it is a Codice. No, it's not. It's Vista, EF Corsa. Well, they're not going any further anyway. Sebastian Bowe now in the 59. That's the remaining United Autosports machine. They're dropping down now. So Iron Lynx now with Lynn Hodenius. He's out of it now as Gianmarco Liverato decides that he's going to play a part. And well, this is a big gamble. Simon Mann's come into the pits in the EF Corsa. He said, I've done enough.
Yeah, and I noticed that Ollie Jarvis is back top. He's 5.6 seconds off in the third sector. I don't know what happened to Clement Novalak in the TDS Racing number 29 car, because he was well up and then didn't actually finish off the lap. He actually lost about 2 seconds in the last sector, so I don't know if he ran wide or something happened. So he's got a lot more in the tank to get him right up there, currently sitting in 8th place.
Keep an eye on Nick Yellerly in the 43 into Europol competition car, because remember, he's out of sync. He's not come through yet, and he's currently dead last of the LMP2 cars. So
he's coming out of the Porsche curves right about now.
He's 7 tenths up on the pole time at the moment.
So I said keep an eye on Nick Yellerly.
I don't know why the 23 United Autosports car backed off in the first sector. I don't know if he was too close to the cars in front, but that could cost him a top 8 not finishing this lap. Everyone else is pushing and everyone else is quicker.
Yeah, 5.5 seconds Ollie Jarvis out of it. He's not going to get another lap. So right now, Ollie Jarvis is in, as through to the top goes Nick Yellerly.
34.6. Wow, that's impressive.
That means he is that car is absolutely in the conversation then, isn't it, for pole position? But remember, they've burned their best driver in doing so. We've got to remember who is still to come. It's Frank Pereira on the bubble in 8th place for VDS Panos Racing, with Clement Novalak at the moment just outside the top 8 in LMP2. As far as GT3 is concerned, Chris Froggatt for Zigo Sport Tempesta, the 193 Ferrari, and Gianmarco Leverato for Proton Competition and the Multimatic Ford, the Multimatic Ford Mustang GT3 is just outside. But we are talking very, very fine margins indeed. Anybody to come across the line. Here comes Dane Cameron. He might get one more lap here. It's going to be tight. 22 seconds. He's coming to the line now. And does he improve? He did the best of anybody in the first sector, but he's not showing as trending up. Still 10 seconds to go. Cars coming through the line now. And what's happened as well to Nick Yellerly, that's the other one I've got to keep an eye on. He's backed out of it. Checkered flag is out. And it is Sebastian Alvarez and Patrick Pilet who see the checkered flag first in the P2 class. So they will not improve from 6th and 7th. 3:36.4, 3:36.6. Is that enough? I don't know. Frank Pereira is not going forward. Clement Novalak up to 4th position. That bumps EDEC Sport and Sebastian Alvarez down to 8th. Nicky Katzberg is out at the moment for Algarve Pro Racing. He'll not be happy, and neither will Stuart Cox.
No, he was looking really, really fast as well earlier on. I think a few of them that backed out, it was risky to do that, to think that they'd done enough time, because the track was ramping up more and more and more. And but that time from Nick Yellerly, that one flying lap, and then just to back it off, they know that they're comfortably into the final Superpole, Hyperpole.
Well, you were saying at the start of this, Johnny, how difficult it is just to do it on one lap. But the pro drivers, the drivers worthy of platinum, for my money, you should only need one lap if you're that quality of driver. That's what differentiates a platinum from a gold or a silver, is you've got one lap, whatever you are, who you are. Johnny, go out, you've got one lap, do it or don't. And that's what differentiates.
You're absolutely right, Paul, and that's why they get paid to do it. But it's still very easy sitting here to say it. It's not as easy to time it, because it's such a long lap that you can overdo your out lap and then run out of grip halfway round, or you can not do it enough and know that you're going to struggle through Dunlop and onto Tetra Rouge.
Sean Gelael is still on a fast lap. He's not in at the moment, and the Sebastian Bohr United Autosport McLaren is parked at the side of the road. So right now, neither of the McLarens are going forward for United Autosport to transition through into Hyperpole, but he's off the split time, so he's had an issue as well. In LMP2, everybody who's in is in, I reckon. There's nobody to improve. So out is EDEC Sports, Sebastian Alvarez. Out is Algarve Pro Racing, one of the Pro-Am entries with Nicky Katzberg. They played the big card. They rolled the dice. It hasn't worked for them. They're not going through into the pole position shootout. Frank Pereira out for VDS Spanish Racing with the number 48 car, and Lorenzo Fluxer will not go forward either for the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing. So neither of Stuart and Sam Cox's cars going through to the pole shootout. Now in GT3, okay, so in GT3, then it is going to be, now why have they split those like that? Okay, Gianmarco Leverato, as through into the show goes Sean Gelael. Sean Gelael at the last yawning moment after we'd written him off. An apology, Sean. He has dragged that United Autosport car through into the last transition position, so he will transfer through in 8th spot, bumping out Chris Froggatt.
Yeah, and of course we were looking at the split and how far off he was from the LMP2.
Of course we were.
And that's what threw us, because he was 10 seconds off.
Yeah.
That's a GT3 car against an LMP2 car. So awesome job from Sean Gelael to sneak into the Hyperpole, the second part of Hyperpole for the United Autosports car.
So we lose then in 9th place, Ziegel Sport, Chris Froggatt, the 193. The Proton Competition Ford, Gianmarco Liverato in the Mustang. United Autosport, Seb Bohr, that car had a technical issue, and of course Frankie Castellacci planted it in the kitty litter and wouldn't have been allowed to take part if he had got it back. Now where is the AO? Oh, okay, no, they're just touring back round into the, because I've got that showing a stop, but I think again that's just the predictive coming round. Dane Cameron could have had another lap, but he actually dropped out of trying to do that.
Quite a big bit of a shout out to Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport car, plonking that. They haven't always shown awesome pace in that Corvette. I think the setup window on that can sometimes be a little bit narrow to get it in the sweet spot, but a great job from them to be currently second.
So transferring through then, we've told you who is out, to go again for 15 minutes into Europol. We'll have to select another driver. AO Racing by TF can't have Dane Cameron in the 199. United Autosports, they've had Renger van der Zande for the number 22. TDS, Clement Novalak, he's been burnt now, so the 29 car will have another driver. Tonio Felix de Costa got the AF Corsa 183 car into the shootout for pole position. Tristan Vautier for Pure Racing after a little bit of a scary moment coming down to Tertre Rouge, but the 37 CLX car is through. Ollie Jarvis is through for United number 23, and RLR through with Patrick Pile. There will go again. Joe Bradley has got Renger van der Zande. Job done for those guys, they've got into the big show. They shoot out for pole position. Third spot for that number 22 car, Joe.
I'm going to talk to his kids. Renger, congratulations, job done, mission accomplished. Still a bit to do though for Pietro, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have the speed for P1, but the car is good enough to be very competitive in the race, to be competitive here in qualifying. So, very happy with the lap. It was, you know, it's hard to see because the windscreen is getting dirty within half a lap, and then the second lap you actually can't see anymore. So, it was all out, and places like Indianapolis, the sun is going down. So, it's all about keeping it on the track, but be fast at the same time.
How did that stoppage affect the running order of how you guys were going about that?
Well, actually played out pretty well for me because we picked up one extra in P2. I think it was Alvarez in that other P2 car, so P3, clean air. I could close the gap to the car in front, which is always nice, like a target to have, you know, in qualifying. But, you know, so far United Autosport has done an amazing job. The car is so solid, teammates are so solid. I feel solid, so off we go.
You're looking good.
Thank you.
So that was Renger van der Zande. Sorry, Johnny, go ahead.
I was just watching Antonio Felix da Costa, I think, giving, is it Mathieu Vaxvier?
Yeah.
A proper debrief in terms of telling him exactly where there was areas on the track for grip, talking to him about everything, and really, really talking him through every bit of information that he would have gleaned from that. And that is the beauty of sports cars. You see highly competitive drivers really working with their teammates to actually help their teammates be as quick as they can possibly be, because it's in their own interests.
And what do you want to know if you're jumping into this car for 15 minutes now? What would, if you were getting in, what would you want to know? If you were getting out, what would you be telling your teammates?
If I was getting in, I definitely want them to tell me how they warmed the tyre up, whether they pushed hard from halfway through the lap, whether they looked after it, where they felt it started dropping off in terms of brake zones, and how the car felt grip-wise at the front end in terms of going at the beginning of the lap into Dunlop, because that's so critical. Because if you slide wide there, I know it's a long lap, but if you give away 3 or 4 tenths at Dunlop, then you've got a real fight to gain it back elsewhere on the lap.
That's Johnny Morlam. Before we start this next session, let's remind ourselves of one of the most important things, and that is the track temperature here on 91.2 FM. .8, it's gone down, but only a couple of tenths of a Celsius. That could be crucial in the next 15 minutes. So basically, Johnny, it's not changed. So that information in terms of the track temperature, the tyre warm-up, that is absolutely relevant, as relevant now as it was when we started the last session. That intel, the first driver was going out blank. They didn't know.
Yeah.
Until I suppose you get a second chance when you put the second set of tyres on the car. You've had a chance to look at it. So what they're doing now is giving them the benefit of their experience of what they've just seen to say, you've only got one set of tyres. Here you go, mate.
Absolutely. And when you're on a new set of tyres and you go out there, you're never quite sure what grip you've got. And this is Le Mans. You don't want to go off. You've got a 24-hour race ahead of you. When you discover that grip, you suddenly think, oh, I could have carried a bit more speed. You put the second set on, you can do it. So then you're giving that person who's going in after you the knowledge so potentially they don't have to find out what the tyre will do. They can carry more speed into Indianapolis or wherever because they know the car's going to be very good there. And also, don't forget, the car's getting lighter with every single lap they do, so it's going to become a little bit more nimble. You will be able to squeeze the brake zones and get a faster lap out of it.
Well, that was exactly going to be my question, Johnny, because you've got the two curves going in opposite directions. One is that the fuel load is lightening. The other is that the tyre is beginning to go off. Now, I mean, these aren't super soft tyres. These aren't qualifying tyres. These are medium compound race tyres. So in my view, I would suggest, not as a racing driver, but just as an outsider, the car is actually going to get quicker through the 15 minutes, because the tyres aren't going to drop off as much as the fuel load lightning is going to enable you to go quicker.
When you've got a really good tyre, and it's a good point, Paul, when you've got a really, really good tyre, as the fuel load lightens, it actually helps the car more than the drop-off of the tyre. So you can go quicker. So your in-lap often will be your fastest lap because of the weight. But now they've fueled to go through both of these sessions. Now the car will be absolutely...
No, you can refuel between the sessions.
Oh, you can refuel.
Yeah,
so the cars were light at the end of that session.
Between the sessions, not in the sessions.
Okay, so now they will absolutely have the same fuel load. So even more that information that the first driver can give is even more relevant.
Joe Bradley has made his way up to United Autosport's last gasp. Sean Galale might as well be playing for Sunderland, Joe, with the way he sneaked in at the last dying moments of overtime.
Oh, mate, it was. He's certainly an entertainer. I'm just standing next to James Cottingham. James, one of my missions is to find out what happened to your car. Can you tell me?
Well, we didn't make Hyperpole 2.
Yes, I know that. It was stopped out on track, didn't it?
No,
unfortunately.
that was the sister car.
All right, okay.
So Sean had stopped. I guess probably for a reset or something, but I don't know.
I'm going to grab Sean now.
Yeah.
Thanks, James. Sean just in talks with Darren. Sean, you certainly get a prize for entertaining us. You left that right to the very end. That wasn't deliberate, was it?
No, it wasn't. I mean, the first lap was a 4.6, would have been good, but unfortunately the red flag was just 1 second before I crossed the line. So effectively that was P1, and apparently it was good for P3 or P4. Anyways, it was red flag, and then we went again, and then we had an issue with the car, so we had to do a 2 times power recycle. It made it even more stressful, but in the end we just made it through, so hopefully now Marino can do his job.
You stayed calm in that situation, and was the engineer telling you what to do? Were you getting any instruction?
Yeah, you know, I think unfortunately it's a common problem with this car, with the McLaren. So yeah, it was sometimes hard because we had no radio when we shut it off, right? So kind of a bit of intuition, but I think we were prepared for this, so yeah, thankfully you got through.
How tricky is it to bring the tyres in?
It's okay. I think, I don't know, with our car it was a 1 lap peak, so that's why like the first lap was supposed to be the best one. Unfortunately, obviously we stopped and wasn't ideal with how everything went, but you know, in the end of the day we got through, and hopefully now Marino can do it.
You're still in the game, mate. Well done. Great stuff.
Entertainment at its very best. Paul Trustwell, have we got a gentleman's agreement to put bronze drivers in for this? It is not mandatory to put the bronze driver in for this Paul shootout, is it?
No, but it is mandatory to switch drivers from the driver you just had in the car. And my attention was drawn to the fact that Kelvin van der Linde had been in the Team WRT BMW M4, car number 46. Who could forget Ahmed Al-Hati setting the time from earlier on? And I reckon Valentino Rossi, therefore, is going to be in the car for this session.
But you could have used the guy who qualified yesterday.
You could have used Ahmed Al-Hati if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But
I'd give it a go. Snowy is down at that pit. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, I've just managed to catch up with Kelvin van der Linde. So it was great. We follow you in NLS all the time. It's great to meet you here at Le Mans. You did quite well in that session, didn't you? You're beaming.
Yeah, I am, because it was a great team effort. After the first runs, we didn't quite get the lap we wanted, and we kind of gambled on a slipstream tactic. So we went behind the Manthey car, and it was probably one of the best slipstreams I've had in my life. So it was really perfect timing to get the lap, and you know, all came together. The car was mega. The team gave me a great gap on track, and I managed to deliver without.
You're not normally behind a Manthey car, are you, Ben?
Yeah, maybe from the NLS days. I'm so used to following them, but yeah, hopefully today we can stay ahead of them this time.
Car now, Kelvin?
Yeah, so Vale will take the final stint of this one. He's been very good this week, to be fair, so let's see. I think if you get a similar track position, good slipstream, we should be in the run.
Kelvin, thank you for your time. We'll talk to you more over the weekend.
Peter Snowden down in the pit lane with Kelvin van der Linde from Team WRT. So confirmed, Valentino Rossi will do the HP2, the fight for pole position. Oh, sorry, that's my fault, Paul. Let me fade you back up. Go ahead.
All I wanted to say is what a story that is to have Valentino Rossi in the Hyperpole 2 for BMW, for Team WRT.
His
And he's a silver, by the way. He's not a bronze.
Yeah, good point. His transition, his move into cars has been really interesting, Johnny. You've worked with people who you've brought through and you've calculated their career. Clearly, he understands racing, but in a very different way. 7, 8 championships behind him. But talking to Vincent Voss and the guys in the team, he's basically been saying, I treat me like I'm a beginner and bring me along. And this is not his first season. He's got a few seasons behind him now. But still, the level that he's at now and what we saw at Dubai, what we saw at Bathurst, and what we saw what we've seen at Le Mans as well, this is actually quite impressive by Valentino.
It doesn't surprise me in the slightest, though, because ultimately when you first start racing a car from, say, a bike, and I don't race bikes, so I don't know how it works the other way, but obviously he has things to learn in terms of how he's going to drive the car. The techniques required are going to be very different. But the biggest single thing that makes a difference with a driver is what's between your ears and the sort of brain and how that works. And Valentino will have the ultimate capacity to deliver under pressure, probably more than anybody else out there. Now, obviously, he doesn't have the experience to drive the car potentially as quickly as some of the other drivers that are out there, but he certainly has the mental capacity to cope with a situation like this, for example, where you've got 1 or 2 laps to make it count, and I'm sure he'll cope, and that's what he is making him stand out as a rookie.
He's going very, very slowly at the moment, so that will be part of the plan. Just noticed that Inter Europol again are playing the same card that they did with Nick Yellowly, in that they've held that number 43 green and yellow car. It is Tom Dillman who is going out, and he now is half a lap away from the rest of the field. It worked for them once, there's no reason it can't work again.
Absolutely, I think in LMP2 that is the way to go, but interesting listening to Kevin van der Linde in that interview we just got in the pit lane. It seems to be that with the GT3s they are looking for a slipstream, and you can watch when you're watching them all gaggle up together to start this lap. There's 7 or 8 of them all almost nose to tail, so obviously there does seem to be more of a benefit for a GT3 than an LMP2.
You talk about 7 or 8, there are only 8 of them, remember?
Well, this is true,
so
and they were all line astern, Paul.
It's the whole LMGT3 field which have lined up nose to tail, and in the middle of the pack of them is Valentino Rossi, and again that awareness you have, the spatial awareness of what's around you, surely for a biker must be even greater than those for a driver.
The worst thing in motorcycling is queuing up and riding slowly. It's very, very dangerous, and there's been talk about how that gets outlawed in qualifying. Vale was the absolute expert of playing games to make sure he didn't pull anybody round, that he wasn't giving anyone a tour, showing them the lines. He was the absolute world champion of making sure that his qualifying session was exactly that, his qualifying session. We are already down to 11 minutes, and we haven't started a flying lap yet, gentlemen.
I tell you what, though, we're singing Valentino Rossi's praises, and he is a silver ranked driver and he's doing superbly well, but he's got his work cut out because he's got Jack Hawksworth, Maxime Martin, Richard Leitz. You know, he's got some incredibly top level world GT drivers up against him out there, so he's going to have his work cut out to get into the top 4 in GT3.
And in LMP2, of course, we've got Louis Delatraz in the 199, the purple dragon.
Yeah. Spike
the Dragon.
There you go.
Spike
the Bradley, that's what he'll be getting done for getting it wrong earlier on. He'll be getting spiked.
John told us yesterday or today not to worry about the Pro-Am split.
Yeah.
Last year, a Pro-Am car was on pole position. Funnily enough, it was an AO by TF car. So look out for Louis Delatraz. He's got form, as I say, he was the one who put it on pole last year. And forget the times from Hyperpole 1. They mean nothing. They don't even have to be used as an average. So we're in absolute qualifying mode now. These are the times that will set the top 8 grid positions for both P2 and LMGT3.
We've already had a track limits for Ben Handley, so he's going to lose a lap. Maxime Martin, see above comment, was that their out lap or their flying lap? I think that's the lap they're on. Handley was miles off the white line coming through the Daytona chicane. We heard earlier on in the McLarens, David Pittard is doing some driver coaching in real time and telling the guys to balance the car through the first part of the chicanes to set yourself up for the exit. The exit of the chicanes is where you're going to get your track limits if you're out of control through the middle part, Jim.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to run too wide at the chicanes. If only maybe coming out the second chicane off to the right, that can give you a bit of a better exit. But the first chicane running wide, if you've got it right, you shouldn't have to run too wide there.
Which of the chicane is tighter? See, I know the answer to this.
Maybe the entry to the first one and the exit of the second one. That's what I would say.
They're mirror images of each other, literally down to the centimetre, apparently. But I would have said exactly the same as you. I always think that the second one looks tighter as you come in.
Going in,
yeah.
But coming out, I feel like the second one is. You certainly run more track limits coming out of the second one.
Totally.
Sure.
Interesting.
Talking of track limits, Marino Sartor has also been pinged for track limits in the United Autosports McLaren, number 95.
Oh. So that's another one that is going to lose a lap. We are halfway through, bar a minute, this session, and we haven't got a representative time on the timing screen. Coming down now to the 7.5 minutes, which would be exactly halfway through. 7:50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44 seconds. So
Matthias Besch is on a lap. Really, he had the purple first sector. Got beaten by a 10th. He's purple the second sector.
But look at Tom Dillman, Johnny. Tom Dillman in that glorious free air coming to the second chicane right now in the Hyperpole competition machine. The next car ahead of him is halfway between Mulsanne and Arnage, and that's Marino Sato in the 95 McLaren. And so as we go through now, it's a 3:36.442 for Louis Delatraz. Ben Hanley has a 36.9, 37.8 for Matt Vaxivière. Pietro Fittipaldi, 39.0. That sort of seems to me 3 seconds like they might not have actually been going absolutely for a time there and just speeding up in the last sector. As it stands, Tom Dillman has the fastest first sector. He's off a little bit in the middle sector, but now Ben Hanley goes quickest of everybody in the first sector. He starts his second flying lap.
Interesting that that first time that he did stood, so maybe it was the track limits was on his out lap.
Yeah, it must have been.
Ben Hanley in the 23 United Autosports car, his time stood at 36.9, almost identical to the very first lap that Oliver Jarvis did in exactly the same car, to within 100th.
But now he gets the benefit of running that second lap that Ollie Jarvis didn't because the red flag came out.
Absolutely, so it'll be interesting to see. I suspect this is going to be a good second quicker, but certainly that Hyperpole car, that car seems to have the measure of everyone. If they want to, I think in the race they're going to be absolute dynamite.
Meantime, in GT3, Alessio Rivera for Vista in the number 21 Ferrari, Matteo Drudi, Harter Racing Aston, Valentino Rossi, third position, absolutely punching at the top level. Now, meantime, Richard Leitz is in fourth, Max Martin in fifth, sixth for Rui Andrade, and seventh for Jack Hawksworth. Nobody goes home after this. There's no last chance. It is go fast or take your medicine. Oh, a little bit of an understeer moment there for the United car as Ben Hanley came through the right-hander at Mulsanne. A little bit too much inside curb there as he turned in.
I think you just want to really, at Mulsanne, you really want to just get on the throttle so early, and of course you're dying to get into the throttle. As soon as you do, you just push some of that weight onto the rear and it just picks up a bit of understeer, and it's so easy to just understeer wide. As you run over that curb and straddle that exit curb, it's quite easy to run wide there.
Tom Blomqvist, Tom Dillman tracking nicely at the moment. Dillman's lifted right out. Dillman has lifted right out of it as he was coming through the Porsche curves. He has started another lap though.
Yeah, he will get this one and one more. Everyone else will also get the one they're on and one more. So Dillman's timing has been good, I reckon, because even though he started a long way back from the rest, I think he's going to get the same number of laps.
I think he made a mistake in the Porsche curves because he was actually running really rather well, and then there was a big drop off in the middle, as if he'd either run wide or maybe he'd realised he'd made a mistake and just re-prepped the tyres as he was coming to the line.
Well, when you've made a mistake and you can see on your delta that you're not up, then you can abort that. Don't take too much life out of the tyres, calm it down, bring them back, and then start another lap. He's got the time to do it.
United Autosport coming to the line in the shape of Ben Hanley. To the line now, crosses the stripe, and Ben Hanley goes to the top of the times with a 3:35.459, and that's faster than Louis Delatraz by 0.046 of a second. Pietro Fittipaldi, I think, on a slightly different run plan at the minute. I think Fittipaldi's going to go for another quick one here because he was 4 seconds away on his first flying lap. So it's Matthias Besch now for TDS in second. Heavens above, we've got 3 cars, Johnny Morlam, within half a tenth of a second over 8.5 miles.
That's incredible. It just shows you the level, not only of these drivers, but the teams preparing these machines. Theoretically on paper, all identical, which is probably why they're very, very close. They're all Orica chassis, all running the same tyre. And as Paul rightly pointed out earlier, they're not using qualifying tyres. They're not even using soft night tyres to qualify. These are medium race tyres. So in a way, the longer they go, within reason, the quicker they should be able to get.
And there's just time for the top 3, which is Ben Hanley for United Autosports, Matthias Besch for TDS Racing, and Louis Delatraz for AO by TF. Just time for those 3, I reckon, to get in another lap at the end of this one. The time was 3 minutes and 40 seconds as they crossed the line remaining in the session.
So in GT3, Heart of Racing, Matteo Drudi to the top for Aston Martin, and Alessio Rivera second for AF Corsa. There's 3 tenths between those two. Rossi still in 3rd position with Maxime Martin in 4th for Iron Lynx. Manthey and Porsche in 4th. Jack Hawksworth in 5th, and Rui Andrade in 6th position. And they've all got this lap. This will be the last lap for the GT cars. It's Ben Hanley down at Mulsanne corner. What's the lap time like? Not bad. He's about a tenth up. And look at the time for Tom Dillman. 3:35.333, absolute best in the last sector. And he is up now by a tenth and a quarter. Remember, we had 3 cars and 3 drivers within half a tenth. He's blown it wide open in the context of what we've seen, and it's only by a tenth and a quarter.
And Ben Hanley's actually didn't quite best his first sector. He was a tenth off, but he's bettered his second sector. He's a tenth and a bit underneath the pole time. And Matthias Besch, again, second sector, incredibly quick, 3.5 tenths. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do as well.
If he can convert that, 3.5 tenths will put him on pole position.
He's losing a lot in the last sector, though. When I say a lot, he's losing a good couple of tenths in the last sector.
Huge amount,
huge
massive.
amount. So I don't know quite what's happening to him there, but it's going to be so tight at the top. The first, first 4 within a tenth and a half.
Great point by Ian McCarthy. Said while the chicanes are mirror images of one another, the driver is on the same side of the car for both, and that may account for the different perception of the entry and the exit. That is actually smart thinking from Mr. McCarthy. Well done. At 22 seconds to go, Paul was spot on. United will get another one. Ben Hanley second at the moment, but only just. He's off the track. He's all the way on the curb. He will not get that lap. The white line is the edge of the track. So let's see. I don't think he improved, actually. No, he did not.
That would have cost him time, actually, John. He went so wide, that would have cost him a bit of time.
He's got one more lap, though.
He crossed the line with 2 seconds to go. So everyone behind him will get the checkered flag.
Matthias Besch will do no better than his 3:35.062, which he's just put in. So now Tom Dillman needs to find 2 3/4 tenths. This is getting really important. He's not going to do it. Dillman's not going to do it. He's already half a second down in the middle sector. Besh has done that in the middle sector. That is incredible, an 83.1 second middle sector of the track. And that's just trimmed out, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, but also there's a real knack to the chicanes. It's not just about going down the straights flat out with your head ducked down.
Do you do that? Like push forward? Oh, come on. Here come the LMGT3s. It'll be Richard Leitz who comes to the line first. This is their last lap. And Leitz coming to the line now, goes across the line and... Oh no, not quite yet. No, he's got a track limits. He's not going to get it. So even if he does improve, which he does not, he sees the checkered flag first of the GT3 cars. Next it will be the number 81 Rui Andrade. Valentino Rossi has pitted. He'll be no better than third.
That's an awesome effort.
That's brilliant.
Third. If he stays third, chapeau. That's incredible.
Only Alessio Rivera and Mattia Drudi ahead of him at the moment. Maxime Martin has pitted, so he won't better him. Marino Sato has got a half-decent lap going. I don't think he's going to go to pole, but he's quick in the middle sector. He's got a little bit of work to do to finish this off. Jack Hawksworth.
I'm surprised that Jack and the
pitted
Lexus,
early.
They've been really quick
in
practice. I'm surprised that they haven't featured a bit better in qualifying.
So who is still to put a lap in? Tom Dillman has pitted for Inter Europol, will be no better than the outside of the front row. Ben Hanley has lifted out of it.
Yeah, they're all done.
Delatraz is still within a choice.
Delatraz is 0.279 off, so he might be able to go up to third. I doubt he'll get second.
Right.
Second or third, he won't get pole.
Right. Could move himself onto the front row, though, for the 93rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Loses the rear end of the Goodyears as he came out of Arnage. He's really pushing hard. Here you talked about getting on the power early. He was on the power early there through Arnage.
And these tyres now, they definitely will be losing grip, and you'll be trying to hustle and make up for the fact that you're losing grip. Maybe a slightly lighter fuel load, but that you're not going to get a naturally better lap.
Heart of Racing, Le Mans GT3 pole sitters for the Aston Martin team. The number 27, Mattia Drudi, has done the job. Here's Delatraz then through the Porsche curves. I am surprised he can see where the edge of the track is as he clouts the curve coming through to the end of the lap now. The sun just dropping down behind the grandstands. That at least is a little bit of respite for him. The 199 Spike, the Dragon car, the purple machine coming through to the end of the lap. Huge sideways slide. He stays on the track and comes to the line now and stops the clock where he has not improved. He's got the third.
Yeah.
He's got the third. He's on the inside. He swapped rows. And it is pole position for TDS Racing. Matthias Besch beats out Tom Dillman and Inter Europol, who played a different tactical game. Best middle sector for Besch, but best third sector for Tom Dillman. So in the end, the gap is 0.2, nearly call it 0.3 of a second, and half a second back to third position from Paul. Then it was pretty tight after that, to be honest. Well,
I'm surprised they played it that way round.
You think?
If you think of the Nick Yellerly time.
Oh yeah.
You know.
But they had to be sure to be in.
Yeah, but
in with the shot.
Tom Dillman's quick enough to get them in.
Yeah.
I would have done the other
Paul
way
Truswell.
around. If I was TM, I would have done it the other way around.
Now, hang on. So Paul Truswell, now part-time commentator and full-time strategist, what would you have played for that?
It's so hard to decide, and ultimately I would leave it down to the drivers to discuss amongst themselves and have a discussion between them.
That'll never work,
Paul. Well, it depends on the team.
No, I'm talking about drivers talking amongst themselves.
Sorry, yeah, okay, so that's why I put the team manager in amongst them, because you get some drivers that are more comfortable with the pressure, others that are not, and that's where you need to be able to judge where the pressure can be withstood the best. And Matthias Besch, probably, definitely with more experience at Le Mans than Nick Yellerly.
Yeah, that is true. Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit report, and he's down with a very happy team. Where are you, Joe?
The number 29 TDS Orica will start the LMP2 class on the pole. And Clement Novalak, pure team effort. It was your time that put the car into Hyperpole to allow your teammate to go for it. Tell me about your participation in this one.
I mean, on my end, it was a bit of a scruffy session, I'm not going to lie. I think we quite easily had the pace to at least make it through the top 8, but made a couple of mistakes. But yeah, just sort of settled it down for the last lap and managed to get a good lap in. And then, Matthias just did an incredible job. I mean, we didn't think that, to be honest, starting the weekend where we were, that we'd be here. But no, it's a happy ending, and it's the best place to start on
So you're
Sunday.
surprised?
I wouldn't say we're surprised, but it's definitely true that we had some difficulties in testing, and I think that it just pays off the hard work, and we've got a pretty nice view for Sunday.
You really have. Well done, Adam.
Saturday.
Yes, Saturday. Saturday, Sunday. It's just one day. Well done. Congratulations to you and all the team. We'll get a word with Matthias when he brings the car back in.
Yeah, just one more race now for these guys before they can go home. That we do have a 1 hour night practice session still to come. Peter Snowden is fighting a huge media scrum down at WRT. Snowy, have you managed to track down Valentino Rossi? Hello, Snowy. I think he's gone right in the back of the garage. We might have to wait for him to come slightly further out. 8 different manufacturers among the 8 cars that went for pole position in GT3 are Thierry Bouvet and his happy band of 13 who do the BOP. I think will be relatively happy with that.
They always said they wanted the drivers to make the difference. The drivers got those 8 different brands through into the Hyperpole 2. And yeah, I mean, it's like that kind of little bag of billiard balls that you use in the lottery competitions where you shake it up and pour them out. And no, I mean, fantastic. But always good to see Aston Martin at the top of the list. Ferrari second, BMW third, Mercedes fourth, Porsche 5th, Corvette 6th, McLaren 7th, and Lexus, somewhat surprisingly, 8th.
Yeah, they actually went out early and pitted early. Just waiting to see if we can get a quick word with Valentino Rossi and that number 46 car. Brilliant bit of driving and tactics to get in. Joe Bradley's hunting down our GT3 pole sitter as well. Hypercar should start on time with 20 minutes. So, rinse and repeat. Jay Mooney has said absolutely mega. It's mint, edge of the seat stuff. Can't take your eyes off it. I love this new 2-stage Hyperpole format. Also, as well, the Steve Pierce says agree, absolutely mega. Let's see if we can jump in with Valentino Rossi and Snowy. He is down there at the moment. Snowy.
Yeah, he's just having a very, very quick chat with Kelvin van der Linde, and I'm just hoping that he does turn around, and I'm trying to doorstep him, which I'm not sure I should really try and doorstep Valentino Rossi, but I'm doing my very best. I'm trying to be in his way right now.
Emma, if you're in the... Oh, that's great.
That's the rest of the team trying to celebrate for Mr. Rossi's great lap.
Need to come out of the garage a little bit there, Peter, I think. No, we've lost him. Come on out of the garage a little bit, Peter. That's it. We got you.
All right, thank you. It's Valentino, thank you very much. You're a very popular man all of a sudden, the last few minutes. Very, very popular.
Yeah, it's a good job. So we will start in P3, and it's very important. And also, I did the last quali with the pros, and I was able to make a very good lap. So we are very happy, and we can start from a good position for the race. We hope that we can be competitive.
And what was the key that put it all together? That was a great lap, but what made it all work for you? What made it all come together?
The car with the new tires and is very good, and I have a good grip and good setting, and also I was in the right position in the track. I was behind Maxime, that with the slipstream helped me a little bit. So and the lap time was very good.
We were watching you through the Porsche curves. How was it for you inside the car there? Because it looked fantastic for us watching. Your eyes have just dilated. I saw that.
Grazie, thanks a lot. I enjoy very much. So this track is great because you are always very fast, and especially the last part with the Porsche corner when it's narrow and you are more than 250 km/h is a great fun.
Valentino, thank you so much for your time. Well done, and we'll see you later on the weekend. Thank you.
GT3 class has an Aston Martin on the pole position, and the man that has put that car there, Mattia Drudi. Mattia, tell us about the session and how the lap came, etc. What's the story?
I was a bit surprised as well. I mean, we knew we had a really good car. Actually, since Sunday, the test day, we knew the balance was right on point, so we had a good baseline. Of course, in the free practice, you never know how much the others have in the pockets. We knew that we could have fight for the pole, and yeah, he came. Like first lap was really good already. Just missed a bit the last sector, and I was able to improve on the second one. But yeah, car worked perfectly. Team is doing a good job. It's a 24 hours, so it's not the most important thing of the week, but for sure it's a good starting point for the race.
Was there an element of tyre management in that session, or was it just all flat out?
It was flat out. We knew the peak of the tires was coming already on the first lap, but the second one was on the edge, but we could still improve on the second one. So yeah, just try to nail all the sector together. As I say, the first lap was not 100% perfect. It was the second one, so yeah, I can be really happy about that.
Have your engineers already begun to talk about race pace and think about Saturday, or are you guys going to celebrate a little?
I hope we're going to celebrate. I mean, we've been talking about the race since 2 weeks, more probably. So I hope now we can enjoy the pole position, and then from tomorrow on focus on the race.
Great stuff. Great job from everyone at Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Thank you, Mattia.
Brilliant stuff from Peter Snowden and Joe Bradley. And we have set our first 2 of 3 pole positions. So, rinse and repeat now. We have 15, so slightly different. So, the process is the same. We just start with different numbers, Paul, basically. You start and end, actually, with different numbers.
Start with 15, and then that will remove 5 in the Hyperpole 1. That takes us down to 10 for Hyperpole 2. But within the sessions, it's exactly the same structure. 20 minutes in Hyperpole 1, 15 minutes in Hyperpole 2, 3 sets of tyres to be used if you want.
A marked difference, Johnny Molan, who's alongside Paul Truswell and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre for this Hyperpole 1 hypercar session. A marked difference in strategies, in tactics about how that outlap, how that first prep lap has been tackled by a number of the teams, and actually sometimes even within the teams as well.
Interesting, yeah, absolutely. For example, Rafael Marcello in the WRT BMW, he pushed quite a lot first sector, second sector, then really backed it off, slowed it down to start his lap. Will Stevens, for example, in the Hertz Team Jota, he did the opposite. He actually was very, very careful in the first 2 sectors, and then actually his final sector, he was ramping it up to come in to start his lap.
And Sebastian Bourdais is doing the first run in the mighty 3B. Bourdais, Button and Bamba, the 3 left-handed drivers. That's interesting because he's been quick, so that'll be Bamba that will go in next, I would presume, for that. So that's an interesting strategy call. Mick Schumacher is running the Alpine number 36, Paul-Luc Chatin, the 35, Robin Freins in the BMW 20, Rafael Marciello in the number 15, Will Stevens, we've talked about, Marco Sorensen, who was mega yesterday in the 009 for Aston Martin and for Heart of Racing Valkyrie, Brendan Hartley in the number 8, the only Toyota Gazoo racing car here.
Interesting that they've started him as well.
Yes, absolutely. Julian Andlauer for the 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Nasser for the American car, effectively the 4 car. No number 6 here. It was underweight, so it's not. It was put all the way to the back. Who else have we got? Ferraris is Miguel Molina and Alessandro Paguidi in the 50 and the 51. It is Eyefet for AF Corsa, Ricky Taylor and Jack Aiken for Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac and Whelan Cadillac. Again, some interesting choices there, Paul.
I'm surprised to see UFA at the wheel of the number 83, certainly. In the qualifying session yesterday, the 3 Ferraris were the only cars to use 2 drivers over the course of the half-hour session. And I don't quite know what they were trying to achieve by using the 2 drivers, but whichever, obviously, of the 2 set the fastest lap was the qualifying lap, which took them through into Hyperpole, the 2 Hyperpole sessions. But interestingly, in the number 83 car, IFIA wasn't either of the 2.
Yeah.
In the 83 car, it was Robert Kubica and Phil Hansen that did the qualifying, and now we've got IFIA in the Hyperpole. So, yes, an interesting choice of drivers there. As for the rest, well, I think we'd go along with it, really. Wouldn't you? Julian Andlauer perhaps seen as a bit of a surprise, although Matthew Jaminet would almost certainly be the next one out.
You mentioned Mick Schumacher earlier on, John.
Yeah.
He'd set the fastest first sector, and his second sector is only 2/10 off the fastest second sector. He's going to be right up there.
He's been mega. Back into last season, start of this season, he's really got his head around this form of racing. I think his tyre management in the longer runs has come on massively. He is driving as well, if not better, than I've seen him drive in this form of racing. I think he's doing an absolutely cracking job. And I'm pleased we've got him. I know that's not where he wanted to be a couple of years ago. He was hoping to get back into Formula 1, but he's having a good time here. Right, first competitive time, 3 minutes 23.9 for Julian Andlauer, is 0.3 quicker in his number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport than Seb Bourdais in the mighty 38, and Mick Schumacher goes through to second.
Very, very good, very impressive. Having said that, this next lap I'd be interested to see now, because these cars are a little bit heavier. The tyres will come to them with these cars.
Yeah.
That's why GT drivers are managing to actually get into these hypercars and actually adapt to them. But in some ways, better than the LMP coming from an LMP1, because these will take a little bit of time to work out where they've got the grip. So I expect this second lap to be faster still.
I've had a few drivers say to me that these hypercars, this version of hypercar, and particularly the LMDHs, handle like a bigger, more powerful, slightly more downforce GT car.
Yeah.
And the style of driving them is more like a GT than even
maybe a GT1.
Yeah, well, yeah, but than even the full fat LMP2 used to be. It is slightly different.
Interesting point, yeah. Just trying to estimate what kind of time we're going to have to be in order to get into Hyperpole 2. Obviously, the fastest lap so far, 3:23.9 now for Julian Andlauer. No suggestion that he's trying to respond to me there, but
of course he is.
I think we're going to be looking at a 24 as being the cut-off point.
Well, we've moved to hypercar now, so we've changed our driving lineup as well in the pit lane, and Ryan Marine could give us an update in this Crowd Strike pit lane report.
Had a little action, John, here on the pit lane with the Alpine team. They called in Paul Chatan and put another set of the Michelin medium tires on that car and just sent him on his way, and that has triggered a reaction up and down the pit lane. Now I see at least 3 other teams that have fresh rubber laid out, all from the Cadillac camp, interestingly, from a couple of different teams. So let's keep an eye on that, because the tire strategy is definitely a part of how this Hyperpole session is going to play out for the hypercars.
Johnny Molan listening to that and sort of cocked an eyebrow knowingly.
Well, no, not really, but thank you, John, very kind. I just think sometimes you'll see a car reacting, bringing its tyres in incredibly well for a session like this, but actually if your car eats tyres and warms tyres up very, very well, that works against you when you're trying to double stint, maybe even triple stint the tyres during the race.
Our Mobile 1 track temperature is still 32.5. It's dropped a degree or so, a degree and a half since we started the Hyperpole. So 32.5 at the start of this first of the Hyperpole sessions for the hypercars. Everybody coming into the pit lane from the sharp end of the field. Here's the two.
Molina's on a lap.
Here's the two Cadillac Hertz team Jotas. Molina is indeed on a lap. That middle sector with the chicanes So I'll give you the sectors, actually. So from the start line to the turn-in of Tertre Rouge, from Tertre Rouge to the braking area into Mulsanne, and then from Mulsanne all the way home. And Molina went through to second place, half a tenth away from the top time. So at the moment, 3:23.9 for Julian Andlauer, and then Miguel Molina on a 3:24.0. So only one car in the 3:23.9. Nick Damon is our other voice in the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting zone.
Yeah, well, Ryan managed to get one car. I've got about 14 of them, even though they only took 15 in qualifying. The Aston's in, with the Alpine 36 is in. We've got the number 5 of the Porsche. The 101 Cadillac's having to wait for a space in the garage because it's blocked by both the Hertz Toyotas and the Whelen Cadillac. It's queuing up like you would queue to get petrol at Tesco's. We've also got the Toyota, and we had the 83. So the only ones we've not had yet are the 2 Works Ferraris.
Andlauer in and out. I did wonder about the wisdom of having all 4 Cadillacs pitted together from 3 different teams. These are quite long cars, and getting in and out the pits is not as easy as it looks when we've got 62 cars up and down the pit lane. And I know it's been the tradition in the past, Paul, but if you are coming in on a safety car or where everyone's coming in at the same time, then there could be issues with that.
Well, yes, but how else do you do it? You don't split a team. You split the teams so that they're nicely spread down the pit.
But you could have the 2 Jordan cars and the Wayne Taylor car somewhere else, and the 31, the Whelen car somewhere else.
I don't think you can really, because you're going to need Cadillac specialists who are looking after the cars. Yes, they are different teams of mechanics, and the teams themselves are different. But I think you'll have a central Cadillac point there, providing new parts and things like that. So I don't think it makes sense to split those.
We've seen, guys, a lot of activity here in the pits, but every team bar one so far has elected to stay on the medium rubber. The exception is the Heart of Racing Aston. Marco Sorensen just went out with the white sidewall tires. Those are the soft Michelins, so let's keep an eye on that car.
I think it's still a bit warm for that, if I'm honest.
They've got nothing to lose.
No, but they haven't, 30. And actually, they need a warm-up lap and a lap. So he doesn't have to do a stint.
And he's poodling around in the first sector. He is. So he's just going to go into it and give it everything he's got. Fine racing driver, Marco Sorensen, and just see if they hang on to the end.
Criminally underrated. And I know that a lot of people like him, and he's had a good career, and he's having a good career. And yet, I still think he's underrated. Lovely bloke as well. Always talks to you.
Neither of the Ferraris have been in, as we were just told there, but also neither of the BMWs have been in yet either. Robin Freins in the number 20 car and Raffaele Marciello in the number 15 car. Marciello is just in now, and Robin Freins just in now for his pit stop. So Ferrari making the most of their tyres.
Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Alpine, Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari, BMW, Toyota, the single Toyota, and Cadillac for your top 10. Outside at the moment, the privateer number 83, EFA driven EF Corsa 499p. Will Stevens for the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Marcus Sorensen for the Aston Martin, the Heart of Racing team car. Paul-Luc Chatin for the 35 Alpine, and Ricky Taylor for Cadillac WTR. Now, Wayne Taylor told us earlier on that having had to change an engine twice already this week, they'd put their race engine in. They had a problem with that earlier on today. They've put another engine in. They are breaking that engine in at this point. They are running it in. They do not expect to transfer into the next part of this competition. Now, that's what he told us.
That's so frustrating. I feel so sorry for Ricky Taylor if he's having to sort of... I mean, the days of having to bring an engine in, surely they're done. The engines are dynoed. You can put them in, maybe go out and do an install, but after that, you should be able to give it.
They ran it for 15 minutes or so in the last practice session.
One lap, really.
Was it just one lap? Yes.
But interestingly, Ricky Taylor has also had 2 of his 3 laps disqualified for track limits.
Doesn't sound like someone that's running an engine in, to be honest with you.
Doesn't help, does it?
And he's only 0.02 of a second slower than the car in front of him as well. So,
So Paul, run me through the energy usage in this thing. Can they just use full energy every lap?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they don't need to regen or anything like that. They're just allowed to use full kilowattage every lap.
Yeah, except of course the battery will run down at the end of the 15 or 20 minutes.
Yes, but they don't need to sort of do a lap, then spend a
Recharge,
lap recharging
no.
and then go again.
No. Only 3.5 minutes to go, and there's happiness down at Alpine as both cars are now in the top 10. Paul-Loup Chatin up to 7th position there.
Yes, Paul-Loup Chatin hadn't had a time credited to him up until that point, but he's now comfortably put himself into the top 10 then. So he's 7th.
Hey, watch for this. Brendan Hartley has been revved up to the max, the lanky Kiwi. He's in the top 10 at the moment, but he's trending to go to pole position. The top four out of the top 5, let's try and do this in some form of English, I only talk for a living, are on their outlaps at the moment. Mick Schumacher is already out there, and he's improving too, and he's trending towards the top. There's a lot of light colours on my timing screen at the moment, and there's a lot at the bottom as well, and Ricky Taylor is also putting decent splits in. So new engine or not new engine, and a puncture and a wheel off, in fact, for the number 5, Julian Andlauer. Oh my goodness, now if this causes a red flag, he will lose his provisional pole position. We've already seen one Porsche being disqualified and pushed to the back of the category.
The trouble is there, they've gone yellow for that tyre that's been left in pit lane, which is arguable whether they should or they shouldn't. That's going to really mess up Brendan Hartley's lap.
Unless it's picked up, because it's only down at the entrance to the chicane. So if they can get that done, the first car on the scene is going to be Raffaele Marciello. He is only on an outlap. So they've got to get through that. And now they've been rescinded. So the flags are in. So actually really good work by our marshals.
Fantastic work.
Very impressive.
You don't want something silly like that messing up an awesome qualifying
So
lap.
they are going to come through to start their final flying laps now. Andlauer in the pit lane. And there's going to be some quick times coming in here with a minute left on the clock. Here is the drama. Who goes through? Who goes to bed early? Well, actually, you don't, because we've got another hour, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to build it up just a little bit. Through then goes Will Stevens to the top for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with Andlauer in the pits. He cannot respond. And that is a 3:23.641.
Brendan's 2.5
brilliant.
tenths up Brendan Hartley in the Toyota as well, John.
This is great entertainment. The black Toyota is the one that got through. The red, white and black car echoing the colours of the old Toyota GT1. Here comes Hartley through to the line. Where will he go? Schumacher to the top. Mick Schumacher to the top by almost 1/10 of a second. Brendan Hartley to 2nd position. Will Stevens down to 3rd. This is magnificent from Mick Schumacher.
And Alessandro Pierguidi has been knocked out, but he just started his lap with about 7 or 8 seconds to go. So he'll be able to complete his lap, Pierguidi, in the number 51 Ferrari. Now that would be a shock if that didn't make it into the top 10, but he had traffic in front of him, John.
This is not for pole position. It is to get through, to transfer through into the battle for pole. Marco Sorensen will not progress. Even the soft tyres couldn't help them, but a 3:25.258. You've got to think that Marco was absolutely on it there, Paul.
Yeah, you said that Alessandro Pierguidi managed to sneak through onto another lap. So did Paul-Loup Chatin.
Yeah.
And those two are the two who are squabbling over 10th place. So both Paul-Loup Chatin and Pierguidi trying to get the last lap in.
Yeah, the problem is they've now got traffic ahead of them and a huge lock-up going into Mulsanne corner by the BMW number 20. And that was Robin Freins who was locking up everything but managed to keep it on the track. And Pierguidi was...
Traffic. He looks like he's going to have traffic. I was worried about that.
Yeah, he's going to have traffic, but he's quick. Jack Aitken is quick as well. It looked like the other Ferrari was held up, the other works Ferrari, Miguel Molina, was held up behind EFA as well as they came out of Mulsanne corner. They can finish these laps. The only car that has seen the checkered flag is Mark Wolf Sorensen. EFA is dead last at the minute. Julian Andlauer will not improve with 3 wheels on his Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 in the pit lane. I wonder if they'll get some form of penalty for that. Molina backs up a good first section with the best second section. This is going to be tight. It is at the moment Paul-Loup Chatin who is on his last lap on the bubble. Sebastian Bourdais is another 10th better off than that. Per Guidi and Ricky Taylor not improving at the moment. Alessandro Per Guidi in the 51 Ferrari, that would be a story if they don't go through, but he doesn't have to get pole position. He's only got to get into the top 10. He doesn't have to be fastest. Per Guidi, sun in his eyes, coming through to the line now, just about keeps it on.
He's 8/10 off in the middle sector.
He goes through and does get through. No, he does not. He does not.
Frines has gone to the top.
It was Frines that improved. Thank you, Robin Frines for BMW, the number 20. Despite that lockup down at Mulsanne corner.
He managed to get it stopped, John. It was incredible, the lockup, but he managed to get it stopped, made the apex and still got on the throttle early.
And put in the best time, 3:23. But no, because Jack Aitken goes to the top. Cadillac, Whelan, the Action Express Run car. So 3-1-1, the 31-1 from the 38, from the 20 BMW. Then Mick Schumacher. These are all through. Toyota and Brendan Hartley's through. Who's on the bubble? It's Raffaele Marciello. And Ifeye will not go through. Ricky Taylor.
Yeah, Guidi's out.
Per Guidi is out. Ifeye is out. Ricky Taylor is out. Paul-Loup Chatin improves, but only to 12th place. So by the skin of their teeth, Raffaele Marciello, by 0.01 of a second. My goodness me, that is tight.
Only one driver failed to improve on his final lap. Everybody else put in an improved lap at the end of his lap there. Mick Schumacher actually slowed down, having not taken the checkered flag, so I won't count him. But of the guys who were trying, Will Stevens in the other Cadillac Team Jota V Series.
Well, he took pole, Paul, when he went across the line. Will Stevens was quickest, and now he's ended up
exactly.
So it just shows you how it's
by
ramping
not
up.
improving on the last lap.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to keep on it. Here, there's some long faces at Ferrari who are going for the 3rd consecutive race victory here at Le Mans.
Didn't start either of them from pole, though.
That's a fair point, well made. 4/10 the gap between Jack Aitken and Sebastian Bourdais.
Miguel Molina, shout out to him, John, in the other Ferrari, number 50, 4th.
3 of the 4 Cadillacs going through, only the Wayne Taylor car not going through, but remember that had a new engine. The best splits, well, Jack Aitken in the Cadillac, 1st and 3rd sectors, so that car good through the twisties, and Molina very quick down the tubes basically. And yes, indeed, only one car quicker than Molina down the tubes, and that was the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota of Will Stevens, but only by fractions, 339.1 to 340.2. But 3 and 4 and 5 kilometers an hour faster on the trap. The trap is actually not at the fastest part of the circuit. It's just before the braking area into the first chicane. So quite clearly, there's been, again, a slightly different take on this. Let's go down to Peter Snowden in the pit lane for a report on the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5, which came into the pit lane, Peter, with 3 wheels on its wagon.
If only I was Peter.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. I didn't realise. Just 1 second. Let's have some team radio.
That was great.
Carry on.
So they came in on 3 wheels, as you say, came down. There was obviously a bit of damage on the hub on that rear right. They took the bodywork off. They looked at it. It didn't seem too bad. They then tried to remount a wheel, and it got the universal sign of this is not going to work. The shaky head and the knife movement from the mechanic. Julian got out as he would do anyway, and then they tried to fix it, but obviously it's bumped through effectively, but currently can't do what it needs to do. I'm actually stalking Marco Sorens. I'm probably getting word with him now. That's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Marco, so happy, sad?
Obviously, you will always want a little bit more. We tried both compounds of tires, so it made it a little bit more tricky for sure. With the temperatures now, it's more difficult, and I think we're a little bit off in where we had put the pressures. But in the end, I really enjoyed it. It's nice going out. There was a little bit more sunlight in the eyes than yesterday, but a decent lap. So yeah, we can be happy with that.
So you tried the soft. Is that like, well, we have nothing to lose, really, just give it a go?
No, we had it all planned out before. So we actually thought that the crossover was there, and honestly, I think the soft was probably. But yeah, we couldn't fully maximize it. So, but anyway, it was a decent lap, nearly like yesterday. So yeah.
Thank you, Marco. Marco did say he thought that their team thought that soft was the quickest over one lap, but sounds like they had to do a bit of a guess at the pressures and they weren't quite right.
So coming into the final session of Hyperpole, and it is 32 Celsius on the nose. So a couple of degrees down from where we started all of Hyperpole, but it's still very warm out there. It's still absolutely in the spot for the mediums. Well, a lot of chat going on between the Ferrari drivers there. Johnny Morland, former Ferrari driver himself, and the number 50 drivers having a chat. Also listening in now further down the pit lane to the Porsche drivers. Let's have a listen.
The earlier, the better there. Okay?
It's Nick Tandy who's going to do this session in the number 4 car, and he's getting...
Nick Tandy's he's a peddler and a half, isn't he?
He's an animal.
He's still doing it.
Animal.
I remember racing against him in the European Le Mans Series back in 2013, and he's still at the top of his game. It's great to see. And I mean, obviously they're still talking about deployment in terms of where to deploy the energy.
Interesting.
And it can change the lap and the characteristics of where they do that. So there'll be a lot of that going on, I should imagine, especially as the track will be ramping up, it will be getting quicker, and as it gets cooler, the air will be getting slightly denser, so you will be getting a little bit more downforce through into Indianapolis, through the Porsche curves, places like that.
As the drag racers used to say, the air is fat. The air is fat, and they were talking about that in terms of how you tune the engine, because as the air gets denser, of course, it affects how the engine breathes. Not very happy. Alessandro Guidi moving out of the Ferrari garage. Happier Julian Andlauer with 3 wheels on his wagon gets through into Hyperpole 2.
Well, you must be the only person who's got through to Hyperpole 2 with only 3 wheels on your car, Julian.
Yeah, that was not ideal and not as planned. Yeah, a little issue on the rear right. Luckily, we did not provoke any red flag, and they could remove the tire on time, and we could also make it back to the pit. So, yeah, that was the main objective. Luckily, we made it just on the limit to the Hyperpole 2, and now I'm fully confident that Mathieu is going to do a good job.
Did you realise that the wheel was loose very early on in the lap, or did it suddenly come along?
Yeah, exactly. I was not so sure what was happening, but yeah, already from the Dunlop, I felt like something was wrong, and he was telling me, yeah, you need to increase the pace. Maybe it's a bit too cold. I'm like, mate, I don't really feel it. I don't want to increase the pace so much, and yeah, luckily the car's in one piece and everything is all right. We'll investigate what happened, but now just fully focus on to Hyperpole 2 and wish all the best to Mathieu.
Yeah, you're going to need to give the marshals at pit entrance a couple of bottles of wine because they've got that tyre cleared and no red flag.
100%. I agree.
Thanks, Julian. Cheers, mate.
It's a good lad, Julian Andlauer. That was a good lap from him. So, in Hyperpole Hypercar Part 2. The number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport listed against that Felipe Nasr. Let's just ensure that that is actually who goes out.
Nick Tandy.
Sorry, it's Nick Tandy. Yes, absolutely. So let's wait for some of those cars to go out, because we know that Earl Bamber is getting into the 38. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Rene Rast now listed against the number 20 BMW Team WRT. Dries Vanthoor, the king of poles this year. 4 out of 5 pole positions in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship over in IMSA. So can he bring that kind of performance in the next 15 minutes? It will be this set of tyres, this fuel load, this one driver, and one chance to do this. You'd love to do this, wouldn't you?
Oh, when you qualify, it's something else. It just takes you to another level. It really does. You almost have to turn your brain off and just go, just execute. But it is such a lovely feeling when it goes right, and such a terrible feeling when it goes wrong. And we caught a glimpse of Pierre Guidi there coming through, and he'll be feeling really unhappy with himself. I don't know if they had an issue for whatever reason. It didn't look like that. It wasn't immediately obvious, but you never know. But, I mean, for you, John, and Paul for that matter, I personally think that's a bigger shock than Nick de Vries not making it yesterday.
Yeah, no, I'll go along with that. Yeah, and you don't know all of the reasons behind it, because it doesn't really make sense otherwise.
Please.
Go
on. Just going to nip down for a crowd-side pit lane report. Miguel Molina with Ryan.
Yeah, tried to have a word with Alessandro Pierre Guidi. He obviously wasn't super keen on it. On the other end of the spectrum, though, is a very happy and emotional Miguel Molina. I mean, there are tears in your eyes. How special was that?
Yeah, I mean, it was special because it was a very last call to do this. And I'm really happy because I didn't practice any qualifying lap. And I felt really good, actually. It was everything improvised. And it worked out. I did an amazing lap. I think it was not the best lap of my life, but I gave everything. And yeah, I mean, I'm really happy because the circumstances were not ideal.
You said it was a late call. Did you mean a late call for you to take that session?
Well, yeah, yeah, it was not in the plan. But it's like this. I'm ready always to go.
Why was that decision made?
Yeah, because actually Niklas, it doesn't feel so good, and I had to take the wheel. So it was not expected, and for me, I'm really happy because I gave everything. I had to learn a lot of stuff from the beginning, in a few minutes. So I'm really happy about this. So we are in Hyperpole 2, so let's see now.
Outstanding performance. The number 50's got a shot at pole.
And it is the only Ferrari in fact, the only of the 3 Ferraris that got through to this knockout procedure that will have a crack at pole position. That is extraordinary that Nicholas Nielsen not feeling well and Miguel jumping in at the last minute.
Indeed, and you wonder quite what the story is, whether he's just not feeling well at the moment or whether there's something more serious going on. Having said that, only 1 Ferrari, 3 Cadillacs. I did say at the beginning that Cadillac has form here, or you did as well, John. Cadillac
I've
has
got a
form
feeling.
here at Le Mans. But just going back to what Johnny Molan was saying a little while ago about qualifying being something special and how you just kind of switch your brain off and rely on your instincts to do it. The other thing which I'm really looking forward to doing and seeing here is the cars going flat out for the whole lap. I mean, that old chestnut about getting held up by traffic, that excuse has gone. We've never had a qualifying session for pole position at Le Mans with just 10 cars taking part in it. So even last year's Hyperpole, that was a mix of all the hypercars of the GT3s.
Correct.
And so, you know, this is a...
It was 3/8, wasn't it? It was 24 cars that were out on the track.
But this is absolutely...
With 6 different manufacturers as well.
Fabulous,
I mean, honestly, I think this is going to go down, this race, one of the greatest in Le Mans history. I really believe that.
I love the fact that this race is carried on for over 100 years. This is the 93rd running first round in 1923, obviously. I love the fact that they are prepared to reinvent themselves and not stand still. Do I pine for certain things in the past? Yes, of course I do, because I'm an old whatnot, and I've been coming here for 30-odd years, and Paul's been coming here longer.
63.
This for me, anybody who can't see why this is good, not just for us watching and a bit of excitement, and you might say, well, what's the point? Well, the point is that there's people tuned in around the world on RS1, around the track here on 91.2 FM. They are being entertained on the worldwide feeds that are going out in multiple languages onto national television here in France. And the television coverage knows that the pole position is going to be set in the next 12 minutes and 8 seconds.
And you cannot overemphasize how important that is.
That is immensely important. You are taking it to a brand new audience who wants to see something. Wham, bam, thank you very much, I'll have pole position. And what does that mean for a 24-hour race? Probably not that much. What does it mean for this race and the sport in general? A whole heck of a lot more.
It makes a much bigger spectacle because, yes, in the old days, normally the pole would be set in that happy hour, the last half an hour of the first session, or the first half an hour of the second session. But there were times, especially of the odd class pole, but there were times when the last lap at midnight and someone would set it and it was largely unseen.
Yes.
Whereas at least now the spectators will be out there watching the cars going through Indianapolis flat out, the Porsche curves. They know what to expect, when to watch the car at its absolute limit.
And just look at the lights, look at the pictures that we're going to get, look at the photographers must absolutely love this. Matt Hockey Hawkins says it's exactly what we wanted as fans. Intense, thrilling action. Absolutely brilliant. We're watching the timing screens on our phones in the tribunes to keep up with what is going on. Nick Damon, before we start getting fast laps, let's have an update in the crowd strike pit report.
We've had Dries Van Toor and the 38 car, who I must need to check who's actually in the 38 car. Earl Bamber thing. They both come in after one lap, so they put fresh tyres on. So effectively, it was just a chance to get their eye in, and now they've got the tyres they're going to do it on, because obviously they didn't run a flying lap. So an interesting concept. I assume the other teams are going to do a flying lap and then come in and change, which you can just about do in 15 minutes. But also, they're not in any hurry to get going either.
Interesting.
Despite the tyres being changed, so it's all one of those things. Temperatures, remember, the sun is going down, track temperatures are going down, however minutely all the time, track getting quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that getting the fuel load down, it does help you to get your eye in. Don't forget, these guys haven't been out there yet. And I think obviously you're burning off another chunk of fuel as well.
Would it be worth, having done a tyre warm in Hyperpole 1, to use the tyres from that and put them on now?
What, to put the used tyre on?
Yeah.
No, I would say to go out on a used tyre to give you an idea of the grip, and then it's always nice to have a tyre where you go out, have a good run, then get another tyre that's going to give you better grip.
Okay.
So I would say 100% you need to use your new tyre.
So the tyres that they went out on were probably a used tyre from
still warm.
Hyperpole 1.
Yes.
Still warm from that.
I would assume so, yes. Going back to Miguel Molina, I have to take my hat off to him, because as you heard there, you've got to be ready, and you are ready, but you would probably say there's 3 drivers. Would you say he's the number 1 in that car? Probably not. Number 2 even, probably not. But he's absolutely delivered when he didn't have any practice for qualifying, and it is a different mindset when you go out there. And the number 8 running wide, I believe, at Mulsanne corner there, going through the gravel and absolutely getting in the way, and I think that might have been the Ferrari following through.
That was Buemi going wide, and it was indeed the number 50 Ferrari that was held up there by and for Antonio Fuoco in that car. Let me give you the other drivers. Felipe Drogovic drafted into the Cadillac squad, the 31-1 car, because they basically ran out of factory drivers with having 4 cars with 3 drivers in this race. He's absolutely loving the opportunity. Fuoco we've mentioned, Earl Bamber we've mentioned on his outlap in Cadillac Hertz Team Jota 38. Fred Makovecki in the 36 Alpine, new to that team this year. Sheldon von der Linde for BMW number 20. Dries Van Toor, the Paul King, in the 15 BMW. Alex Lynn, who was stellar earlier on today in Hertz Team Jota number 12. That's my pick for Paul. And Seb Buemi for Gazoo Racing number 8, Jaminet for the number 5 Porsche, and Nick Tandy for the number 4. And Nick, by the way, when you're listening back to this afterwards, I've only not picked you because I don't want to curse you. There you go.
The Porsches really heat their tyres up really well. They're very, very good at getting their tyres into that operating window. And Jaminet in particular, I suspect, is going to be the first to set the pole position for this session.
Right, here comes Fuoco, and he will be the first representative time, 3:24.2, but that'll be beaten by Alex Lynn by only a tenth of a second there, 3:24.0. Sheldon van der Linde. Jaminet goes through 6/10. You were spot on there, JMO. And what about the Bedfordshire Bullet?
Nick Tandy second.
By half a second, though, to Jaminet. 3:23.475, 3:23.983, 3:24.098. That's your top 3 times. Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari, BMW, Cadillac, Toyota, BMW, Alpine, and Cadillac for Earl Bamber just on his outlap. And another big lock-up going down to Mulsanne corner, and that's disaster for Seb Buemi. He didn't get it pulled up. That was happening from it as he turned into that right-hand kink there.
That's the second time that
yes,
he's
absolutely.
been through the gravel, yeah.
But that, I mean, he's gone way through the gravel there. He didn't even attempt the corner. I thought he was off down to Mulsanne High Street. There's a charge point just to the left-hand side there. I thought he was going to turn left there.
I wonder if he's having issues with the braking on the regen.
Yeah.
Whether it's not giving him the sort of braking that he's expecting, because Buemi is a very experienced driver, knows this place like the back of his hand. That's unusual that he make one mistake. To do 2 exactly the same corner, to me, tells me that there's something wrong in the programming on the regen on the rear braking.
That we saw Robin Frines earlier on doing that, but able to get to the apex and get round the corner. Only half a second away from the qualifying record as we stand at the moment. That was Fuoco in the Ferrari in 2022 on a 22.982. So already Buemi is in strife here. I don't think he's going to get a lap here, and certainly not going to improve.
Alex Lynn looking really good in the first sector there, John. Just missing out. It's actually quite a slow second sector, unfortunately, for Alex. So he's going to struggle now. He's 8/10 off the fastest lap at the moment, which is still held by Mathieu Jaminet. That's a fantastic opening lap. And in fact, looking at some of the others, they don't seem to be able to. Yeah, they don't seem to. Some of them are still on it. Fred Machiavecchi in the Alpine, he's only 3/10 off.
Earl Bamber has not yet done his first flying lap, and he is tracking to improve significantly on those in front of him, trying to find out where he is on the track. He must be in the middle sector somewhere.
He is, and the thing is, the first sector is such a short sector. It's only like a 31, 32 second sector for these cars. The second sector is more like a 70 second, and then the last one is like a 90 something second sector. So you can't really tell if someone's purpling the first sector if they're going to have a really quick lap or not.
Purpling, interesting. He's in behind Alex Lynn, and he's in front of the car that's fastest, Mathieu Jaminet, at the moment through the Porsche curves. I think he's got enough between him and the other cars. Here comes the number 12. This is Alex Lynn. Started the lap well. Does he finish it well? The Cadillac's not that great in the middle sector, but they were good in sectors 1 and 2. Right on the curb there. That was at the absolute ragged edge of adhesion. Lynn goes through, and the 12 goes to second position. 3/10 of a second, so it's now Porsche, Cadillac, Porsche.
If he hadn't missed out, he didn't even do his best second middle sector, Alex Lynn there. So if he can do a good middle sector, he got pole position in the bank. It's just whether the tyres will hold on for him to do that, because he's purpled first sector, purpled the third sector, but he was about 7/10 off in the middle sector.
Don't overlook Dries Van Toor. Don't overlook Earl Bamber. They're just
Bamber's
coming
up to 6,
down
yeah.
now through or coming towards the Porsche curves is Earl Bamber. Dries Van Toor a little bit further behind. He's only just arrived at Indianapolis. Neither of them have put in a time yet, but they're both in isolation on the circuit. They've had clear laps. They don't have to worry about any traffic. It's purely down to the driver. But both of those.
Dries Van Toor's lost a lap. Dries,
that's my point.
Yeah, he's lost a lap. Buemi lost his lap for going off. He's pitted. So he will be no better than that lap. He's going to end up in 10th here because he's only got a 7-minute lap. I could drive the Range Rover around in that time, I reckon.
I think
on a clear lap.
I think you might struggle.
You haven't seen me drive that Range Rover, mate. It's really impressive. Here comes Earl Bamber and goes through in the number 38 car.
Yeah, it's only a 3:24 for him, and I'm surprised we're not into the 22s yet. We managed to get a 22 in the qualifying for Hyperpole. That was done yesterday evening. We were into the 3:22.8.
I don't think they will, Paul. I don't think. I really don't. It doesn't look like the track's got that in it.
Alex Lynn is again looking good. This time he's better in the middle sector.
This time he's not better his best, but he's only a 10th off, I think, his best first sector.
Correct.
And he was a lot better in the middle sector. So I take it back, Paul. He might. He
needs to find 3/10 though, Johnny. That, I mean, it's 8.5 miles. It's not a big percentage.
Yeah, but he was at 8/10 off at this time last time around.
Yeah.
And he found a chunk in the last sector. It's just whether his tyres have still got enough life in them.
The Cadillacs are really good in sectors 1 and 3.
Vantour lost his time to track limits, I think.
Yeah,
he?
agreed. Yeah, I thought that was going to be the case. Buemi's still in the pit lane. So Dries Vanthoor will have to go again, and he is putting up a decent time. It's not going to be pole.
Half a second off in the first sector.
It's not going to be pole, but it will get it. If he's half a second off, that would put him on the inside of row 2 as it stands at the moment. There's some big gaps. Now, coming to the line, Alex Lynn. He was mighty earlier on, and yesterday he was the absolute fastest. He's looking smooth through the end of the Porsche curves now, coming in towards the end of the lap.
He was
that
awesome
was so smooth, wasn't it?
Awesome through here last time as well. He got the power on and almost four-wheel drifted it all the way out.
Taking the curbs, comes to the line, 41 seconds to go. He flashes across the line and he takes pole position. How about that? For knowing what it was on his dashboard, he flashed the lights. Somebody has the picture, somebody has the video as he went through. He's 3/10 on the next best, which are the 2 Penske Porsches, or Porsche Penske Motorsport cars rather. That's Jaminet and Tandy. Tandy's pitted. He will be no better than the inside of row number 2 when we roll off at just before 4 o'clock. Now, who else is going nicely?
Fred Machiavecchi, maybe.
Oh, my goodness, would he like to get among the Porsches? Yes, he would. And what about Tonio Fuoco? He's tight as well. This is going to be so tight. The front, the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars might not even be on row 2 here. As he goes across the line, the Ferrari...
They're bad in the third sector, though. There's never,
just lost it.
No, the third sector, the Ferraris are never going to make it in the third sector. The Porsche might.
So, where is the Alpine coming through now for Machiavecchi?
No.
Not going to do it. Fred didn't even get his best lap that time around, although he was better in sectors 1 and 2.
He lost 1.2 seconds
Earl
in the last sector.
Earl Bamber to the line. He goes to second. It's Cadillac Hertz Team Jonas celebrating their anniversary. They've locked out the front row. And only Felipe Drugovich can take it away from them. This is incredible. The team from Royal Tunbridge Wells. Oh, hang on. Just wait. There's more, because Dries Vanthoor has not completed his lap, and Vanthoor is tracking ahead of pole position.
Yeah, we've got Jaminet and Vanthoor still to come. They're the only 2 that have yet to take the checkered flag. Jaminet is slow.
Here's Vanthoor. Vanthoor coming into the final chicane, through it, across the line. Dries Vanthoor goes to fourth position. So it's still Cadillacs first and second. Felipe Drugovich is not going to take it away. Royal Tunbridge Wells heads the world in endurance. And Sam Hignett and David Clark and the rest of the team who have striven so hard, who have worked so hard, who have won here in LMP2, who are the only privateer team to have won in the current era And now with Cadillac. You tell me that that doesn't mean anything. You tell me that after we've gone through what we've gone through and we've got 24 hours to go, that doesn't mean something. Alex Lynn is crying his eyes out. He doesn't know whether to shout, to cry, to shut up, to say something, to swear, to punch the steering wheel. That is proper emotion. They've had all kinds of highs and lows this season. Here he is. Oh my goodness me. This is why we love live sport.
Absolutely, and you can hear the emotion there for Alex Lynn. Earl Bamber only a 10.5 behind him, but the heightened sense, or the state of heightened aggression that you get into to do a quali lap, and you're absolutely at that point all the way through the lap, taking huge risks every single corner to just try and extract the maximum, and then to know that it's culminated in a pole position at one of the greatest, if not the greatest race in the world, just shows the emotion there, and then it all just comes flooding out, and you can hear that in Alex's voice.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just a little way away from the qualifying lap record, which was set by Fuoco back in 2022 in the Ferrari return year. 322.982 20. Let's go to Nick Damon.
It's an amazing achievement.
Yeah, that's pretty special. So, you know, hats off. Drivers executed perfectly. Car must have been pretty reasonable, so...
Cars,
yeah, fantastic effort by all of the Cadillac, Hertz, Team Jota crew. Fantastic powertrains, fantastic chassis. It's all good.
Privateers on pole.
That's it.
Jonathan Duguid is the program director for Porsche Penske. It has not been the smoothest of seasons, Jonathan, here in the FIA WEC. Quite frankly, it's not been the smoothest of weeks so far, and yet a couple of cars make it, and you've got one starting on the inside of the second row, if I'm not mistaken. How do you assess the performance of the team here in Hyperpole?
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's been a tough couple of days, honestly speaking, but that's the big thing about this team is when it comes time to perform, they do everything they need to do. So. I think both cars are third and fourth, so second row there. You know, Julian and Mathieu did an amazing job in the 5, and Felipe and Nick did an amazing job in the 4. And I have to apologize for the car 6 crew from yesterday, because Kevin in that car was really fast too as well. So we could have had 3 cars up there fighting. So really apologize to that group because they did nothing wrong. But yeah, really looking forward to the race. Today was a big checklist item. We showed the cars are fast. Now we got to go execute for 24 hours.
The 2 cars that make it through start 3rd and 5th, and you issue the apology to the other car. Is it just a simple miscalculation? Does it have to do with the driver compensation weight? What was at the bottom of it?
Yeah, it was just a miscalculation, and we're looking forward to the race. It happens. But we'll be prepared on Saturday.
Congratulations on the strong performance. Best of luck in the 24 hours.
Yep, thank you.
Nominato, you and your teammates are on pole.
Yeah, well, really great feeling, to be honest. After such a busy month to try to make this kind of work happen, it's been a lot of hours for the team especially, and for us to be at this level. So yeah, we take it honestly, like this kind of performance in Le Mans. It's something which is incredible. So yeah, 50% of the job is done, and now we have to go forward.
Well, you got them through the first part of the Hyperpole, but Alex, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously for this team, with this program and Cadillac, it's amazing to get a 1-2 for us. Obviously the quali format this year is tricky, having 2 drivers and making sure we get the prep right for each one. But yeah, we were confident coming into quali. I had a bit of traffic on mine from the Ferrari, but we knew we had pace in the car, and Alex put it where he deserves to be.
It was interesting actually in the sector times that the car wasn't particularly quick down the tubes. That was the slowest bit. Is that a worry for the race? Because obviously that's when you can do any overtaking.
No, I mean, quali's one thing, the race is another. We're confident in our race car as well. It's 2 different things, so we'll celebrate for now, but obviously the hard work starts this evening for FP4, so we'll enjoy it while we can, but 24 hours to go.
Congratulations.
Interested to know how they might have changed the setup for that car. I talked to Dieter Gas earlier in the week, and he said not much. Slight ride height change because they're running less fuel, but they don't really even do any aero changes for these sessions. Alex Lynn rules Le Mans, and that time of 3:23.166. His last lap was a 7-minute 33 seconds. He enjoyed that coming home, but why would you not?
Absolutely. And, you know, I know it is a team sport. I know sports cars is all about teammates. You heard Will Stevens there say, you know, that he got traffic. As drivers, they work together, but they still want to be the fastest.
Of course they do.
And in this situation, when you're on the driver parade tomorrow, it will be Alex Lynn being given the pole position trophy, even though he'll be sat on the car with his two teammates. So from a personal point of view, Le Mans, the qualifying is probably the only time when it really does feel like it's just about that one driver on that one lap. The rest of the time is all about the team.
Tom Brady shirt number 12 on top of the pile, and Cadillac might just have struck Hertz Racing Gold for Le Mans 2025 with a lockout of the front row. Paul Truswell, absolutely incredible stuff for a team that we both know very well. Sam Hignett, David Clark, the rest of the guys who've worked so hard down through the years. It is their anniversary this year, 25 years of Jota, and my goodness me, no one works any harder. Lovely set of people, and I know it means only a little bit, but it does mean something right now.
Yeah, I think what's nice has been this melding of Cadillac and Hertz Team Jota
That's a good point.
into a single unit, because Hertz Team Jota, they've been running for a few years. They've run all sorts of cars at Le Mans. They've had a lot of success here. There was a time which we'll never forget when they were running the LMP2 car, and they very nearly came through and won the race overall. Didn't happen for them, but they've embraced this Cadillac project, which I remember you telling me last year. The word is that Jota were going to be running with Cadillacs and da-di-da. And I thought, well, how's that going to work? Because Cadillac are going to bring their own package along. But they've brought the two teams together. It's been a marvellous melding together of the two teams. And Sam Hignett in charge has got to kind of manage that process. You can only have one boss, and you've got to manage that process.
And the interesting part about it, Johnny, is they've deliberately mixed the teams up, the driving teams up. So it's not an all Jota car and an all Cadillac car from last year. They've mixed, they've mingled, they've worked people out. Size has got something to do with it, particularly in this, but they think they've got the personalities right between those two cars. And right now, it looks like they have.
Absolutely, and we were saying just then, or I was saying just then, about that one lap in qualifying maybe being about the driver, but the real thing that counts, and Sam Hignett is the king of this, is making sure that every member of that team, from Cadillac, from Jota, the driver team, how they work together, making the drivers feel like they're supporting each other, not suddenly making one the superstar and the other two having to support him, just making everyone feel like an important part of the team. David Clark, instrumental in getting that Hertz sponsorship. There's not many bona fide sponsorships of that magnitude alive and well within any motorsport scene, let alone sports cars. Absolutely huge for them, and I'm absolutely delighted for Sam and David Clark and the whole Jota team. They really deserve it. No one has worked harder to make this happen. They're not a manufacturer. They do not have a budget that they get given to use. They have to go out and find it and then make it work.
And that independent funding that you talked about there to get them into Porsche and run the Porsche last year and win a race and run two cars at Le Mans, that was so important. We've got I had a chat with Sam, and we're going to try and play that next up. Actually, we're swapping our programming at the moment to reflect what has just happened. Let me, Rob and Kerry, working really hard in London, let me just run down how we will start the 93rd running of Le Mans, with Cadillac Hertz Team Jota starting on the front row, all of it. it's theirs, the 12 and the 38. Then Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 5 team, will be on the inside of row number 3. Row number 4, BMW M Team WRT, Dries van Toor, second, fourth place qualification in a row. If you count the last race weekend he was at Detroit, when he lost his 100% record in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Then Nick Tandy in 5th for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 4. And in 6th position is the Team WRT number 20. 7th, Ferrari EF Corsa, their number 50 car. And the Cadillac Whelen machine will be on row number 4 with Ferrari number 50, and then Alpine and Toyota on the 5th row. The other positions set earlier on, the celebrations are about to start, but we do have more track to come, more track action to come this evening. Alex Lynn up on the podium at the moment. My thanks to Johnny Morlam and to Paul Trustwell, to all of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. We'll fill the gap between this and the next action with your opportunity to find out a little more about Cadillac Hertz Team Jota from when I went down to see the team just about 10 days before we came out to Le Mans last week. My guide, Sam Hignett. Let's work out exactly where this has come from. We know it's time you found out. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota lock out the front row for Le Mans 2025. Bye-bye.
Congratulations to you. Two Cadillac on the first row of the starting ring, you finished second last year. But what game tonight? How is it for you? Do you believe that tonight is an historical event? 2 or 6 to start in history?
I think every time you have the opportunity to
After more excitement than, frankly, you could shake a stick at after the last 2 hours. We've had 4 different Hyperpole sessions, and so many of us absolutely glued to TV and timing screens to find out who was going to get through to the final sessions, and then that run for pole position for the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's all done. I'm sure the adrenaline is running high in all of the teams that were involved in that final shootout, and there'll be plenty of adrenaline pumping around many fans here, I'm sure, in grandstands and banks as well. Hopefully we've managed to portray that for you if you're further afield on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. But there is still one session remaining before tomorrow, which is a day off as far as the cars in the 24 hours are concerned. They won't do any running tomorrow. It's the final preparation from all the teams, plus the drivers' parade into the town. And then we get set for the 93rd edition from 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. But how many takers are we going to get for one final 60-minute session, which is free practice for? Stick around to find out. And live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, it's Johnny Palmer, Peter Mackay and Paul Truswell. We've got members of our CrowdStrike Pit reporting team, of course, as well. And the big question really on many people's lips, Peter Mackay, is how attractive is this, really? Because it could be disastrous. There could be some teams who still quite haven't done all of their night laps or are a little bit unsure as to the final setting for that. But on the other hand, as I say, there'll be some teams who just don't do any mileage at all in this next 60 minutes.
But quite possibly, and I think this is all down to who needs to get their night laps in, their 5 mandatory night laps. So there are a few that will need to get out there pretty sharpish and start cycling through that, because there's a few cars up and down the field that haven't had the perfect run of things. And also, it's quite an adrenaline rush and an adrenaline dip, actually, after the excitement of Hyperpole, whether you're involved in it or not, to then go, okay, we need to refocus, we've got an hour, how are we going to get on with this, what are we going to do? I'm sure it's all very much pre-planned before, but it does require a little bit of a change in things.
I think we need to change in mindset, Peter. I think that's what you're trying to describe. The teams will have decided what they're going to do in this session beforehand anyway. Obviously, that will depend if they were even in a Hyperpole or not, because there would have been a good, 20 teams that weren't even in Hyperpole. Those that are in Hyperpole will then be looking at, I would think the ones that were in Hyperpole almost certainly we're going to see now, because they'll want to know if anything was shaken loose in that rather frenetic qualifying session or not. You were right to say, of course, there are still some drivers who have to complete their night laps. I've got a list of those, the most significant of them being 2 cars which have to qualify all 3 of their drivers. And that's a very tall order indeed. Those 2 cars being the TF Sport Corvette, car number 33, who have Ben Keating, Daniel Lucadella and Johnny Edgar to qualify. And then the number 63, Iron Lynx Mercedes, which have Brenton and Stephen Grove, plus Lucas Strolz to do their qualifying. So look out for them, because they're going to be going out and really running at race pace, and then doing race type pit stops, driver change only, I would think, because, again, doing everything as quickly as possible to try and get their drivers through their 5 mandatory qualifying laps. Apart from that, what Johnny said at the start, there may be some teams that decide just not to do it. Somebody said this morning that the people at Le Mans deliberately designed the timetable to make you tired. It's not the first time I've heard that. And it tends to have a latish start to the day, but that doesn't mean it's a latish start for the mechanics, because they're inevitably working on stuff. You then have these qualifying sessions that go, or the practice sessions that go through until midnight. That always leaves some work to be done afterwards, even with a day off tomorrow, Friday. They'll be doing something tomorrow, but they'll want to do something tonight after the session goes on, which means the mechanics out there have been working from probably 10 o'clock in the morning until something like 1 o'clock the following morning. It's a hard week for the mechanics. many of them look forward to the race because it's the first chance they get to actually have a rest while the cars are out there.
Yeah, and I mean, that work is as necessary as the getting the drivers all sorted and getting the laps done, frankly, and that's why, you know, for the 24-hour cars, the day really doesn't start until 2, and in today's case 2:45. So, but the mechanics will have been working from at least 10 o'clock, maybe a couple of hours prior to that as well, as the flurry towards the end of pit road begins now. There are a number of takers, I'm delighted to say. Great atmospheric time to be practicing cars, and remember, this time on Saturday evening we will be a long way into the race. Now full darkness if you're not here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and certainly the main start-finish straight takes on a completely different look to it, and also there's a bit different sound as well at night time. The sound just bounces off the walls a little bit more readily perhaps. That's also just the natural atmosphere that the floodlit pit lane brings with it. The French commentary bouncing off the tribunes as well, but hopefully you've all got your clip-on radios tuned into 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, and if you're further afield as well on RS1 at radiolemans.com. Mercedes have had quite some stories to tell, including that big crash for Stephen Grove, but that's all now been fixed, and as Paul has mentioned, that is one of the cars that is going to have to be not hanging around at all. In fact, it may even be a Mercedes at the front of the queue, eager to join this session as quickly as possible and try and get the Grove father and son team cycled through that car as quickly as possible, and then hope that there's enough time left for Lucas Stoltz to complete it. And also 3 cars that will have to serve stop and go penalties within this. So this is lingering on from earlier on in free practice 3 probably, Paul. The 90, the 48 and the 150. So the 90, testing my memory now, having done a Road to Le Mans race with 58 cars in it. That sounds like a GT car, the 90, and it is. It's a Manthey Porsche. But Antares Au and Loic Hartog and Klaus Bachler.
Chip Hart Racing entry. That, of course, is a fictional entry. It's Manthey that are running the car, but it's in the Chip Hart Racing colours that will appear in the new Formula 1 movie, which they did some filming of Wright Motorsports in last year's Rolex 24-hour at Daytona in those same colours. So it's a way of promoting the new film, which I believe is in theatres soon.
There we go. And the other 2, the 48 VDS Panis Racing LMP2 car and the 150 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari. But it is 1:11, a minute before we get going. It's time to check the weather. So a much more pleasant 23 degrees Celsius currently at Circuit de la Sarthe, with the sun firmly set, and a low tonight of 16 degrees Celsius, which will be about 5-6 o'clock tomorrow morning, at which point the sun is breaking through the cloud. Mostly cloudy for tomorrow at midday though, and into the afternoon, with an eventual high of 31 degrees Celsius. The session is live. We have 1 hour starting to tick down for the final free practice session of these last 2 days, the final free practice session of this year's 24 hours of Le Mans, and 91.2 FM for Radio Le Mans. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Paul.
Just to add to your list of those cars receiving a penalty for track limits, and I was puzzled because I'd made a note of them at the end of the third free practice session, but we were missing the 95 Sean Galale United Autosports McLaren from that list, and that was because he had offended 6 times on track limits, and instead of getting a 5-minute stop and go, that gets penalised with a 10-minute stop and go. So I don't know if you weren't paying attention, or if you weren't here for the earlier free practice session. He was served towards the end of the free practice session. He was served a 5-minute stop and go. He served that, or at least Darren Young did on his behalf, limiting the amount of track time that Darren got. But then Sean got back in the car and went over, did some track limits again. So they've now penalised him 10 minutes for the 6th offence following the free practice 3. So hopefully the team will talk to Sean Glale and explain to him where he's going wrong, and they'll sort that out for the race, because, as I say, these track limit offences do accumulate, and the more you transgress, the bigger the penalty.
Let's go straight down to the pit lane to get a CrowdStrike pit report. Here is Joe Bradley.
No stranger to Le Mans and all the vagaries that Le Mans can bring. Ben Keating here once again with the number 33 TF Sport Corvette, to give it its full title, Ben. You are a bit of a sadist this year if you keep coming back to Le Mans. Would you concur?
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard it described that way, but I don't think you're wrong. That's the way it feels right now. Maybe I should quit while I'm on top, but
you would have quit a long time ago.
That's right. That's right. I have some sort of sickness or disease that makes me keep wanting more and more and more.
Well, it's the times where the results don't go your way, the race meeting's not going your way, that make when the race meeting does go your way, that's what makes it joyous.
Well, it's interesting in that the times I have won it, I would say it did not go our way. We won in 22 starting from 19th. Nobody had ever won that far back. And then in 23 we won again after being 2 laps down, repairing a shock in the beginning. So, the major difference between now and those two were that we had the speed to be able to do it. And so, we feel like we are, we can put down a decent lap time, but we aren't racy. We don't have the speed in the straight line. So, I've made it extra difficult for us in that I came into pit lane at qualifying and I hit the wrong button. And so you're limited at 60 kph. I accidentally went to 64. And I learned a new rule. The rule is that if you speed in pit lane during qualifying, you lose your qualifying laps. So I'm starting dead last.
All right, so you broke the record last time with the starting 19th. You're starting dead last. I mean, a 24-hour race, Ben. You've just got to give it your all and see where you come out the other end, surely.
Yeah, at least I'm not starting 2 laps down. It's the way I'm looking at it. Anything is possible, but it feels like a really, really big hill to climb right now.
So, how do you motivate yourself and the team to be here on Saturday and give it your all? Where's the motivation come from then?
We've all been here long enough to, I've won this race with TF before. It's a good group of guys. They don't need the external motivation from me. Of course, it helps, but we're all kind of motivating each other right now. We'll see, how it all goes come Sunday morning. Right now, there have been a lot of cars out there that have had really big problems with track limits. We think we might be able to run a clean race and make up some positions just by being clean. That's how we won it in 22.
So you've already got a plan, Ben. You've already got a plan. Hey, mate, I want to wish you all the very best of luck.
I got a hope and a prayer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and if anybody can pull it off, it's Ben Keating. And if any team can pull it off, it's TF Sport.
So that's Ben with Joe Bradley. And let's stay in the pit lane for another CrowdStrike pit report. Here is Peter Snowden.
I'm just down with the Jota team, and of course they're very successful in the Hyperpole you mentioned, 1 and 2. But we've got Jensen Button about to go out in the mighty 38 Jota Cadillac, and I've just asked one of the crew members, what's the strategy, what's the thinking, because free practice, etc. He said, honestly, said I don't really know. We've just been told to send him out. He's about to, and the number 12 is next to me in the garage, and they're now working on that quite feverishly. So it looks like both Cadillacs might take part in this free practice session after such a successful Hyperpole.
Okay, well, the grid positions are perfect for them, and 1 or 2 thought that might be job done and everyone gets an early night, but that is not the case. As now one of the Mercedes is stopped just the other side of the Daytona chicane.
Guess
So it's
which
gone.
one it is.
It's not 63,
It
is it
is
again?
63, I'm
No.
afraid. Oh dear, that's not what they wanted at all. So the 63 Grove Mercedes, run by Iron Lynx, but driven by Stephen Grove, along with his son Brenton and Lucas Stoltz. I think they said that Stephen was going to start the car.
Brenton's in it at
this
the
night.
moment.
It's Brenton first, is it? Okay, then Stephen's going out second. Yes, that's not what they had in mind at all for this session. Of course, the car's been rebuilt around this spare chassis. Ran through free practice 3 without any problems. It didn't give any evidence of having any difficulties, but say that it's an early problem for that car. It's got going. No, it hasn't. It's a different car on the tracker. So they've got to sort that out. Still parked out there at just the exit of the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight.
Where do they stand, Paul? If that car can't move on from there and has to be recovered to the paddock, which could take some time, where do they stand? Because two of the drivers, for Stephen and Brenton, this is their Le Mans debut, no night laps, and Lucas Stoltz can't drive through all the hours of darkness. Where do they stand now?
Indeed. What they have to do is to put their case to the race director, and I've experienced doing something similar for this in other series, where you present a letter which presents your case. It's like you would do perhaps if you were caught speeding and felt that there were mitigating circumstances, and describe what night driving Brenton and Stephen have done at other circuits, perhaps. The fact that even though it's their first Le Mans, they've gone through all the other preparation work, and then they're just at the mercy of whatever the stewards and race direction team wish to say. Generally, the ACO are fairly eager to have a full grid of 62 cars. If they think your car's going to be a risk or too slow during the race, then they'll say no, you're out of the race.
So we'll keep a keen eye on the Mercedes and whether it starts to move again in the hands of Brenton Grove. But next stop is the pit lane again. We'll call off at Joe Bradley first of all. You managed to head to EDEX Sport for this CrowdStrike pit report. Who have you got?
I am delighted to finally have a driver here at Le Mans where I think she should have been a long time ago. Jamie Chadwick. Jamie, welcome to Le Mans. Let me start with, what's the experience been like so far?
It's been unbelievable, honestly. It's such a special place. It's obviously a long week. We're not even at the race yet, but yeah, it's been very cool experience. We've been chipping away. We've been lacking a bit of performance. It's funny, you come here and straight away you're like, oh, it's great to be here, and then within seconds you're kind of focusing on trying to find performance and trying to be as fast as possible. So yeah, we've been lacking a little bit, but still enjoying it a lot, and it's going to be a long race for sure.
Now, I know you've been focused on single-seaters across in America. Great runs in NXT, or Indy Next as they call it, isn't it? But I remember all that time ago back at the Nürburgring when you shared that Aston Martin. Was that a bit of a career plan to like look at endurance racing as a career path?
Of course, I think the opportunities in endurance racing is fantastic, and I think that's always potentially in the back of my mind. But I don't know if I've necessarily had a plan with my career. I've kind of gone where the opportunities have been, and yeah, definitely enjoyed a lot the opportunities I've had. I've really enjoyed racing in America the last couple of years, but now I really feel that this endurance racing world is a place that I'm very happy to find myself back in, and in the LMP2 class as well is great. And of course, we're with the Genesis Magma Racing program, and it's great to be aligned with a project like that and just learning as we're going, really.
I mean, the thing I love about LMP2 is it's a pure race car. You know, you haven't got all of this hybrid stuff to mess about with. Engine, chassis, driver, it's pure. Is that how you're finding it? I mean, they're a pretty hot race car to be driving.
Oh, it's a great car. Honestly, the first time I drove it, I was super impressed by the LMP2 car. In terms of the level of downforce, level of performance, it's the highest level car that I think I've driven. So, especially in the ELMS spec, it's really impressive. Here at Le Mans, we're pegged back a little bit, but still, it's a lot of fun to drive. I think it's a great way to learn prototypes, and with the traffic, everything that you have to manage, it's a great skill that I feel like I'm starting to learn and going to keep trying to develop and learn.
What are you expecting the challenge to be with regards to driving a prototype in a 24-hour race? We talk about how physical these cars are.
I think the biggest challenge, honestly, is maybe in previous years reliability is the focus, but now it's so competitive. You actually have to kind of be really in the fight the whole way, and so we're working hard to try and find a bit of performance. I think we're going to hope we can have a clean race with no mistakes, and that might put us somewhere by the end, but you're going to have to be fast and have performance as well, so finding that's the other tricky thing.
Have you been told about the drivers' parade tomorrow? You looking forward to that?
I am, yeah. I mean, it's fun. I think we've been trying to make the most of all the kind of festivities that come with Le Mans, trying to enjoy it, soak it up as much as I can, and tomorrow's a big part of that, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm probably going to be a bit tired after tonight's night session, but still I'm going to enjoy it, and then obviously the big race on Saturday.
You're not at the Nürburgring next week, are you?
No.
You're not back at the Nürburgring, I should say.
No.
Enjoy the parade.
All right. Thank you.
Enjoy the parade. Enjoy the rest of your experience, Jamie. And I've got to say, mate, I am delighted to finally have you here. It's where you belong. Jamie Chadwick. I mean, we're expecting a lot from her, aren't we?
Totally, and we've already seen quite a lot from her in the European Le Mans Series, in fairness. 2 races and 2 LMP2 wins. The purists will say the first one at Barcelona wasn't actually an overall win, but it certainly was at Le Castellet, because what happened at Barcelona was an LMP2 Pro-Am driver lineup won the 4 hours of Barcelona to kick off that season. Peter Snowden's been waiting patiently with Jota for another CrowdStrike pit report, so we're trying to get to the bottom here, Snowy, of precisely why the Cadillacs, the front row Cadillacs that were decided in Hyperpole earlier, why they're actually heading into the session.
Well, that was a question I put to Sam Hignett, who did wait around patiently for a little bit. He's had to go off and do stuff because he's got both cars in this session. And I just reiterated that which you said to him, that they've put both cars on the front row, and why is the need? And he said very simple, he said, we are still learning. We can't get enough information. It's night. We just get more data. So I can confirm that Jensen Button is out in the number 38 car now, and I did say, yeah, number 12 has got an auto just gone to it now, and they're literally just putting a fresh set of, well, it's actually a scrub set of slicks onto it now. Yeah, they are scrub set going onto it, and that's about to go out any second. So data gathering, still learning.
Of course. Yeah, and you can never have enough of that, particularly because this is still the first year of Hertz Team Jota running that particular car, Paul.
And I think the other thing is to try and find out whether the soft tyre, the soft Michelin tyre, works at night, or if it does work at night, how many laps they can do on it. Because it will give you a performance advantage. The suggestion was last night, I think there was only one team, possibly 2, that did try the soft tyre, which if you're watching, I don't know if it's possible to see it from the sidelines when you're watching from the spectator enclosure, has the white sidewall stickers on it. If you're opposite the pits, you should be able to see into the pits and see if any cars are putting the white sidewalls on. But of course, it's not just a matter of going out and doing a couple of laps. You really want to do a full stint on it. It's cooler tonight than it was last night. The general feeling was that the soft tyre was too soft last night. It's a bit cooler tonight, so maybe, and it's maybe cooler on Saturday night into Sunday, that's what they're going to be doing during this session.
Brenton Grove on the radio. I'm going to kill the power now. See you later. That's it for the session. That Mercedes is not going to run again by the sounds of things. They're stranded out in the countryside just after the first chicane. There's still a slow zone there to deal with the recovery. And we said it was going to be tight if everything went to plan. So now it's a question of writing a very polite letter to all those concerned, Peter Mackay.
Yeah, as Paul said, you know, they're just at the mercy of the race director now. So what a disaster. I mean, you really have to feel for Stephen and Brenton Grove, father and son duo, coming here with Lucas Stoltz. They've had success at their home race at Bathurst 12 Hour, which has a darkness element. It's not at the night time, it's actually in the morning, but they have driven in darkness. Yeah. They've driven in the Portimao 24 Hours as well, and I'm sure other things too. But yeah, this is obviously Le Mans is the pinnacle for sports car racers, and it's just been a total disaster for them. Hopefully they will get to start the race on Saturday. I really do hope so, that they get the opportunity to do that. The slow zone from pretty much not in quite the whole length of the Mulsanne Straight, but 3/4 of it, that is a nightmare for the number 33 TF Sport car, because they're trying to get their laps done, and when you've got a slow zone on a big part of the circuit, that of course slows you down quite a bit. So that's not what they needed either.
Yeah, and obviously the difference between 80 kilometres an hour and probably somewhere north of 200, which is what they would be doing at full pace, quite a big difference that wouldn't have been the case, for example, if the slow zone included the Porsche curves. Anyway, the slow zone has been removed now. It was out for 7.5 minutes in total, so everybody will have been past it at least once, some twice. But the bad news really there for Brenton and Stephen Grove. I wonder if Stephen Grove took part in the Bathurst 24, whether that because he's old enough to have taken part in it. That possibly would be his defence.
It's that early 2000s
that
it ran for a couple of years, I think.
But I don't know what other nighttime racing the Grove family might have done.
Portimao 24 hours they did.
Okay.
In the Creventic series, they drove with Garth Tander actually in a Mercedes run by Alhambra Motorsport. And as I said, the Bathurst 12 hour isn't under darkness for long. It's maybe an hour and a half or so under darkness.
12 hours
in the morning, maybe an hour.
Yeah.
So, but it's driving at night time. It's not multi-class though as well though. That's
and it's not Le Mans. That's the other
thing.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I don't think we can speculate any further on that one, but desperately bad luck for them. The incident, I was just going to say, Brenton, he wasn't actually on his out lap. He had completed a full lap, and then he was on his second lap, his first flying lap, when the car ground to a halt. So he got some miles in.
Peugeot number 93 has just rotated coming out of the Ford chicane, and as it did so there was an Alpine right on its boot lid which nearly piled into the back of a fellow French car. Couldn't tell at that speed which of the Alpines it was, because as PMAC and I were discussing earlier on in the day, you can't tell the two Peugeots apart even in the daytime, and the Alpines are just as bad or as good depending on whether you like cars that look the same and you can tell that they're in the same team. But not even the door mirrors or the rear wing end plates on either the Peugeots or the Alpines are different. So at night, we haven't got a chance. But anyway, thankfully there was no connection there between the Alpine, and there was another, I think, hypercar behind that as well, as Mikkel Jensen had his moment coming out of the Ford chicane. That might have been just a bit too much right foot. It might have been a low tyre temperature as we've got 20 minutes into this session. Let's go back to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Oh, you know what? I hate to talk to people in the circumstances I'm about to talk to Stephen Grove. The 63 Mercedes we've just heard has ground to a halt, Stephen. You guys were desperate to get your nighttime qualification laps in. But firstly, tell us, why is the car ground to a halt?
Well, what we can understand from Brent is it's a gearbox issue. It's stuck in fourth gear, so he needed to get out of the car. So he's got out of the car, got behind the barrier now, and that's our night done.
So I believe, and I think our guys in the booth have said that when you haven't fulfilled your qualification, you have to write in some sort of and get some sort of dispensation from the organisers. Is that sort of, you're going to speak to the team manager now?
Yeah, listen, we haven't spoke about that. I would assume that's what we would need to do. The good thing is the three of us have done a lot of night racing. It's just to sit down and go through it. And we even did a test in this car in Aragon a couple of weeks ago, and we tested all night. So we've done a lot of driving, but we need to sit down and talk to the appropriate people about it. It's unfortunate. We just wanted to go through the process. For us now, the theory is we've got rid of all the bad luck.
I was about to say that very thing.
And off we go. So bring it on.
I was about to say that very thing. You've got tomorrow, all day tomorrow, to fix whatever the problem is. If it needs a new box, it needs a new box. And that's all the bad luck gone, surely.
Yeah, definitely. No question. Right? No question. Onwards and upwards from here.
Thanks, Stephen. Keep smiling, mate. You've got to keep smiling in the circumstances. Thanks for talking to us. Not many people would talk to me in these circumstances.
No, it's all good. Take care.
All right, man. Thank you.
I think he's just used to it, because that tends to be how the press work in Australia as well. They stick a microphone under your nose whether you've had an awful day or whether you're just on pole position or won the Bathurst 12 hour, for example. But he's still laughing. I mean, stronger character than me and probably all of us here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre.
And I think that's the mindset you need going into the race as well. Problem for the...
Well, no, this was the spin for Mikkel Jensen, and how close was the Alpine coming out of the Ford chicane? I still can't work out which of the two Alpines it is. There's no visible number in the cockpit, but Jensen spinning the Peugeot, and that was millimetres away from cleaning out an Alpine in the process. They've managed to dig out the onboard there. We could have lost two of the French cars that, well, Alpine certainly performing a lot better than the Peugeots, who really struggled in the qualifying sessions yesterday.
Just a final point on the Grove Mercedes. Both Brenton and Stephen have done the Spa 24-hour twice as well together. So that's a major 24-hour race, which has a lot of darkness running. Yes, again, it's not Le Mans and it's not multi-class, but it's still a major 24-hour race. So hopefully they'll get good news from the race director.
Toyota Team Radio. Message to Ryo Hirakawa, driving the number 8 Toyota, keeping him up to date with the session so far, of which we've had nearly 23 minutes of, Paul.
And obviously Rio keen to be quickest in this session, because otherwise he'd just say, well, yeah, you've done the laps we needed you to do, we found out the data that we've wanted you to find out, but no, it's how far you are away from P1. That's the way to motivate the driver to stay out there. Good news for the Ben Keating team, the TF Sport Corvette. Johnny Edgar went out at the beginning of the session. He's coming in at the end of the lap he's on. Not quite sure where he is on the circuit at the moment, coming in towards the pit lane. In fact, he just hit the pit lane. Sorry, he's just come in to the pit entrance.
We know what you meant. You knew what you meant.
Didn't hit anything,
no.
But he's just completed his 5 laps. So stage 1 of TF Sport plan to get everybody through is complete. Johnny Edgar has completed his laps. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if they put Daniel Junqueira in the car next, although both he and Ben Keating, vastly experienced drivers, both of them with Le Mans experience. I think Ben's been here possibly 10 times already, so he'll be able to, with some justification, write his letter to the race direction. But it will need some kind of formal approval for that dispensation to take part. So, say in terms of the drivers still to complete their night laps, we can tick off Johnny Edgar, still over half an hour of the session to go.
And Johnny Edgar, he would have been a harder person to argue for, because this is his Le Mans debut. Ben Keating this is his 11th start here at Le Mans. Unbelievably, Daniel Junqueira, only 1 start, and that was last year. He made his Le Mans debut last year. I lost money on that one. Very, 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 very interesting. But of course, Daniel Junqueira for many years was associated with the Mercedes-AMG brand, which haven't been here. They're making a return after over 25 years to Le Mans, which is fantastic.
And in the GTE days here, GTE Pro, GTE AM, so many GT3 specialists just weren't associated with that category, because obviously GTE AM had to have a bronze and a silver before you even got to the gold or platinums. The pros were different, but they were generally factory drivers for, well, the long established Ferrari, Porsches, BMW, I suppose. There were a few more GT cars that came with BMW and Ford GT, but actually Ford GT in the days of the Chip Ganassi cars leaned a bit more on prototype drivers here and there, and also the guys elsewhere within GTE. So there was then all of a sudden, I mean, I saw this burst happening in Le Mans Cup ahead of quite a lot of GT3 cars leaking their way into the 24 hours because of the rule change, but it was almost like they spent a full season before that thinking, where in the ACO rule set can we do a bit of practice and work out how on earth these races work, because they're kind of like no others you might do around the world.
And it's brought a new set of teams in too. You know, there were teams that were very experienced with the GTE cars that some of them have stayed around, but other characters have come into the mix, which is really cool. Like Acodis, for example, you know, they're a team that weren't part of the FIA World Endurance Championship and indeed the 24 Hours of Le Mans up until quite recently in this Lexus program. I was reading up a little bit about that team as well. I love the fact that they started racing Renault Clio V6s, the mid-engine Renault Clio. And I thought if you can set up one of those things to make a driver feel comfortable, Lexus will be easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah. Yeah, every credit to being fast in such a close category that generally everything that Renault has turned out as a one-make series has been ridiculously close. By the way, Ryo Hirakawa, being pushed on by his engineer, did go fastest at the time, 3:28.332 from the Japanese in the number 8 Toyota, but since then, Julian Andlau has gone across the line to set a 3:28.331, and now Filip Drugovic in a Cadillac, but not one of the two Hertz Team Jota caddies. This is the 311 Action Express car, the Cadillac Wayland entry, and their V-Series R does a 3:27.7 to top free practice for this final hour of running, PMAC.
Yeah, now the pace starting to hot up a little bit. In the early part of the session, the pace was relatively tepid, I have to say, but now it's starting to hot up. And Cadillac, everyone's been talking about how they were one of the potential favourites for the race and how they had a really quick car, and that really came to that boiled to the surface in Hyperpole qualifying. And not just the two Hertz Team Jota car, but also the 311 Wayland Engineering Cadillac. We're a team that don't compete regularly in the FIA World Endurance Championship. They come from the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, of which they've been so successful over the years and had some great drivers competing with them. They've won all the big races out in the United States, but Le Mans is something that's still on their list, and for them I think they'll be delighted with their qualifying performance.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum that kind of running through my mind, because I tend to regard European specialists at Le Mans as being, I'll put it in inverted commas, better at what they do than the Americans who come in and use an American approach, shall we say that, to Le Mans racing. However, the more Le Mans has become this sprint type of race, the more I quite fancy some of these American teams. And, you know, a canny ex-driver like Wayne Taylor, yes, he was fairly down in the mouth when we spoke to him earlier on, but Ricky and Jordan are both capable of driving their Cadillac quite quickly. And the Action Express car, as we've said, is a quick car as well. I'm never quite sure whether the Cadillac is a one-lap wonder or whether it will last for the full 24 hours. But if you were going to put it in the hands of anyone to get it to last to the full 24 hours, then Hertz Team Jota is not a bad team to put your money on. And I hate to kind of say it just based on qualifying that Hertz Team Jota are turning into a favourite, but that they're certainly in with a shout. And Porsche has been a big disappointment in the World Endurance Championship so far this season. Ferrari have had niggles just over the course of the week. Their cars have by no means been bulletproof. And Toyota have also managed to, I don't know, just look a little bit less impregnable than they have done in previous years. So take away those, and what are you left with? You know, the Cadillac's a very strong option.
91.2 FM, this is Radio Le Mans around the world on RS1, on the radiolemans.com website, and we're on Sirius 136 and XM 202 as well. That great sound from the 3-litre V6 that powers the Ferrari 499P of Miguel Molina heading through the Porsche curves. But with half distance now in this free practice 4 reached, let's get you an hourly update. Free practice 4 it is, and half an hour done with an AF Corsa Ferrari. I say that because there's a difference between an AF Corsa Ferrari and a Ferrari AF Corsa machine, although having said that now, all of a sudden that time might have been deleted for the 83, which, yes, tumbles all the way down to the bottom of the pile. So Robert Kubica was briefly fastest with a 3:27.218, but the orange lozenge appears next to that time and drops him to the foot of the table. Meanwhile, though, Miguel Molina kind of inherits that fastest time now because he was in second before that all happened, and the 50.499p is therefore the quickest so far, 3:27.456, ahead of Filip Drugovic's Cadillac Wayland V-Series R, number 311, which has just headed back into the pits, but he'd set a 3:27.780. From Jenson Button in the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R, a third fastest time, 3:27.8. Then a Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 for Laurens Vanthoor, car 6, fourth fastest, 3:27.9. Antonio Giovinazzi for Ferrari AF Corsa in the second of the Scarlet Red 499Ps is fifth fastest, number 51. Sixth quickest, the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Julien Andlauer. Sebastian Buemi's just taken over the number 8 Toyota. It's seventh fastest so far with a 3:28.3. Quicker than the number 7 Toyota. Mike Conway's last been out in that, 3:28.6, although the car sits in the pit lane and is 8th fastest. Charles Milesi's 9th quickest, the number 35, a 3:28.6, and 10th fastest for the Cadillac WTR. Philippe Albuquerque, the latest driver, car 101, and the car's managed a 3:29.3. LMP2, good spread again of the non-Pro-Am and Pro-Am driver lineups. If it's just been a single driver to this point, of course, it doesn't matter because they're all the same Orica 07, so should be as quick as one another. VDS Panis Racing, car number 48 for Esteban Masson, fastest, 3:38.3, ahead of Giorgio Roda's Proton Competition Pro-Am LMP2. That's car number 11, which has done a 3:39.0. 3:39.7 for Antonio Felix da Costa in the AF Corsa Pro-Am driver lineup. That's car 183. Ahead of Nielsen Racing's number 24, another Pro-Am car for Naveen Rao currently, 3:39.8. 3:40.2 for Jonas Reed's Iron Lynx Proton, car number 9. That car's been off. Was that today? It seems like a long day, but it certainly left the Indianapolis left-hander and into the gravel trap, nosed in when Jonas was at the wheel of the car. And 6th fastest, the number 23 of Ben Hanley. That's the United Autosports Pro-Am car. In LMGT3, Kessel Racing currently top the charts for Takeshi Kimura, the car guy in the 57 car. That's now on an outlap. I'm going to guess it's not a Takeshi time. 3:56.5 it is, though. Simon Mann, a 3:57.8 for the Vista AF Corsa number 21 Ferrari, ahead of Ziggo Sport Tempesta's Ferrari. Eddie Cheever, the third, currently at the wheel of 193. Fourth quickest for Acodis ASP Team's Finn Gersitz in number 78, heading for an outlap. The second of the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris of Davide Rigon is fifth quickest, car 54, 3:58.0, and a 3:58.6 for Celia Martin in the Iron Dames number 85 Porsche. Very pleasant in the air currently, so if you are around the Circuit de la Sarthe enjoying this final free practice session, hopefully the heat of the day is no longer with you, but the Mobil 1 track temperature is currently 29 degrees Celsius. So 25 minutes to go, and a salient nod from Paul Truswell to say, yes, indeed, that off for the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car was today. It feels like last week, to be honest. We've had quite a lot of running, including, amazingly, one of the best Michelin, well, actually one of the best Road to Le Mans races, to give it its proper title, that Bruce Jones and I were able to call. We got through the full hour and the 14 laps, and a terrifically entertaining race it was. There are problems on the racetrack, though, now, Peter Mackay, for Kevin Magnussen in a BMW.
Yeah, the number 15 BMW M Team WRT. This is not the shell car. This is the car that's in the BMW M colours that qualified fourth.
Well, that's the team radio to K-Mag. A few minutes before, often these radio messages are delayed, so has the oil temperature gone crazy, or is it an entirely different issue? Tyres look like they're inflated.
It was heading down towards, I think it's to Arnage there at 150. 40 kph, which is quite significantly slower than they would normally be. Limping the car back. The engineer also said box, that means returns to the pits. So basically limp the car back and hope it doesn't go over 120 degrees oil temperature, and if it does, I guess it's a pull it to the side of the circuit and switch it off scenario. So BMW, car number 15, again, great qualifying performance from Dries Vanthoor. He is one of the best qualifiers in the world right now. His IMSA qualifying performances are just incredible. The first 4 races of the year, he qualified on pole at 4 circuits that he hadn't raced the prototype at before. I mean, just remarkable. And I think certainly Daytona he had competed in a GT car before, but Long Beach and Laguna he'd never been to before. And he qualified on pole.
You're talking Daytona, Sebring.
Pretty sure he'd done both of those, yeah.
And then Long Beach is a ridiculously tight street track.
Pole.
And Laguna Seca, which is a more open, non-street track, but crazy gradient change, including the corkscrew.
Pole again.
Pole again. So lots of different circuits involved there, and quick in all of them, yeah. They never cease to amaze you, these world-quality drivers, especially when you get such a big collection of them at a top-class meeting like this. If you can call them on a meeting. I like to occasionally, Paul.
It's an event.
Okay.
I just wanted to clear up you as you were going down through the hourly update there. The pole, the fastest car in the LMGT3 class, being the number 57. It is the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which you correctly surmised wasn't Takeshi Kimura who actually set that time to be fastest. It was Daniel Serra who has gone up there into the fastest of the LMGT3 cars. Second is now Davide Rigon, and he's just set his best time of the session just a few moments ago. The other quick drivers you mentioned in that class, Eddie Cheever, the third in the 193, and then Jack Hawksworth was the driver of the 78 Lexus before he came in to hand the car over to Finn Gersitz. But as I say, Hawksworth the quicker of those two at the moment. Drivers still to do their night qualifying laps. Nick Tandy hasn't done his 5 laps yet. But again, I think his letter is going to be fairly straightforward along the lines of "Don't you know who I am?" Julian Andlauer was and has now completed his 5 laps. He came in after 4. And I thought for a moment they might have miscounted on that car, but Julian Andlauer then in the number 5 car. Well, no, he has only done 4 laps because Michael Christensen has taken the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 out now. So possibly Julian Andlauer then will have to make his explanations. But Lilo Wadu, she's completed her laps. Yasser Shaheen was another of the drivers who hadn't completed his laps. He has, and so has Lawrence Vanthoor.
Now, the problems for the BMW, Kevin Magnussen, that car's made its way back to the pits and is now in the garage. Very slowly it was too. And now let's head to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit report. Antonio Giovinazzi.
Just out of the 51 Ferrari. Antonio, it's a simple question. Can Ferrari win their 3rd Le Mans on the trot?
Yeah, I think quali was not so good. Let's say the competitors they were faster in qualifying. Now we are just checking the race sim in the night. That it will be a key for Saturday night. So yeah, so far so good. It's a long race ahead. So let's focus now on all the details and we will fight for the race.
Ferrari have been very, very good in tactics and how you use the tyres. Is that what this race is going to be about also?
Yeah, for sure. A tactic for 6-hour race is important. For 24 hours it's too important. So yeah, we have experience of Tour Le Mans now already. So let's see all the mistakes and the positive things that we did and we focus on the race.
Grazie.
So from Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi, not too worried at this stage because, of course, he's leaning on the Palmer rule of the odd numbers. Victorious here at Le Mans. No, I actually think that's going to be broken pretty soon, whether it be this year or not. The pattern's been too long, so Ferrari might be on a hat-trick. I was surprised, actually. I know I wasn't part of the show itself for Hyperpole, but I was paying close attention. 2 Ferraris didn't make the final 10. So
That's correct,
that was
yeah.
a shock for me.
Yeah, but it's not about pace over a single lap. And, I mean, starting 4th or starting 8th or starting 12th, it's not a huge difference. I mean, for the first section of the race, yes, you're maybe playing catch-up. But I think what we're going to see in the 24 hours is a lot of mistakes being made. There's a lot of cars are going to be out there. There's all of the pressure to perform, not just in the hypercar class, but in the LMP2s and the GTs. And inevitably, when that happens, you get misunderstandings happening between front-running cars, fast cars, and slower cars. I did a calculation a few years ago. The winning car, if it's going to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans, is going to have to make over 1,000 overtaking moves on the circuit. So, it has to get past so many cars. And even if you're 99% successful, it's not good enough. You've got to make every single passing move a clean one. And if that means just holding back a little bit, that's what you're going to have to do. But if you've got another Ferrari behind you or an Alpine or something else behind you, you've got to push on. The old phrase, push without risk, is a very difficult action to do. And as John Hindhaugh is fond of saying, it's all about execution. And, it's going to be a fascinating battle.
Certainly is. Well, Ferrari's due to start from 7th. That's the 50 car. The 51 from 11th place and the 83 from 13th spot. And there are a lot of quick cars ahead of them on the grid. The 20 BMW, the 4 Porsche, the number 15 BMW, the 5 Porsche, and of course that front row for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with the number 12 of Alex Lynn, out qualifying the Sebastian Bourdais car by 0.167 of a second. Peter Snowden, you're keeping a keen eye on Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, and well, it looks like one of them has just left the pit lane.
Precisely that. Jenson Button in the 38 has just left the pit lane. He came in. I was going to try and get a quick interview with him, but slightly difficult when he stays in the car, but we've got all weekend yet. But he came in and they basically put the rear deck off, and they've done some rear suspension adjustments. I had a very good look down and got in the way, obviously, that's our job. But it's some sort of, it was tracking or camber or something on the rear suspension they were adjusting. I haven't found out exactly what, but certainly not a brake issue. Jenson stayed in the car, just put a splash of fuel in it, and I can confirm that's out on the mediums, not the softs. So it's the same as the number 12 car.
That's another CrowdStrike pit report from Peter Snowden. Joe Bradley busy at the other end of pit road as well. We'll get to him just as soon as he's found another driver or indeed story to get to us. In fact, I've given him the big build-up now, so let's take a CrowdStrike pit shout-out from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, some big endurance racing, racing competitors out there in the stands tonight who are from the karting world. In fact, the British Go-Kart Endurance Championship. Jessica Alexander, hello, Rob Mathershaw and Ed Bars out there in the stands overlooking the pits, and they're no strangers to long-distance racing, and it'll not be long before they compete in the 24 hours in the UK, in the pro kart scene, and it's a lot of them, and hopefully I know they're excited. I know they're very, very excited about being here, and it's going to be a cracking race, guys, and I hope you enjoy it all.
I can picture a 3-person Mexican wave, which is all of Joe's friends, even as we speak, in whichever grandstand they are in. Well done, Joe.
I'm going to finish it because I'm one of Joe's friends as well.
Oh, are you? Okay. I'm sort of non-committal, so I'll go that high.
You're on the fence again.
I'll go that high.
Okay.
Works well on radio.
Someone who's not on the fence.
Oh, hang on a minute. So the soft tyres at Toyota and Nick de Vries, they're going to play about with what you've been mentioning, Paul.
But a mixed set is what Nick de Vries was told.
Okay, yes.
So only the front right is going to be the soft one. Both the rears would be hard, and the left front, which on a clockwise circuit does take more of a pounding. And of course, there's nothing to stop you running a mixed set of tyres. possibly giving a little bit more longevity to that, or the soft tyre would wear out more quickly, so putting it on the least loaded wheel kind of makes sense. So we'll see what that actually does.
The 7 Toyota is on a full soft set right now.
Yeah, I saw that graphic.
22 laps old though, so tyres that have been used in a previous free practice session. Something's happened to the number 23 United Autosport LMP2 car, which is now well over to the right-hand side of possibly the Mulsanne Straight. It's certainly a section of the public road and is therefore off the racing line. But car 23 being driven by Daniel Schneider, and it sounds like quite a lot of that bodywork is scraping on the ground, PMAC.
It has a nasty sound. Our effects mic's picking that up. Daniel Schneider on his very first time here at Le Mans, and yeah, that is a baptism of fire to try and limp the car home for well over half a lap to get it back with as minimal damage as possible, and actually not such a bad exercise actually at this point. Not ideal, but better for it to happen in night practice. Interesting, looking at the top of the timesheets, Robert Kubitz, he's doing a longer race run, a 7-lap run we heard on his radio a little bit earlier on, and putting in the great pace, 3:26.5. That 83 Ferrari is certainly a very, very quick car. Yes, qualifying didn't go their way, but I don't think it's going to take them long to forge to the front on Saturday.
The other Toyota, the number 8 car, was certainly on mediums on the right-hand side. I think there are mediums all around, and they have just changed for another set of mediums. Remember, we're not into the race allocation for tyres yet, so any that they have built up and not used towards the back of the garage, they'll be able to use. Daniel Schneider. Well, that was a question, has something broken, and the team did not get a response, so maybe still waiting for Daniel to be able to be in a position to send a reply, or he can't get one to the team. But it did sound like either something had broken on the car or he's tagged a barrier somewhere, and that's done the damage to make that rather nasty scraping sound. Where precisely on the circuit is he? Because it's tricky to tell. That car...
He should be just coming out of Mulsanne now, I would estimate. Has he hit the second sector point yet? Because that's right at Mulsanne.
Unless, I can't remember how the Alcamel screens work, but if a car is shown as stopped, do we then just get all of its best 3 sector times? And we can't work out precisely where it is, but you can tell on the track. Al.
Yeah, it's just before Mulsanne corner. So Marshall's post 19, which is about there.
Yep.
Just before Mulsanne, yeah. It's going to be a long drag with the car, and actually with 10 minutes left on the clock, sometimes is it better for the team to say, do you know what, just pull it over and we'll get it later.
We're going to go full course yellow in order to slow everybody down. Quite how that helps recover that car remains to be seen. But of course, again, as far as the TF Sport Corvette is concerned, they don't want to be going slowly. Ben Keating has completed his 5 laps. They've had a good evening session at TF Sport, has to be said. Johnny Edgar having done his 5 laps. Ben Keating got into the car second. He's completed the laps that he had to complete. So that just leaves the third driver, Daniel Juncadella, to do his laps, and he's in the car now. Just under 10 minutes of the session to go, and as we've said, a full course yellow now in place. What I've been a little bit surprised by was I was expecting there to be a safety car in this session, purely as an exercise, but we haven't had a safety car.
Wow.
And I'm just trying to think, we haven't actually had a safety car at all during any of the sessions during either yesterday or today. We had one on the test day on Sunday, but we haven't had one during yesterday or today.
Is it an option to the race director in the race to go full course yellow into safety car?
It is an option.
So we could be setting up for a safety car to finish the session, but we wouldn't then restart, though, would we? So,
No,
and I suppose the whole point of doing a safety car is you can practice the pass around and, and the restart.
Exactly, and I think with 10 minutes to go, that's not going to be the case. I think this is a genuine full course yellow, and that everybody knows what they're doing sufficiently now that we don't need to, I'll put it again, wasting the time of doing an exercise when we had the test day in order to do that.
The one thing that might have disrupted that plan is the Mercedes breaking down, I suppose, on the exit of the first chicane, and we had a slow zone all the way down the back straight.
Yeah.
And 3 slow zones, again, that were needed to be put in place, and no opportunity, perhaps, to therefore practice the safety car procedure.
Thinking of it another way, though, even if it had been a plan, the race direction, I'm sure, would be very aware of who hasn't done their night laps, and knowing that there's a couple of cars that are really behind on that, and doing a safety car practice, you could have taken up 3/4 of the session doing that. So I think maybe if they were going to do it, they had to do it in one of the 3-hour sessions, I think, and haven't done so. So
it's a good omen.
Yes, exactly. I like that. I like that positive thinking.
Well, there was plenty of safety car practice during the test day. Check out the first session for that Paul Truswell and I called from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. 3 hours in the morning and just into the afternoon till 1 o'clock, and then 3 hours in the afternoon. But that was done. The first session was actually timed as if it were a race, so that the 3 safety cars could be deployed and a proper pass around done, picking up the race leader, which you don't have obviously in a test session, but they simulated a session leader, if you like, after numbers of laps completed. So double yellow at Marshall Post 19, which is where Daniel Schneider has now come to a stop. He was moving until quite recently, and the whole of the track under full course yellow. Maybe just to do some sweeping, or perhaps there's a couple of bollards that are in the middle of the road, so you can just dress the track. You can treat a number of things. So, provided there's sufficient gap in the traffic, though, and actually all the cars are fairly well spread around the racetrack and still doing 80 kilometres per hour.
Exactly why I'm slightly puzzled why we're using full course yellow to deal with the Daniel Schneider Oreca, because it seems like a waste of an awful lot of racetrack to have just this to just have this single incident, unless there is oil down on the circuit which they need to treat, or some other reason for wanting the whole field to go slowly.
Well, whilst we work out whether we are going to go back to green or not in the remaining 6 and a bit minutes, let's get a CrowdStrike pit report from Joe.
Roman De Angelis, you've just got out of the 009 Aston Martin. It's already a fan favourite. There's everybody in the stands talking about how the car looks, how the car sounds. What's it like to drive?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I think driving anything in the top class of Le Mans, or anything around Le Mans in general, is so special. So, yeah, honored to be here, honored to be driving such a beautiful car that fans love. Obviously, we do this for the fans, and we hope that they enjoy it as much as we do. So, if both sides of the party get to enjoy it, it's a great thing. But definitely great to be here.
Early development, I think we're all of an understanding. Where will you guys be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
I mean, it's hard to say position-wise. I think the main thing is that we just execute and do our job. Obviously, on IMSA and in WEC over the past season, obviously we're kind of halfway at that point now, and I feel like we've been executing very well, and that's kind of led to a constant progression farther up the field. And I think if we can just continue to do that and worry about our own race, not making any mistakes and just doing the job Saturday and Sunday, I think we can be in a good position. Hopefully fighting in the front of the mid-pack, I think we'll be very happy with that. So.
The performance appears to be coming all the time. Every time the car goes out on track, it gets better, it gets better. You're catching the rest of the hypercar field up. I mean, you're behind the 8 ball, but when the car starts gaining performance, is it easier or harder to drive?
It kind of depends the way the car's set up. I mean, a track like this seems to suit the car quite well. Lots of high-speed areas, lots of heavy braking. It seems like the car's strong in that department, which is a good thing. We want to be quick in Le Mans, obviously, for the future, so that's a positive. Some tracks harder than others. I mean, I'm more of an IMSA driver for the season. I just do the longer races here. We were in Detroit a few weeks ago, and that was quite difficult with the prototype. I think all the drivers would say the same for other manufacturers as well, but it's just so special to be in this car, so special to be here in the top class, and anytime you're behind the wheel, this car's a good day.
Always good to see Roman De Angelis behind the wheel as well. Thank you, Roman. Thanks for joining us.
And Joe Bradley chatting to Roman De Angelis as part of that CrowdStrike pit report. Now we have seen the end of the full course yellow, but there is still a slow zone in place, and this is the lead up to the stranded Daniel Schneider, number 23 United Autosports LMP2. And Peter Mackay, the gentleman to my right, has a theory on why that full course yellow might have come out.
It could possibly be that the car had lost a wheel, because it was making a scraping sound and it was down at one side. So it may have lost a wheel, like we saw the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 car earlier on during one of the qualifying sessions. And possibly they might not actually have a spot on that wheel, so they see a car scraping along without a wheel, but where's the wheel? Now that might sound totally ridiculous, but it is so dark out the back part of the circuit that could have been the reason. It's only, I mean, again, we're totally speculating.
I did think the theory was pretty sound, actually, as a theory.
I can give you a theory with a little bit more substance behind it, shall we say.
Okay.
We've talked a lot about how strong Ferrari are in the hypercar category, but I think we've almost overlooked slightly the depth of and strength and depth they have in LMGT3. If you look at the times at the moment, they're not at the top, but they're 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th and 8th. So that's and at Le Mans, a race of attrition and speed. Yes, you need a fast car, of course, but you need lots of bullets in the gun, because lots of things can happen. And Ferrari, they're the most numerate manufacturer in LMGT3, but all of their entries are running really, really well. There is nobody dragging the average pace of the Ferrari GT car. So it's not just in the hypercar category that the prancing horse is looking good for Saturday.
Yeah, and that's been a pattern that we've been able to track from test day, in actual fact. Certainly the Ferrari and the Lexus were there or thereabouts, with other manufacturers potentially struggling. We have specific balance of performance within the LMGT3 category for the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well, which is not related to the previous 3 World Endurance Championship races. The other thing that happens in the WEC, in the regular races, is that there's a thing called success ballast, which is doing well in the previous 2 championship races and in the championship overall, and you could run with as much as 45 kilos of extra ballast, but success ballast isn't used here at Le Mans.
Quite right, so yes. Just been going down, we were suggesting at the start that we might not get everybody taking this pre-practice session, taking part in this free practice session. But all but 2 cars have actually gone out and turned in laps. The 2 that haven't, one is from United Autosports, the McLaren number 59 of James Cottingham and partners, and the other one being the 81, the TF Sport Corvette number, which is being driven by Tom Van Rumpy and his co-drivers. But everybody else from the 62 starters did at least go out and complete at least 1 lap, and in that I include the Grove Mercedes number 63, because that completed a single lap before it ground to a halt.
I'm going to give the rightful credit in a moment to, because I knew you needed to put that theory across, because for me it was just about the right one. But it is a minute to midnight here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans and other places too. We're on RS1 at radiolemans.com, and it's time to check the weather. At the moment, 21 degrees Celsius. The temperature is obviously going to drop, though, now into actually a clear night and a low of 16 degrees Celsius, just as the sun's coming up tomorrow morning. Initially, mostly sunny, with not a cloud in the sky by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But then the cloud is going to move in, and that will keep the temperature nice and toasty as well. A high tomorrow, possibly the hottest day of the 5 that form the Le Mans week, 31 degrees Celsius. The checkered flag is being displayed now at the end of free practice 4, and the slow zone remains in place on the run into Mulsanne corner because, Peter Mackay, Daniel Schneider's car had ground to a halt. The team had asked whether there was any damage or had something failed. You suggested there might be a wheel off somewhere. There is a wheel off somewhere, and it's now been located. I doff my cap.
I'm glad we've found the lost wheel and it can be returned to its family of wheels in the back of the United Autosports garage. That's one of the unique challenges of Le Mans. When you go to somewhere like the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, it's very well lit, so there aren't too many spots where it can be difficult to locate problems and things like that. Here at Le Mans, and indeed somewhere like the Nürburgring, where we go next week for the Nürburgring 24-hour, there are spots where it is really, really dark out there. So safety is very, very important, and when there's a wheel unaccounted for, that is certainly something that has to be addressed. But as always, the amazing race control team here at Le Mans, how they do it, I don't know. They're right on top of everything.
So with the checkered flag out, already Antonio Fuoco's crossed the line on the racetrack and completes his session, but second fastest, almost a full second slower than the AF Corsa yellow and red Ferrari, last driven by Phil Hansen, but he's just brought that car into the pits. And interestingly, the Ferrari mechanics were actually pushing it the wrong way down pit road for a short period of time. I don't know whether he overshot his garage space or the apron outside it, or whether they were just having to drive around other cars and are now wheeling it into a more recognised position. Jack Aitken was still waiting to cross the line in the 311 Cadillac Wayland to complete a third fastest time. That's already in the books, of course, but he needs to get to the end of the session. Fastest LMP2 is the VDS Panis racing car, now being driven by Franck Pereira, and actually on an out lap, weirdly, but the checkered flag hasn't actually flown for the 48 car. It will do at the end of this, and with the other 4 cars home and hosed now, they're all, in fact the 5 cars behind in terms of times are all Pro-Am cars. TDS Racing number 29, AF Corsa number 183, Proton Competition number 11, and Inter-Europol Competition number 34. Add to that Nielsen Racing number 24. But Franck Pereira, surely, and the 48 VDS Panis Racing squad will top free practice 4 in LMP2 with a 3:38.3. Meanwhile, the Acodis ASP team, Lexus of Jose Maria Lopez, number 87, doing a 3:57.0 earlier on, and that car's been parked for a fair while as well. We'll bring this broadcast to a close very shortly, Paul, unless you have some final thoughts.
I always have final, you know me, I always have final thoughts, but no, I mean, apart from the Grove Mercedes, we've had a relatively trouble-free set of practice qualifying sessions. There have been shocks, there's been drama, but everybody has emerged, as I say, with the exception of that 63 Mercedes, which still has some question marks over it. But I think everybody's going to be able to line up on the grid in some shape or form, maybe not in the order we expected. A Porsche having been found to be underweight in the first qualifying session, that's pushed to the back. Ben Keating with his disqualified lap times, he's going to be pushed back to the back of his grid in the 33 TF Sport Corvette. So there's plenty of cars on the grid who are not where we would expect them to be. But it's a 24-hour race. It's the 24 hours of Le Mans. It'll surprise us, it'll shock us, it'll provide us with drama, because it always does.
And the story of today, whether you like it or loathe it, the Hyperpole sessions, I feel, were a success. And it's given us a bit of surprise in that the dominance of Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, we might have expected possibly one of their cars to be up there, but for them to lock out the front row of the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans with the 12 and the 38 after splendid laps from Alex Lynn in particular, but also Sebastian Bourdais. And every credit to Alex's teammates, Will Stevens and Norman Nato, because without their support, Alex wouldn't have been in that final 10 to be able to do the time. If you didn't catch all of Hyperpole with John Hindhaugh and the rest of the team here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, that will be ready very shortly as a downloadable podcast. My thanks to Peter Mackay and Paul Truswell, together with Peter Snowden and Joe Bradley looking after the CrowdStrike pit reports. We have plenty more to come right here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans across the weekend, of course, including a couple of races to look forward to before the big one at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Stay tuned with plenty more to come.